Chapter 202. The Jasper Pool Fairy Stone Square was quiet and elegant. Exotic trees and precious herbs were planted in the courtyard. Stones were scattered around, like a rockery, scattered and elegant. Their layout was very particular. The gurgling spring, the pavilion covered with vines, and the stones were everywhere. It gave people a refreshing feeling, as if they had returned to nature. Is the fairy from Jasper Pool who came to Flat Rock City their saintess? I heard that the saintess of Jasper Pool is patrolling around the northern region. It is very likely that she came in person. Otherwise, the Fairy Stone Square would not be closed in the morning. Many people came here with the purpose of seeing the true face of the saintess. Because the reputation of Jasper Pool was too great. Not only did it spread throughout the eastern wilderness, but it also spread to the central state and the northern desert. It was regarded as the holy land with the most divine aura. All the women in the sect were born with the wisdom of heaven and earth. Many young people from big forces would be proud to marry the fairies of Jasper Pool. However, almost no one could do it. Even the powerful families of the remote antiquity and the great sage could only look on from afar. The disciples of Jasper Pool were almost not allowed to marry outside, not to mention the saintess of the sect. In such a long time, there had only been 1 or 2 occasions where the saintess married someone else. Yifan suddenly felt that someone was peeping at him. He could not help but look back and saw a young man in a purple robe. He was surrounded by people like stars around the moon, standing not far away. Beside him, there were a few people who looked very familiar. They had all met at the Rongxiang Stone Gambling House. At that time, they were all beside Lu Qinzhen. At this moment, they were all led by the man in purple. People from the Qingxia sect. Yifan frowned, but he was not worried. With his current cultivation, reaching the Nirvana realm made him a small master. Although there was no way to compare with the descendants of the Holy Land, in a small sect, he was definitely the so-called young hero. This guy's cultivation is not weak either. Yifan was a little surprised that the other party had reached the Nirvana realm. The man in purple glanced at him almost contemptuously, then turned around and no longer looked at him. Beside him, there were a few people with unfriendly gazes. They glanced over a few times and discussed something in low voices. Yifan smiled coldly and didn't care. Even the terrifying Ji family and the powerful Yaoguang Holy Land couldn't do anything to him. He naturally wouldn't be afraid of a hero from Qingxia sect. Damn monkey, you haven't returned to the mine yet. You've earned so many sources, are you still not satisfied? A person from the Qingxia sect came over and his words were full of provocation. Are you here to return your origin? Yifan glanced at him indifferently and said, if you're not, then get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. This was just a servant of Qingxia sect. He dared to speak like this. Naturally, he would not give a good face. You, how dare you behave so atrociously in Flat Cliff City? You actually dared to make young Master Lu Qinzhen write an IOU. You really don't know the meaning of death. You owe my origin and still threaten me. Are you speaking on behalf of Qingxia sect? Yifan glanced at him and said, a little servant dares to talk nonsense. Get lost. He scolded lightly. Others couldn't feel anything, but in the ears of this servant, it was like thunder. His ears buzzed and he sat on the ground. His face changed and he said, not far away, those people were taken aback. The man in purple slowly walked over and looked down at Yifan, saying, you're quite powerful. You flatter me. Yifan responded casually. He didn't look at him but looked at the beautiful scenery of Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square. Do you really think I'm flattering you? Sure enough, you're just a laborer who only knows how to mine. The person next to him mocked. Someone at your level can only understand this kind of meaning. Yifan glanced at him and then stopped Wang Shu and Dumbo who wanted to come over. He asked them to stay aside and not get involved. I heard that my brother Lu Chen owes you 90 kilograms of origin. I wonder if it's true. The man in purple asked lightly. Yes, are you here to pay for him? Yifan responded unhurriedly. Give me the promissory note. I'll see if it's true. The man in purple stretched out his hand indifferently and asked Yifan for it. Yifan took out a piece of paper and handed it to him with 2 fingers. The man in purple did not look at it but directly threw it to the person next to him and said, Look carefully, is this Chingan's handwriting? It's fake. How could this be the promissory note written by the second young master? It's clearly forged. The person next to him took the paper and did not look at it at all. He directly tore it into pieces. Then, he rubbed it hard with his hand and turned it into powder, falling to the ground. You're really brave. You even dare to blackmail me and pour dirty water on Chingan's head. The man in purple sneered and stared at Yifan, saying, I think you're really so poor that you've gone crazy. How could these monkeys know how to identify stones? It's obvious that they want to blackmail us. If we don't teach them a lesson, it'll be hard to calm down. Take them out and beat them half to death. At the side, those people all shouted and wanted to pull Yifan away. You've gone too far. Dumbo's eyes were red. Seeing that the promissory note was torn into pieces, he wanted to fight with his life. How can you do this? Wang Shu was also anxious and incomparably angry, but he felt helpless. Qing Xia sect was a sect, and it was not something that their stone stronghold could contend against. It's only right to pay back a debt. Don't you think it's despicable to do this? Yifan said coldly and stopped Dumbo and Wang Shu at the same time. Little bastard, what are you talking about? Who owes you source? The person next to the man in purple scolded. Take out the real promissory note. If you don't have it, I'll break your legs today. You dare to blackmail people at such a young age. Not far away, Dumbo wanted to rush over and bite off a few pieces of their flesh. Teach these monkeys a lesson. If they don't take out a few dozen source, we can't let them go today. Why bother talking nonsense with them? Just drag them out and beat them half to death first. The people around the man in purple surrounded him and wanted to drag Yifan away. They didn't dare to make a move in the courtyard because they were afraid that Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square would be angry. Get the hell away from me. Yifan glanced at these people and said, Don't you want to see the promissory note? I'll show you carefully. Speaking up to here, he took out another piece of paper. However, he didn't hand it over but just waved it in front of everyone. This is... The person who tore the paper just now was shocked. This was clearly the real promissory note. The one just now was fake. He didn't even look at it before he tore it. The man in purple turned around and glanced at him. Instantly, that person shuddered. Then, with a ferocious glint in his eyes, he was about to pounce forward and snatch the real promissory note. You all really are quite daring, actually acting atrociously in Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square in broad daylight. Do you really not place the fairies of the Holy Lands in your eyes? Yifan berated loudly, his voice traveling extremely far. In front of them, all the people who came to gamble heard it and looked back. What's going on? A clear and melodious voice was heard. It was a young girl from Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square. Fairies of Jade Pool, please forgive us. We quarreled in a moment of impulse. The man in purple cupped his hands at the people in front of him. In the distance, the people around the man in purple glared at Yifan. What? Do you still want to behave atrociously? Why don't we ask the fairies of Jade Pool to come out and judge? Yifan looked at these people and sneered. What? Do you still want to behave atrociously? Why don't we invite the fairies of Jade Lake to judge this? Yifan looked at these people and sneered. The man in purple flicked his sleeves and walked forward. Those people followed closely behind. Brat, keep the promissory note well. Don't lose it. One of them looked over hatefully, his words cold. Don't worry, I will keep it well and wait for you to return it. Yifan flicked the promissory note and put it in his sleeves. The courtyard inside was even quieter. There was a lake in front of them. Even though it was small, it was clear and bright. The shore was covered in old vines. It was extremely beautiful. On the shore, stones were piled up to form a natural scene. At the lakeside, there was a pavilion built near the water. That place was actually shrouded in celestial mist. The pavilion was hidden among the ancient trees, surrounded by lush greenery and covered by mist. The sound of the zither came from there. It cleansed the mind and made one relax involuntarily. The zither was long and gentle, refreshing and full of charm. Even though it was shrouded in celestial mist, one could see that there was a fairy playing the zither in the pavilion. She was otherworldly, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if an illusion had appeared. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible. A flawless woman stood alone in the clouds. This kind of music made one's emotions rise and fall along with the music. Yifan was shocked. This person's attainments were extraordinary. He was not below Huayun phase and was close to the Tao realm. Yes, the zither music had a magical power that could affect one's emotions. At this moment, the fish in the lake gathered in the clear water in front of the pavilion. They swayed their heads and tails as if they were dancing. They were completely immersed in the music. Even if she's not the Jade Lake's holy maiden, she's still a stunning figure, Yifan thought to himself. It is the successor of Jade Lake. Their holy maiden is really here, an old man said. Yifan turned around and saw that it was the old man with the extraordinary aura who had been choked by Dumbo. How do you know? Dumbo asked as if he was familiar with them. The old man's faces darkened. No one paid attention to him and they talked among themselves. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden is famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Her identity is not small. I'm afraid her arrival will attract many young talents. I saw a kid from the Jiang family just now. There is also a young man from the Yaoguang Holy Land who thinks he is elegant. I've seen them all in the holy city. There are indeed many people here. A few small bandits are here too. Don't tell me those bastards want to snatch the Jade Lake Holy Maiden. If they really do that, it will be very interesting. The Jade Lake is indeed extraordinary. Whether it is in our era or now, people of the same generation cannot resist their celestial charm. These old men were obviously not ordinary. Yifan felt lucky that he hadn't offended them. He believed that people of their statuses would not mind Dumbo's words at all. At the same time, Yifan was also very surprised. According to these old men, all the talents of the great sage's land had come. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's charm was obvious. Ding dong. The last trill ended, and the sound of the zither faded away. The wooden door of the pavilion overlooking the lake was pushed open, and a few beautiful women walked out in a line. The last one was like the moonlight covering her body, like a fairy. Her whole body was hazy and couldn't be seen clearly, but she gave off a flawless feeling. She was graceful and slender. Shrouded by the splendor, she seemed to be standing in the moon palace. Holy and distant, people felt that they could never get close to her. What are you stupid monkeys doing here? Someone mocked. Yifan felt sick. He didn't expect to stand together with the man in purple again. Is this the territory of the Qingxia sect? If not, all of you shut up. Yifan glanced at them a few times. Fine, fine, fine. I will let you be stubborn for now. You will cry later. The people next to the man in purple all sneered. Chapter 203. Yi Fan didn't want to tangle with the people of the Qingxia school. He took Wang Shu and Dumbo and walked to a far distance from them. The lakeside was decorated with green trees and pavilions. This place looked poetic and picturesque. There was no noisy discussion here. People here felt tranquil, talking in a low voice. Everyone with high status in Flat Rock City had come here, including the experts of Rongxiang's gambling den and some other sections. Yi Fan observed carefully. He was astounded. It was Tu Fei. He's here to join the fun. I'm sure he's up to no good. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. That man was a loudspeaker. He dared to say anything and everything. Tu Fei stood with some young men. They were either ferocious or full of bandit aura. At first glance, they looked like roving bandits. They must be the bandits the old men mentioned. Yi Fan moved away from that place. He didn't want to be recognized by that loudmouth. Otherwise, it would create a lot of trouble. With those fellows here, it would be a big mess. At least, Tu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. I wonder why the Jade Lake Saintess has come to Flat Rock City. Is it just a simple tour? It's hard to say. Jade Lake has always been low-key. It's hard for outsiders to know their affairs. Everybody was guessing, gazing at the pavilion by the lakeside. The Jade Lake Saintess was shrouded in a layer of mist. Although they couldn't see her face, it made people want to see her fairy-like face. She had a celestial body and a jade-like body. Her body was built according to the golden ratio. She was absolutely beautiful. However, the most attractive part of her was her blurry appearance. Her voice was gentle like the sound of nature. It was like a warm breeze blowing into people's hearts, touching their heartstrings. It had a strange magical power. Until she finished, many people woke up from their dream. She had told them that Jade Lake wanted to show some stones for them to evaluate. If they had good eyes, Jade Lake would reward them handsomely. This woman is so dangerous. Yi Fan was shocked. The other party's words spread out like ripples, containing Tao power, making one involuntarily develop a good impression. As for what her voice was like, it was gradually forgotten, ignored, only remembered as incomparably beautiful and moving. It's a very unusual feeling. Is this the celestial charm that those old men were talking about? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Jade Lake Saintess gave off a very special feeling. Whether it was her celestial body or her voice, they were all very hazy and somewhat unreal. It was as if she was far away in the heavens. Yes, in short, it was hazy. Under her signal, several white-clothed girls came over on the waves like fluttering butterflies. They took out 9 pieces of stone from the sapphire-like lake and lined them up on the shore. Of the 9 stones, the largest weighed 1,000 kilograms, and the smallest was only the size of a palm. They looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. Everyone, please step forward and carefully examine these origin stones to see if there's anything special about them. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was too ethereal, almost illusory. Her voice was like that of a fairy. Her voice is intoxicating. If I could marry her, I would have no regrets in this life. The big-mouthed Tu Fei muttered. Everyone nearby heard him. Not far away, the old men that Yi Fan saw earlier chuckled and whispered to each other. These little bandits are really here to cause trouble. They don't dare to. They are just here to join in the fun. The Grand Supreme Elder of Jade Lake is following them. This generation's Jade Lake Saintess is extremely talented. She is unrivaled among her peers. Even without anyone to protect her, she can still move unhindered in the north region. Many people squeezed forward to observe the stones. They all wanted to know what was going on. Yi Fan stood still. He was afraid that the people from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land were also there. If they were discovered, he would be in big trouble. It feels like something is calling me. Erlang was a little confused. I also have an illusion. My body is not feeling well, and my blood is flowing faster. There seems to be a special magic power in front. Wang Shu was also puzzled. Yifan was shocked and said, "You guys have a special feeling." "Yes, it feels very familiar, but also very strange." "It's very strange." Wang Shu described carefully. "It's related to the 9 stones in front of us." Erlang stared at the stones by the lake. "Don't make a sound." Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He had heard Zhang Wuye vaguely mention that Wang Shu and Erlang's ancestral bloodline was very unusual. It was probably due to their innate spiritual sense. There were 3 surnames in the stone village. One was Zhang, a descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. The other 2 were Wang and Lei. According to legend, the ancestors of the Wang and Lei surnames were young children adopted by the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. Their bloodline was special, but Zhang Wuye did not say the details. Yifan practiced the Book of Source of Heaven and did not feel anything special. But these 2 were restless and felt uncomfortable, which surprised him deeply. "No, I have to think of a way to go forward and take a look. Although I haven't mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth in the Book of Source of Heaven, I have learned a little bit." Yifan backed up, and then he used a wondrous technique. All of the bones in his body crackled, and in the end, his shoulders became a bit wider. His cheekbones and other areas on his face also bulged. His handsome face became masculine. His face looked like it had been carved by a knife. He now had a sharp aura, which was totally different from before. "I can't maintain it for a long time, but I can deceive them for a while." Next to him, Erlang and Wang Shu gawked and dropped their jaws. They wanted to say something, but Yifan stopped them. "You guys go there. No matter what you find, don't make a sound. We'll talk when we get back." The 2 nodded, squeezing into the crowd. The big-mouthed Tu Fei also came forward. He circled around the 9 stones and observed for a while. "Fairies of the Jade Lake, if I tell you something, will you be rewarded? We will invite you to stay at the Jade Lake for a while to fulfill some of your wishes," answered a female disciple of the Jade Lake Holy Land. "My grandfather doesn't forget it. He always says that the Jade Lake is a good place. But I don't dare to go there. I'm afraid that if I go there, I will become a prisoner and I will never be able to get out." "You little bandit, are you here to cause trouble?" A middle-aged woman's voice arose from the tower. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to watch." Tu Fei took several steps back and said, "My grandfather asked me to greet you. Then you should behave yourself." After that voice arose from the tower, it was silent. Yifan was moved. Inviting them to stay at the Jade Lake was a good chance. He was worried about the heart technique of the Dao Palace's secret domain. However, it wasn't the right time. He hadn't learned the sky and earth changing great technique yet, so it was inconvenient for him to travel. The 9 stones had a dim color. Although they were fished up from the lake, they still had a rustic aura as if they had just been dug out not long ago. Yifan rubbed them with his hand. He felt a strange sensation. These origin stones seemed to possess a strange energy that made him feel uneasy. All of a sudden, he was moved. It was the aura of the absolute beginning ancient mine. He used to cut this kind of stone in the 9th courtyard of Rongxiang's gambling den. However, the aura of these 9 stones in front of him was much thicker. They weren't in the same order of magnitude. "I can feel it. These stones are transported from that forbidden land," said the big-mouthed Tu Fei. "I wonder if it's true." The Jade Lake Saintess had returned to her tower. A female disciple nodded and asked, "Do you have any other special feeling?" "No." Tu Fei took several steps forward. His big mouth came back again. Is it true that the Jade Lake's disciples can't marry? I've heard that in the distant past, one or two saintesses had married someone else. Everybody behind him was in an uproar. Usually, no one dared to talk about this taboo topic. This man had a big mouth and dared to ask anything. The Jade Lake's female disciple wasn't enraged. She just smiled, shook her head, and said nothing. Tu Fei, don't pretend to be crazy here. You're the descendant of the 13 great bandits. You dare to show up here. Be careful, or you won't be able to leave Flat Rock City, sneered someone. Who's talking nonsense? Tu Fei looked around, searching the crowd. You're using filthy words. Don't disrespect the Jade Lake's fairies. The voice arose again. It came from the left and then the right. Apparently, it was a young hotshot. It was hard to tell where he was. Hypocrite. I've spoken out for many people. What's wrong with that? The Jiang family Saint Master said that. Tu Fei didn't care. Nonsense. How could the Jiang family Saint Master say that? Someone scolded him discreetly. It was another person, not the one who had just spoken. Many people guessed that he was the outstanding young man of the Jiang family. I remembered it wrong. Alcade Saint Master said that. Tu Fei patted his forehead and said, Alcade Saint Master said that a man who doesn't want to push down the saintess isn't a good man. As soon as he said that, the entire place clamored. Tu Fei had guts. How could he say something like that? Many people laughed out loud. This man was a bastard. More than one person from the Yaoguang Holy Land had come, and they were all furious. This B** was too mean. Even if he wanted to slander someone, he couldn't do it like that. The few of them had the urge to rush over and slap him. This big mouth was spouting nonsense, and it really made people want to kill him. Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't fight in the celestial stone market of the Jade Lake, a battle would have been inevitable. Am I wrong? Tu Fei said eloquently. Look at your Yaoguang Holy Land. It's okay if you have a saintess, but you also want to have a saint son. In the past, almost all the saintesses have married the saint's son, who will be the future Saint Lord. Isn't it obvious? The saint's son who can't push down the saintess isn't a good saint son. He can't become the Saint Lord. Everybody felt dizzy. This big mouth had no taboo. He could even understand this kind of thing. Many people tried to hold their laughter as they didn't want to offend the Yaoguang Holy Land. Tu Fei, you don't want to live long. Two young men walked out of the crowd. They were both handsome and elegant like immortals. Your saint's son is here. Why don't you say anything? Why do you two stand out? Apparently, Tu Fei didn't want to let the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land go. He shook his head and sighed. Your Saint Lord is wise. What he said makes sense. A man who doesn't want to push down the saintess isn't a good man. You stand up for others. You are destined not to become the saint's son because you're not good men. People here didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This big mouth was too wicked. Tu Fei, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, we will expel you immediately, said the great elder of the Jade Lake. All right, I won't talk more. Tu Fei shut his mouth resentfully. Yi Fan felt strange. Tu Fei avoided the Jade Lake, but he mocked the Yaoguang Holy Land. Apparently, his attitude was different. At this moment, Dumbo and Wang Shu had touched 9 pieces of stone. From their eyes, Shi Yan could see that they weren't calm at all. However, they didn't say anything. As Yi Fan had asked them, they quietly retreated. Yi Fan didn't leave. He stood in front of the stone and continued to observe. All of a sudden, the crowd parted. A man and a woman walked out. The man was as handsome as a jade tree in the wind. The woman was graceful like an immortal. Even the pearls and jades were eclipsed. They didn't have a speck of dust on them. They could purify the mortal world. Their steps were light and graceful, bringing with them flows of immortal qi. They looked like gods. The saint son of Yaoguang and the saint daughter of Yaoguang, someone screamed in surprise. Yi Fan frowned. Meeting Yao Shi wasn't a good thing. He didn't change his countenance, taking several steps backward. The crowd blocked his way. Tu Fei, I know you've brought a lot of people. If you want to harm us, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The Yaoguang saint's son smiled brightly like a sun shining in the sky. Some people didn't want to show their special features. Their casual actions could show their extraordinary features. Without a doubt, the Yaoguang saint's son was this kind of person. He was outstanding like a crane among chickens. He was extraordinary and refined. Yao Shi was so beautiful that she could suffocate people. She was even more elegant and graceful. She was like a divine moon hovering in the sky. She made people around her feel inferior. Each inch of her skin looked like it didn't belong to the mortal world. It sparkled and sparkled with the aura of the immortal world. Tu Fei didn't care. Yaoguang saint's son, what can I say about you? You're not as wise as your saint master. You're not a good man. You won't have a chance later. The genius in our field is the best. Many people of the Yaoguang Holy Land had the impulse to beat him up and then kill him. The Yaoguang saint's son's smile didn't diminish. He looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. Let me be clear. Tu Fei coughed and then said, you can't become the saint master of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Do you know why? It's because you can't marry the saintess. She doesn't belong to you anymore. Some young disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land wanted to storm over and press him on the ground to stomp on him. I'm telling the truth. You guys don't like it. People in our field have sharp eyes. We can judge people accurately. Tu Fei said seriously, Yao Shi doesn't belong to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Sooner or later, she will join our field. You really know how to joke, the Yaoguang saint's son smiled and then shook his head. I know what you want. Your people can't kill us. If you don't believe me, wait until we leave Flat Rock City. You can attack us then. You still don't understand what I mean. Tu Fei's big mouth appeared again. Haven't you heard that Yao Shi has given the fragrant clothes to the geniuses of our field? Yao Shi's exquisite brows arched like thin smoke covering the bright moon. She looked like she was in the world of immortals. Her red lips parted as she said, Tu Fei, seems like you don't have long to live. People who were familiar with her knew that the murderous aura of the Yaoguang saint daughter had reached the acme. If they weren't in the Jadeite Lake Immortal Stone Square, she would have taken the divine sword already. It's strange. You and the genius of our field, Yi Fan, have been messy for a long time. We're on the same path. But why do I feel a strong murderous aura? Chapter 204. The great elder of the Jade Lake scolded Tu Fei, asking him to shut up and not talk nonsense. Although Tu Fei mumbled, he did as he was told. Many people could see that he avoided the Jade Lake as if he didn't want to have any conflict with them. The Yaoguang saint's son beamed a faint smile like a beam of sunlight, warm and radiant. He gave people a feeling that he had transcended mortals. They always felt that he was lofty and didn't belong to the mortal world. Yes, he stood by the lake. He looked as handsome as jade with his sleeves fluttering. He looked like an immortal. Even in the crowd, people could see that he was different from the others. About Yao Shi, besides being noble and pure, she was the ultimate beauty. She was like a woman born in a dream. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her smile and frown were so charming. Her beauty made many people forget themselves. Tu Fei couldn't help but mutter, alas, the most painful thing in life is to be one step late. The bandits around them rolled their eyes. None of them were kind. They were all the descendants of the 13 great bandits. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saintess appeared. Immortal chi twirled around her. Lotuses bloomed with each step she took. Wherever her jade-like feet touched, the sparkling petals danced with a sweet fragrance. She personally led the Yaoguang Saint Sun and the Saintess to the pavilion by the lake. Apparently, they were old acquaintances. She didn't want them to confront the others here, so she solved this awkward situation. Yi Fan exhaled. He didn't want to meet the Yaoguang Saint Sun and the Saintess. At this moment, he had just set sail. After he got the original sky scripture, he needed to seize the time to increase his cultivation base. At this moment, he couldn't compete with them. He squatted to observe the 9 pieces of stone and pondered. There must be something inside these stones. Moreover, it could be something extraordinary. There were many people surrounding the lakeshore. They were all carefully stroking and inspecting these stones. Everyone was discussing spiritedly with different viewpoints. All of a sudden, Yi Fan was shaken. The biggest stone made him panic. The thing inside it should be something extraordinary. He patted it left and right to observe the patterns. It was a big white stone with a reddish-brown color. In the eyes of experts, it was a waste stone. This big stone weighed more than 2,000 pounds. If there was something inside, it would be very impressive. Yi Fan wanted to cut it with his saber. However, it was a stone from the Jade Lake, so he couldn't do it rashly. Today is a chance. If I can point out the strange features of these stones, the Jade Lake fairies will take me away. Unfortunately, my sky and earth changing great technique hasn't been completed yet. Moreover, Yaoguang Saintess is here. Yi Fan sighed. After examining the 8 pieces of stone, he grabbed the smallest one. It was only the size of a palm. He stared at the stone patterns, and his mind seemed to sink into it. Yi Fan. Fan sighed. Yi Lake. Yi Fan. Yi. And Lake, Yi. Yi Fan's Yi Fan. The business of dawn stones is indeed not just about gambling. For example, the people of the holy city are gambling on even more precious items. The blood in. Used to say. I say, I Chinyao of the Wang. Said. Of the Tuesday, the king. Blood. I think there's blood in one of the stones. It's really terrifying. It makes my heart beat faster. When I get close to it, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest, described Wang Shu. Dumbo appeared fearful as well and said, I can't tell what's inside the biggest rock, but it has a wild power that makes people shudder. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, assessing them. These two had strange bloodlines indeed. They could have such a feeling. It was similar to when he had studied the original sky scripture. Have you ever had such a feeling before? Never. The two of them shook their heads. Yi Fan thought that they could only sense the unusual star stones. What kind of bloodline did they have after all? When Zhang Wuya mentioned it, he was evasive. Apparently, he had something to hide. When he got back, he needed to ask for more details. I'm afraid the Jade Lake Holy Land has dug out something good, said Tu Fei to the others. These 9 stones have demonic features. I'm sure they came from the area around the absolute beginning ancient mine. They have big guts. They're low-key, but they dared to do that. You don't understand. The Jade Lake isn't simple. I think it's the best among the great sages' lands when it comes to understanding the origin. I heard that a long time ago, a Yuan Taoist master had a good relationship with them. He had taught them many original techniques. I've also heard that the Yuan Taoist master had made the great sages' land suffer. He has a good relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. I guess they want to find the one with the legendary bloodline. The others standing next to two Fae all had tough auras. As they were the descendants of the 13 great bandits, they knew a lot. They were discussing in a low voice. Is there really such a bloodline? It's impossible. It's something that can take people's lives. Since the ancient time, there have been only 5 Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region. According to the records, none of them had that kind of bloodline. It's hard to say. They disappeared in their later years. Nobody knows where they went. Perhaps they got that bloodline when they didn't have much time left. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was exceptionally strong. Not many people could compare to him. As he was paying attention to Tu Fei's team, he vaguely heard their conversation. He was startled. Not good. We need to leave this place immediately to avoid Tu Fei from finding us. Of course, the most important thing was that he got a message from the others. Dumbo and Wang Shu probably had that kind of bloodline. They shouldn't let others find them. The Yuan Taoist master had adopted them in his later years. The origin of their bloodline made Shi Yan's hair rise on his nape. Many years ago, a target finally appeared. The great sage's lands had spent a lot of efforts to chase him, but they couldn't get that bloodline. Is the Yuan Taoist master really that strong? Tu Fei's group was still discussing in a low voice. Of course, the Yuan Taoist master is intimidating. His original technique is peerless. Since the ancient time, there are only 5 people like him. They have been wandering deep in the mountains and underground all year round. Only they could get that bloodline. I think after the Jade Lake Saintess leaves Flat Rock City, she will take the 9 stones to another place. She won't return to the Jade Lake for a short time. Perhaps they need that bloodline urgently. The more Yi Fan listened to them, the more he felt something was wrong. He turned to Wang Shu and Dumbo, assessing them. However, he didn't see anything special. Go. We should leave this place. Why should we leave? Didn't the Jade Lake Saintess say that if we sense something special, we will be taken to the Jade Lake to stay there? Wang Shu and Dumbo didn't want to leave. It's not a good thing. We must leave quickly. Yi Fan thought that they needed to avoid Tu Fei, Yao Shi, Wang Shu, and Dumbo. No matter what, they had to leave. Since the Jade Lake Saintess wanted to go to another place, there was still a chance. As long as he learned the sky and earth changing great technique, he could send himself to her. At that time, even if he saw Yao Shi and Yao Guang Saint in the Jade Lake, he wouldn't have to worry. He would be completely free. It looks like Yao Shi really wants to go with the Jade Lake Saintess. Gotcha! Yi Fan heard the sound of bones moving. His face was recovering. His cheekbones were back in place. He couldn't delay any longer. He took the other 2 and quickly left the Jade Lake Fairy Stone Square. I have to get stronger. When I go back, I want to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace. He made up his mind. Now, there was only one thing stopping him. He lacked a huge amount of essence chi. This time, he took out the fiery red source and the ancient bug source. They were enough for him to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace. As long as the Jade Lake Heart technique recorded in the last few pages of the Book of Source of Heaven is suitable for me to cultivate, nothing can stop me from breaking through. He even felt that he could increase his cultivation quickly. The first realm of the Doctrine Palace could not stop him at all. He should be able to gather the essence he needed in Flat Rock City. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt that someone was following him. He had not even left the city when he was followed. How reckless! He turned around and found that the people from the Qingsha clan had followed him. Some of them were sneering. Yi Fan did not fly. Instead, he walked out of Flat Rock City. The more he walked, the more desolate it became. Although he was in an oasis, the reddish-brown stony ground could be seen from time to time. Finally, he reached a place where there was no one else. The people behind him no longer had any scruples. They all caught up, sneering. The young man in purple actually followed him personally. The ancient bug source was rare, and it tempted him. He slowly walked over. One had to know that even in the northern region, where the source was abundant, a small clan would be lucky to have 1,000 kilograms of source. The Qingsha clan was such a small clan. The fiery red source and the ancient bug source were enough for him to kill them. "You stupid monkeys, aren't you going to run?" Someone beside him mocked. "Continue to be stubborn. Say something tough." "We are all ears," another mocked. In the distance, the sound of breaking air came. His blue robe fluttered. Lu Qingzhen appeared. He also chased after them. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan sneered. "Country bumpkin, you still don't know life from death. The ignorant are truly fearless." 7 or 8 people smiled maliciously and surrounded him. "Lu Qingzhen, are you here to return the source?" Yi Fan's mouth slightly curled. "You dare to take my source?" Lu Qingzhen opened his folding fan, shook his head, and sighed. "I really want to spare your lives. Are you special?" Yi Fan held the IOU and said sarcastically, "You wrote the IOU yourself. Don't tell me you used it as a pig's hoof print. Stupid monkey. You are about to die, yet you are still so poor." Lu Qingzhen showed a contemptuous look and ordered those people. "Don't kill them all at once. Torture them slowly. I don't have time to waste with you." Yi Fan's expression darkened. He leapt into the air and swept his right leg horizontally. The people who had just rushed up all screamed. Although they were all cultivators, how could their physiques compare to Yi Fan's? All of their bones and tendons were broken on the spot. "You are not an origin gatherer. You are a cultivator. At such a young age, how could you?" Lu Qing'an's pupils shrank. Yi Fan looked no more than 15 years old, but this kind of power made his heart turn cold. He was about to soar into the sky and escape. Yi Fan's palm pressed forward like a seal. This was the first time he had used the second secret of the 9 secrets. A terrifying battle intent spread out. Bang! One move, just one move, and Lu Qingzhen was slapped into ashes. There was still some distance between the two of them, but such a terrifying result had been created. This kind of attack could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Behind them, Lu Qing'an's brother, the purple-robed man, was like a shadow. He flashed continuously and had already escaped more than a mile away. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than Yi Fan's footwork. He seemed to have opened a path in the void and shrunk the ground to inches. He took a dozen steps and instantly caught up. "You are also a cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Do you not even have the courage to fight?" Yi Fan sneered. He then handed the note in his hand forward and said, "Didn't you want this promissory note for your brother? The one that was torn earlier was fake. This time, I'll give it to you." The purple-robed man, Lu Qingwang, was also decisive. Divine power surged all over his body and dazzled the eyes. He took out 4 weapons at the same time and slashed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was still using the fighting life art, but his hand gestures had completely changed. The most fundamental profound mysteries could produce thousands of moves. He was like a phoenix spreading its wings, his arms actually sparkling with crystalline light, producing strand after strand of divine feathers. He spread his arms like a real phoenix, dancing in the sky. 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. A pair of colorful wings appeared and flapped forward. Rustling sounds could be heard. The 4 weapons refined by the cultivator of the Nirvana realm all turned into fragments and fell to the ground like dust. "What secret method is this?" The purple-robed man, Lu Qingwang, was shocked. He believed that even a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm would find it difficult to display such terrifying power. Yes, he felt cold all over. That unparalleled fighting spirit and sharp offensive aura made him tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he could not stand steadily and had the urge to kneel down. This is the highest secret method of Taoism. You are not qualified to know it. Sooner or later, it will shake the Eastern Barren territory and make all the great sage tremble. It will be spread by the mouths of the saints and saintesses. Yi Fan was not calm. The second of the 9 secrets had exceeded his expectations. Its power was unparalleled. It was indeed the ultimate secret of attack. Let me go. I will do anything you want me to. The purple-robed man was terrified. He was suppressed by a powerful fighting spirit to the point of trembling. He no longer had the indifference and calmness he had in the past. The phoenix wings on Yi Fan's arms did not disappear. 5-colored divine light flowed, and each wing was crystal clear. It was very dazzling. The energy fluctuation could frighten one's soul. Plop! The purple-robed man could not stand this fighting spirit. His legs could not support him and he fell to the ground. He knelt down as if he had collapsed. He said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? You and I are both in the Nirvana realm. How can this be? This is too scary. This kind of secret method has never been heard of." He was almost talking in his sleep. His face was stuck to the ground, and he could not even lift his head. The 9 secrets, oh the 9 secrets. If I can learn all of them, how powerful will I be? Yi Fan said to himself. But he knew that the 9 secrets were scattered all over the world and were almost lost. It was too difficult to get all of them. I will give you a chance. Use all your divine power to attack. Yi Fan retracted his hand. The pair of phoenix wings disappeared, and the pressure that was like Mount Tai dissipated. Kill! Lu Qingwang knew that the other party would not let him go. His ruthlessness surged, and he pounced forward. His flesh and blood burned, wanting to destroy his sea of reincarnation and severely injure the handsome young man in front of him. Yi Fan only had one purpose in doing this, and that was to further understand the power of this secret method. He turned around slightly and swung his left leg. At this moment, a supreme pressure descended. An azure dragon actually appeared between his left leg. Its scales shone brightly, and it was vigorous and powerful. The dragon's body coiled, and the dragon's tail swung out. Lu Qingwang was terrified. His whole body was trembling, and he suddenly went limp. Just this terrifying pressure alone made him unable to move. Bang! The azure dragon's tail swung onto his body. This attack directly turned the Nirvana cultivator into flying ash. Not to mention broken bones, not even a mist of blood was left behind. He was completely turned into ash. Yi Fan returned to the stone stronghold. Before he went into seclusion to break through, he first found Zhang Wuye. He wanted to ask him about the bloodlines of Wang Shu and Dumbo. Their blood has demonic qualities, Zhang Wuye answered after a long time. What exactly is going on? Yi Fan was shocked. Since you want to learn the Source Heavenly Tome, there's no harm in telling you this secret. Zhang Wuye sighed and said, this has to start from the origins of their ancestors. Chapter 205. The setting sun was gentle, and the afterglow was like water. The stone village was dyed with golden red light under the afterglow of the setting sun. The houses were all built with big stones. Yi Fan and Zhang Wuye sat on a green rock, looking at the red sun on the horizon and talking in a low voice. Our first ancestor behaved strangely in his later years. He often disappeared. One time, he disappeared for more than half a year. When he reappeared, he brought back 2 babies. They were very special. Yi Fan understood that they were the ancestors of the Wang and Lei families. He asked, "What's so special about them?" Those two babies had extraordinary strength. They could lift adults. This was passed down from mouth to mouth in the Zhang family. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. Babies could lift adults. This went against common sense. No matter how talented they were, they couldn't do it. He asked, "Are they humans?" He had suspected this for a long time. The so-called mysterious bloodline made him think of many things. Especially after listening to the secrets Tu Fei had told him, he had made many deductions in his mind. "You've thought of it too." "That's right. Besides, they have other characteristics. They don't look like humans." Zhang Wuye's voice was calm. "Their blood is silver, and their foreheads can emit light. Their eyes have double pupils. There are many other strange features. It's been a long time, so they can't be passed down." Yi Fan was surprised. Their blood was silver, which meant they weren't humans. Their foreheads could emit light, so they were born with supernatural powers. Their eyes with double pupils were even more special. In the legends of ancient China, such people were mostly ancient emperors. If they weren't humans, it was hard to say. So special. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered. After a long time, he asked, "Did the Yuan Taoist master say anything? Didn't he tell us about their origins?" At that time, the first ancestor behaved strangely. What he did was hard for outsiders to understand. He sealed the two babies with his own hands. The Yuan Taoist master told his descendants that he would marry human wives for them. If the babies were also strange, they would be sealed. However, he didn't tell them about their origins. No one knew how many generations had passed, but the blood of the Wang and Lei clansmen had long since turned from silver to red. Gradually, they were no different from normal people. After so many years had passed, only occasionally would one or two special children appear. Their foreheads would emit light, and after 100 days, they would restrain themselves. They were born with divine techniques and strange abilities. Yi Fan looked towards the stone stockade. In the distance, Dumbo was waving at him and said, "Brother Yi, my mother said to invite you to my house for dinner today." "Okay, I'll definitely go," he promised with a smile. All of this was too inconceivable. Its origins were mysterious, and it wasn't a human. He immediately thought of an ancient creature. The Yuan Taoist master was too audacious. First ancestor sighed in his later years. His greatest regret was not being able to enter Origin Ancient Mine. His unfulfilled wish was not being able to see Purple Mountain's future. Yi Fan was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. If I become the Yuan Taoist master? He thought of many things. In his later years, would something ominous happen to him? What kind of fate would await him? This was the last question that came to his mind. However, he could not care so much now. He needed the source, needed to become stronger, and needed the power to cross the starry sky. He had been in this world for 5 years. Every time he thought about it, he felt that time was pressing. On the second day, Yi Fan left the stone stockade and sealed himself underground. He was afraid that he would make too much noise when he broke through and hurt the people in the stockade. This time, his goal was not only to complete Permitha and be reborn, but also to break into the secret realm of the Tao Palace. He had been comprehending the Jade Pool Heart technique. Although it was incomplete, with only a few pages recorded in the heavenly book of Source, it gave him endless enlightenment. The secret realm of the Tao Palace, here I come. For half a month, Yi Fan's place of seclusion was silent. There was no sound until the 16th day. Dust and sand covered the sun, and smoke rose into the sky. This area was originally a barren land. It was reddish-brown with sand and stones everywhere. There was no life, and only one or two weeds could be seen struggling to stand. However, it was full of life now. Green sprouts grew from the soil and stones, like the fire of hope, spreading out. Yifan had completed his sea of reincarnation. His body was reborn, and with the 9 transformations of Permitha, the power of life overflowed, giving life to the withered grass. After eating the divine fruit twice and refining his body with the blood of the great emperor once, he was reborn for the 4th time. Every move he made was filled with divine power. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky, then the earth. He was lost in thought for a long time, silently savoring this new transformation. Then, without further delay, he flew away and found another place. He sank into the ground again, preparing to break into the secret realm of the Tao Palace. The ancient insect source was held in his palm, overflowing with essence energy, wrapping around him. The sea of reincarnation was below the navel, about the size of a palm, and the Tao Palace was above it. Yifan comprehended the remnant of the jade pool ancient scripture and understood it. It corresponded to the 5 viscera and wrapped around the chest and ribs. The 5 gods in the Tao Palace were closely related to them. They could derive power of the Tao and transform it into vitality. It was indeed a place to nurture life. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were collectively known as the 5 viscera, also known as the 5 spirits. They stored essence energy without leaking, and contained life without dying. It was an extremely powerful secret realm of the human body. If one could nurture the spirits, they would not die. The 5 spirits were always present, everlasting and everlasting. They connected the 5 chi to the heaven and earth, endless and eternal. The Tao Palace was a secret realm that could not be ignored. If one wanted to be immortal, one had to work hard in this secret realm. If one wanted to reach the next level and comprehend the celestial Tao, one had to evolve the 5 elements here. The ancient bug source in Yifan's hand was completely refined. Hazy mist and terrifying divine might surrounded him, sucking him in like a copper cauldron. Yes, at this moment, he used his vigorous essence energy to forge a furnace of heaven and earth, using himself as a celestial pill to refine it. The other shore could not be seen, and flowers could not be seen. The clouds rose and fell, and the divine palace appeared. Yifan could clearly see that there was a heavenly fault gate above the sea of reincarnation. As long as he rushed in, he would enter another secret realm. Raise my divine sail, break through the sea, and ascend another layer of heaven. A long and drawn-out voice sounded in the sea of reincarnation. He rode the wind and rose. The sea of bitterness overflowed, sending him into the clouds. The divine bridge stretched across the sky, extending to his feet and sending him to the front of the heavenly fault. Even from far away, he could already see that there was a new world inside. The sea grew beneath his feet, and the heavenly fault opened in the clouds. The Tao gate that he yearned for even in his dreams was in sight. Yifan strode forward, getting closer and closer. He had long accumulated enough. Breaking into the Tao Palace in one go was not a dream or an illusion. Boom! The aura of deities came from within the heavenly fault gate. He felt the power of the Tao approaching. With just one more step, he could enter the Tao gate. Yifan stopped and turned his head to look down. The sea surged, and clouds and smoke rose. What he saw was not only the sea of reincarnation, but also scenes of the past. The path he crossed was not only a secret realm, but also a period of time. The tides rose and fell, and the splendor scattered. He suddenly turned his head and took a step forward. In the next moment, the sky was high and the earth was wide. He entered a new world that was full of vitality. At the same time, rumbling sounds came from within Yifan's body. The 5 chis faced the sky, and 5 dragon-like divine smoke rushed into the heavens. Who is this? The 5 chis pierced the heavens and broke through the heavens. Is this real? 100 li away, someone saw this strange scene and revealed an expression of disbelief. This is really hard to believe. This kind of Tao phenomenon is rare in this world. The various great sage lords, at their prime and full of youthful vigor, would not be able to do this. This kind of scene never appeared during their breakthroughs. Could it be the Jiang family's divine body? No, he can't appear here. Moreover, he has already experienced this realm. What kind of physique is this? Who is it that is breaking through? 100 li away saw the 5 Qis soaring into the sky and quickly rushed in that direction, wanting to see the person in question. However, the distance was too far, and he could not get there in time. The 5 dragon-like Qis disappeared in the blink of an eye, quickly disappearing. Yi Fan ascended to the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, and now he was faced with a choice. Which gods should he cultivate first? The human heart is always moving, and the blood flows through the meridians, sending divine power everywhere. I should choose the heart's divine treasure. He thought for a moment and made a decision. The world of the Holy Ji Palace was a blur. There was fog everywhere, waiting for him to explore. He could only rely on his feelings to find the divine treasure. The heart is the ruler of the body, the root of all things, and the master of the organs. It could be said that the root of everything was the manifestation of this divine treasure. Yi Fan walked straight forward, relying on his feelings, and soon broke through the fog and came close. The God's will of the heart was like an unbloomed lotus, not yet in human form. On the surface, it was still in the process of transformation. If one wanted to be immortal and wished to live forever, one had to start from this. Essence formed the foundation of the human body. To enter the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, one had to transform essence into spirit and give birth to the God's will. What is born is called essence, and when 2 essences fight, it is called God's will. Yi Fan recited the ancient sutra. He understood everything. Because he had read some of these words in ancient books on the other side of the starry sky, it was very smooth for him to cultivate in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. The innate essence is born, and the acquired essence is nourished. The innate essence was born with the human body, and it was the beginning of one's heaven and earth. When the form was formed, the God was born, and when the form died, the God died. The acquired essence needed to be refined to nourish the God and nourish one's life. When he came close, Yi Fan felt waves of heat. The divine treasure in his heart was extremely full of yang qi. Man and the heaven and earth are one. The heaven has a sun, and so does man. The son of the monarch father is also the sun. The human body corresponded with the heaven and earth, and the divine treasure in the heart was the son of the human body. It was the foundation of all life, and it was the most important of the 5 realms of the Holy Ji Palace. This divine treasure was the son of the God's will, and it used yang qi to promote the circulation of life power, maintaining the immortality of the human body, and giving it endless vitality. At that moment, Yi Fan realized that the fiery origin in his hand was extremely active. It turned into fire essence and rushed into his body, nourishing the God's will that was shaped like an unbloomed lotus. The heart is the heart of fire, and it illuminates all things. Yi Fan understood and said, the sun of the body cannot be without yang. It nourishes all things, and it is the foundation of the body's longevity. Boom! The divine treasure in the shape of a lotus dispersed the mist, and Yi Fan felt comfortable. His pores relaxed, and a strange power flowed out, flowing into every inch of his flesh. He had just entered the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. The innate essence was born, and the divine treasure in the heart was like the sun in the sky. It was like the beginning of heaven and earth, the birth of all things, and the sun of the human body appeared. The secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace was opened, and he would move forward step by step, opening up a new world. The wheel and the sea give birth to yin and yang, the 5 great divine treasures give birth to the 5 elements, yes, the sea of reincarnation gave birth to yin and yang. He felt that he had grasped a trace of the secret of the ancient masters who cultivated only one secret realm. Yi Fan stood up and took a step forward, leaving the boundless land. Advancing to the Holy Ji Palace and evolving the human body into the beginning of heaven and earth, his realm had increased a lot. At that moment, he was one with the sky and the earth. He had the feeling of being one with heaven and earth, and the Tao was natural. His sleeves fluttered, and he looked like a celestial. Every step he took gave birth to the rhythm of the Tao and patterns, and he was like a celestial descending to the mortal world. Chapter 206. Yi Fan's body was as light as an immortal's. Like a cool breeze, he returned to the stone stronghold. Seeing him return, Zhang Wuye pulled him to a secluded place and said, "Something's happened." "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. "Wang Shu and Dumbo have been behaving strangely ever since they went out with you. Their frontal bones have been glowing these days, and they've gained extraordinary strength." Zhang Wuye frowned, revealing a worried expression. "Bloodline awakening?" Yi Fan was astonished. "Take me to them. I didn't dare let them go out these days. They've been locked up in the house. Apart from the strange power, nothing bad has happened." Zhang Wuye accompanied Yi Fan to Dumbo's house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yi Fan felt an exuberant vitality. That's right, boundless vitality. It was as if he had arrived at a land of abundant vegetation. "Brother Yi, you're here." Dumbo's little sister smiled sweetly. She was a very delicate and pretty girl. "Is your brother all right?" Zhang Wuye asked her to lead the way. "He's fine. He's sleeping soundly like a lazy pig." The Lei family's little girl pouted. Snoring came from inside the house. Dumbo was sprawled on the brick bed, sleeping soundly. His frontal bones were like precious jade, shining brightly. Divine power. It was definitely divine power. Yi Fan was astonished. Not long ago, Dumbo was an ordinary person, but now he had such great power. His frontal bones were almost transparent. Gentle light overflowed and flowed to every part of his body, baptizing Dumbo's flesh and blood. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. Different races had different achievements and starting points. This was an innate divine power, an innate power. If human cultivators wanted to possess divine power, they had to train hard to open the door to their own treasures. However, some tyrannical races that had disappeared long ago were born with divine power. This was an unattainable starting point. "Brother, wake up." The Lei family's little girl pinched Dumbo's nose and shook him awake. "Is it time to eat?" Dumbo was still in a daze, and the light from his frontal bones grew even brighter. "Lei Bo, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body?" In the Lei clan, Yi Fan directly called him by his name instead of calling him by his nickname. "Little brother Yi, you're here." Dumbo turned around and sat up, saying, "I don't feel any discomfort. In fact, I feel so full of power that I could break rocks." Yi Fan nodded. In Dumbo's current state, he could not only shatter boulders, but his divine power was comparable to that of a celestial bridge cultivator. It would not be a problem for him to split open a mine. "Why did your body undergo such a change?" Yi Fan asked. "Come, let's go to my house. I'll cook a few good dishes. We can talk while we eat and drink," Zhang Wuye said. There were some things that couldn't be said in detail in front of Dumbo's family. "All right, I love the lamb chops made by Fifth Elder the most." Dumbo was so happy that it was as carefree as ever. Wang Shu had also undergone the same change. He was called to Zhang Wuye's house by Yi Fan, and the few of them chatted while eating. "Did you guys undergo such a change because you touched the 9 rocks that day?" Yi Fan asked, not at all worried. Many generations had passed, and these two families had long since assimilated into humans instead of other races. It was just that special children would occasionally appear. Apart from being born with divine power, there were no other abnormalities. Yes. After returning, it was as if a piece of paper had been torn open in my body. There was warm water surging all over my body. It was very comfortable. Yi Fan was speechless. Divine power was like water. This was not just an ordinary kind of strength. This was the revival of an ancient bloodline, a gift from the heavens. Bait your finger and let me take a look. Those with the surname Lei and Wang naturally knew that there was something special about their ancestors, but they didn't know if they were humans. Without any hesitation, the two of them pricked their fingers and sprinkled a few drops of blood. It's bright in the red, with a faint silver flicker. This kind of talent is admirable and enviable. Yi Fan nodded. Their blood only had a trace of silver light, which was far from pure silver blood, but they already had such divine power. It was imaginable how powerful their ancestors were. I'm afraid they were also in a high position among the ancient creatures, or even royalty. Yi Fan thought to himself. He couldn't say this kind of thing out loud. Little brother Yi, are we okay? Wang Shu asked suspiciously, more or less worried. We won't become monsters, will we? Dumbo also scratched his head. It was obvious that they had heard some legends about their ancestors. This is a good thing. You don't have to worry. Yi Fan carefully examined them and found that their frontal bones were very mysterious. They were connected to the origin in their heads. His divine sense was so powerful that it forcibly broke into their sea of consciousness. He found that they had completely human characteristics, so he wasn't worried that they would become ancient creatures. Compared to this, what shocked Yi Fan the most was the 9 pieces of stone from the jade pool. The things sealed inside had stimulated Wang Shu and Lei Bo's divine power. It was most likely similar to their bloodlines. Is this really a good thing? Can we also fly in the sky in the future? Both of their eyes shone with hope. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. If you're willing, you can do it now. Really? How do we do it? The two of them didn't even have time to eat and asked Yi Fan to teach them. This. Zhang Wuye looked worried. Don't worry, old man. This is really a good thing. Yi Fan sent the two of them to the courtyard and said to Zhang Wuye, they've long been assimilated into the human race. It's just that their talent has been awakened. Don't worry, they'll be able to protect the stone stronghold in the future. Wang Shu and Dumbo's frontal bones were like a door that was connected to the mysterious origin. Divine power nourished their bodies. They were no different from cultivators of the celestial bridge tier. Yi Fan taught them how to use their divine power. The two of them quickly left the ground, and a silver fog enveloped them. They swayed and flew into the sky. Plop! Plop! The two of them fell from the sky. Yi Fan rushed over and caught them. Their strength was comparable to a celestial bridge tier cultivator. If they fell to their deaths like this, it would be too much of a joke. They would probably be recorded as negative examples in the history of cultivation. Don't fly so high. Practice 3 feet above the ground. When you've completely mastered it, I'll teach you other skills. From that day onwards, the people in the stone stronghold saw the two of them shouting and flying around. From that day onwards, no one called Dumbo by his nickname anymore. They started to call him by his real name. Lei Bo. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan consolidated the divine treasure in his heart and studied the Book of Origin at the same time. He had already mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth. Of course, it was limited to changing his appearance and temperament. He still had a long way to go to change the appearance of the mountains and rivers. He needed to cultivate that kind of great original art to the later stage to master it. During this time, he kept an eye on the Jade Lake Saintess movements. Just as Tu Fei had said, she was walking around the cities in the northern region. Seems like she won't return to the Jade Lake in a short time. Yifan decided to increase his realm and cultivate the great art of changing heaven and earth to a profound level. Otherwise, if he gave himself away, he would be in big trouble. Now that he had completely comprehended the first chapter of the Book of Origin, he decided to sweep the source. 1,000 kilograms of source was a big sum. It would be difficult to collect it from the big gambling houses in Flat Rock City. However, if he could collect it, his original art would advance by leaps and bounds. He wouldn't fail in those gambling houses at the bottom level. Not good. Suddenly, a villager came to find Yifan in a panic. What's wrong? Yifan woke up from his meditative state. He didn't wait for the villager to say anything before he sensed that something was wrong with the village. Hurry, go and save Zhang Wuye. He's about to be beaten to death. The villager who came to deliver the message looked anxious and flustered. Yifan stood up, took one step, and disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was already outside the village. Zhang Wuye's hair was disheveled, and his cheeks were swollen with clear blue fingerprints. The corners of his mouth and chest were stained with blood. Apparently, someone had slapped him. How could you do this? The young men in the village all took out their scimitars, confronting the people in front of them and shouting. What's wrong? Several young men stood in front of them. They were indifferent and didn't put the people in the stone village in their eyes. What right do you have to beat people? This old man refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. The Blue Cloud sect invited him to find the source ore, but he dared to find an excuse to refuse. I think he's out of his mind, a young man said indifferently with a cold smile on his face. Not far away, there were some old people who looked very familiar. It was obvious that they had been abducted from the nearby villages. This old thing really has a certain amount of prestige. He only suffered a few slaps, and you want to risk your lives for him. If he was beaten to death, what would you do? The few young men ridiculed. You. The young men in the village were furious. They raised their long blades and walked forward, saying, You've gone too far. What? What kind of storm do you think you can create? If you want to court death, come forward. The few young men swept their eyes over the crowd, and all of them revealed a look of disdain. One of them even raised his palm high and slapped Zhang Wuye's shining white head. Slap. It was a very loud slap. However, it wasn't on Zhang Wuye's face, but on his own face. Yifan rushed over with an indifferent expression. He helped Zhang Wuye up and operated his life essence to stabilize and slowly heal his injuries. You, who are you? The Blue Cloud sect disciple who had been slapped in the face was stunned. He roared, You're courting death. Slap. With a backhand slap, Yifan sent him flying again. Who's causing trouble? We're back. Wang Shu and Lei Bo shouted as they flew back from the horizon. Over the past half a month, Yifan had taught them flying techniques and some simple combat skills. The two of them had been diligently cultivating. After all, their foundations were there. Their talent had just awakened, and they were already comparable to divine bridge cultivators. They had abundant divine power, so everything was going smoothly. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. Yifan instructed the two of them, saying, It's not enough to just cultivate. You have to experience life and death as well as the test of blood. He was sick and tired of this sect. First, they supported Beard Qin to plunder, then Lu Qinzhen and Lu Qingwang intercepted them, and now they actually came to act tyrannically. Dumbo's eyes immediately turned red. He saw a familiar face among the few people who had once appeared with Beard Qin. Damn bandits, they're really supported by the Blue Cloud sect. I'll fight it out with you. Give me back my sister's life. He roared and pounced forward like a beast. Wang Shu was afraid that something would happen to him, so he followed and charged forward. You two peasants dare to go against the Blue Cloud sect. The few young people were fierce in appearance but weak in heart. How could they not see how powerful Yifan was? At this moment, they brought up the sect to threaten him. Blue Cloud Sect. Yifan looked at the palm print on Zhang Wuye's face, then suddenly turned around and said, "There's no need for this sect to exist anymore." "You, arrogant." One of them sneered and said, "If you harm us, all the cultivators within a radius of 500 miles will hunt you down." Poof! With a light flick of Yifan's finger, this person's head was directly crushed, and his corpse fell to the ground. This was the only divine bridge cultivator. The others were only at the life spring realm. "Kill them all, don't let a single one go." Wang Shu and Dumbo Lei Bo could completely deal with the remaining people. Even if their moves were limited and they didn't know how to use tools, their surging divine power and brute force were not something that those people could resist. Screams were heard. "It's a misunderstanding, it's a complete misunderstanding. That bastard just now is the headmaster's grandson. He's used to being domineering. It has nothing to do with us." Unfortunately, the begging came too late. Dumbo's eyes were bloodshot. Thinking of his sister, he almost went crazy. These people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Wang Shu and Dumbo gritted their teeth and quickly killed all of them. "They're from the Blue Cloud Sect. If they retaliate, our stone village can't resist." Some people in the village were worried. "It doesn't matter. This sect will no longer exist in the future," Yifan said calmly. He already knew that the Blue Cloud Sect was only a small sect. The highest realm in the sect had only cultivated into the Holy Palace secret realm. At most, they had cultivated to the level of 1 or 2 gods. "Bring these people into the village first. After we've dealt with the Blue Cloud Sect, we'll let them go." Yifan pointed to several old people in other villages. The Blue Cloud Sect could be called a tumor. Yifan decided to remove it. "I think such a sect should have 1,000 kilograms of source. If we take it down, I can immediately go to the next level." Yifan laughed involuntarily. With such a decision, he seemed to be getting closer to the 13 great bandits. "I don't rob mortals. I only want to remove the tumor. This isn't considered evil." Before Yifan could take action, just one day later, the people of Blue Cloud Sect came to his door. On the second day, as soon as he walked out of the stone village, he was ambushed. A cultivator of the Nirvana realm led 9 cultivators of the Celestial Bridge realm to attack him with weapons. "Your noses are really sharp. You found me so quickly. So, the missing people of my Blue Cloud Sect were killed by you?" one of them asked. "So you don't know? Why did you attack me? You're suspicious. You don't look like someone from the stone village, but you have extraordinary cultivation. Naturally, we have to take you down for questioning." What a big tone. "You can attack me just like that?" Yifan shook his head and said, "Reckless. Who dares to attack my Blue Cloud Sect? I wonder who is reckless." The cultivator of the Nirvana realm ordered the 9 cultivators of the Celestial Bridge realm to surround and kill Yifan. "Why bother? I'll send you all on your way." Yifan waved his sleeves and took in the 9 cultivators of the Celestial Bridge realm. He floated like a fairy. "You?" The cultivator of the Nirvana realm was shocked. "You too?" Yifan stretched out his big hand and pressed down like a 5-finger mountain. All the weapons of the cultivator of the Nirvana realm were crushed by the palm and fingers. He himself fell into the big hand. At the back, Wang Shu and Dumbo were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. "This is nothing. This is just the operation of Taoist power. I can easily display it when I enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace." Of course, it was impossible for others to display it with such power. "Let's go to the Blue Cloud Sect. Are we really going to destroy this sect?" Wang Shu was stunned. Only the leader will be killed. The rest will stay. I've decided to build a sect. The Blue Cloud sect is a ready-made foundation. Yi Fan took the two of them and rose into the sky. Start a sect. Dumbo muttered. What for? Wang Shu asked, puzzled. Of course it's useful. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived at the Blue Cloud sect, located in an oasis. Who dares to trespass into the Blue Cloud sect? A loud shout came from the front. Green mountains and clear waters were rare in this desolate northern region. The Blue Cloud sect had such a spiritual land, which was indeed extraordinary. Go and tell your headmaster that I want to start a sect here and ask him to move. The people guarding the mountain gate were all dumbfounded. Then, they shouted, Did you eat a bear's heart and leopard's skull? Chapter 207. 18 green mountains stood tall, shrouded in mist. Each peak had 1,000-foot waterfall, splashing up thin smoke. Green water flowed around the mountains, making the place lush and beautiful. Spring water gurgled and flowers bloomed, giving this beautiful place a sense of life and spirituality. In other places, this kind of scenery might not be much, but in the northern region, it was rare. There were gravel everywhere, and not even a blade of grass grew. This kind of scenery was like a fairyland. The vegetation was abundant, the water was misty, the palaces were ethereal, and the mountains were green. This was a beautiful pure land. Who are you? Someone from the Qingxia sect shouted. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and the boulder engraved with the words Qingxia shattered with a poof, turning into dust. This. Everyone gasped. The newcomer was not friendly, directly shattering the boulder of Qingxia. He was obviously serious. Are you looking to die? The people from the Qingxia sect were furious. Only 3 people had come, and they dared to boast that they wanted to establish a sect here. They had underestimated them. The people guarding the gate all took out their weapons. Flying swords, divine hammers, and the like were like a rain of light, shooting over. Yi Fan did not care. He waved his sleeve, and with a crack, all the weapons shattered and fell to the ground. Even if there were more than 100 life spring cultivators, they could not compete with him. He waved his sleeve, and the people at the gate all flew out, falling into the pool under the waterfall. Go and report to the headmaster. Now, they knew they were in big trouble. The opponent was unfathomable, and definitely not an ordinary madman. Yi Fan stood in front of the gate, and with a flash of light behind him, 108 flags appeared. He had spent a day carving them yesterday. In the southern region, Elder Han of the Spirit Ruin Wonderland had failed to refine him into medicine, and he had paid with his life. He had obtained 2 ancient animal skin scrolls from that cave. One of the scrolls was an ancient book about Tao patterns. He could already comprehend it after entering the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. Although this scroll was not a profound ancient book, it had some unique points. The 108 flags that Yi Fan carved were densely covered in Tao runes. It was a sealing technique. He tossed out 4 flags and immediately sealed the mountain gate. Then, he rushed into the sky, throwing out the remaining 104 poles, all of them stabbing into the mountains and rivers, sealing off all directions. The flag fluttered in the wind, and in a blur, it disappeared into the green mountains and clear waters. Just who are you? The guards of the mountain gate retreated. In front of the mountain gate, the road was paved with bluestone. Hundreds of steps lay like a long dragon. On both sides of the road, the color of grass was fresh. Immortal vines coiled around it, and a small brook gurgled. I am your future sect master. Yi Fan walked forward, ascending the stairs. His steps were light and graceful, without any killing intent. His entire being was incomparably graceful. The people of Qingxia sect stepped back one after another. Such a young man, the more ethereal he was, the more uncertain they were. This place is great. Yifan kept nodding. The oasis where the stone stronghold was located was too small. It was no more than a dozen miles in radius. When a gust of wind blew, the sand and dust in the distance would rush in, which really made him a little uncomfortable. He liked mountains and rivers, and he liked beautiful scenery. Qingxia sect was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and mind. Who is causing trouble? A long shout came, and an old man broke through the sky like a meteor and landed in front of the mountain gate. Yifan walked calmly and slowly up. He said, "A rogue cultivator. Let's not mention my name. You want to establish a sect here?" The old man's eyes were awe-inspiring, and his face was as gloomy as water. Anyone who learned of such news would find it difficult to smile. "Yes, that's my intention." Yifan nodded. You're so young, but you're boasting shamelessly." The old man sneered disdainfully. It was no wonder that he despised Yifan. He looked like he was only about 15 years old. At this age, even if he was the successor of the Holy Land, he might not be able to challenge Qingxia alone. Yifan was not in a hurry. He climbed up hundreds of stone steps and stood by the water. His body was next to the pool, and his whole body was covered with a layer of mist. He was like a banished immortal that had come into being. Only now did the old man see some clues. Yifan was standing in front of him, but he was as elusive and unpredictable as the mist. There are bandits running amok within a radius of 500 miles. It has a lot to do with Qingxia sect. Are you also involved? Yifan asked. You even know this? The old man was uneasy and couldn't help but ask. Then there's nothing more to say. I'll send you on your way. Yifan floated in front of him and stretched out his hand. Buzz! The weapon vibrated, and 7 weapons rushed out of the old man's body. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. They turned into 7 long rainbows and stabbed at Yifan's palm. However, what shocked him was that the 7 weapons were like rotten wood. They broke inch by inch and couldn't withstand a single blow. That jade-like palm seemed to have a kind of demonic nature. The weapons did stab into the palm, but they scattered like yellow soil and were completely shattered. He turned pale with fright. This kind of method was so magical that it made him feel cold all over and quickly retreat. Since you all connived the bandits, there's nothing more to say. I'll send you on your way. Yifan pressed with his hand, and the old man flew out dozens of feet on the spot. Then, he suddenly broke into pieces. The people guarding the mountain gate were dumbfounded. Even the elders of the sect were crushed to death by this young man, which made them tremble all over. This was a young devil king. Who could stop him? Who could stop him? He killed the elder of Qingxia sect with one slap. Even if the headmaster came, he might not be able to suppress him. Yifan ignored them and continued to move forward. Those people were trembling with fear and dodged to the sides. When can I go in and out of the Ji family like this and walk into the Yaoguang Holy Land? He felt that if he wanted to succeed, he needed a large amount of source energy. Inside the Qingxia sect, the ancient bell rang. Everyone was alarmed and many cultivators quickly flew over. In front, there was a gurgling sound of water. Flowers and plants grew beside the spring. At a glance, it was beautiful. Figures quickly landed and surrounded Yifan and the other 2. Little brother Yi. Wang Shu was a little nervous. Which of you are the bandits? Dumbo was very angry. Where are the 3 of you from? What nonsense are you talking about? The surrounding people shouted. You connived with Big Beard Chin to plunder everywhere and attack ordinary mortals. I didn't wrongly accuse you, did I? Yifan was calm. So, Big Beard Chen's inexplicable death was caused by you. Behind, an old man with white hair and a white beard walked forward slowly. He had a rather sage-like aura. A cultivator from the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace. Yi Fan showed a hint of surprise. Big Beard Chen is my disciple. It was he who gave me enough source energy to help me break through the shackles of the Nirvana realm. You actually killed him and still dared to come here. The old man was murderous. He stared at Yi Fan and ordered the people around him, kill him. Around them, figures flew everywhere. Lights shone and all kinds of weapons were taken out. Dozens of people attacked at the same time. Yi Fan did not expect so many people to know about Big Beard Chin. He snorted coldly and decided to start a massacre. The two of you step back and watch from the side. He asked Wang Shu and Lei Bo to step aside. Yi Fan's body was like a dragon. He suddenly rushed up and displayed the second secret of the 9 secrets. He pointed one hand to the sky and shouted softly. In an instant, a giant seal appeared and vibrated above his head. It was a majestic giant mountain that towered into the sky. It was restrained into an ancient seal and pressed down. One could clearly see that there were birds and beasts on it and towering ancient trees. Boom! There was no way to stop it. The giant seal of the mountain could hold up the sky. When it came down, the weapons that were flying in the sky all turned into ashes. Ah! Screams were heard. Dozens of people who surrounded Yi Fan could not escape. Their bodies cracked and turned into ashes at the same time. This shocking scene made the cultivators in the distance speechless. They broke out in cold sweat and could not help but tremble. Up in the sky, the ancient mountain seal slowly faded away, then disappeared without a trace. This was the Battle Saint technique, the second secret of the 9 secrets. It represented the extreme of offensive techniques and could evolve into thousands of moves. Every time it was comprehended, it would realize a different killing technique. What secret technique is this? The white-haired old man no longer had his sage-like temperament. He revealed a terrified expression and kept retreating. The killing technique. Yi Fan smiled faintly. There was no need to tell him that this was the 9 secrets. I am the supreme elder of the Qingxia sect. Do you really want to be enemies with the Qingxia sect? He transmitted his voice loudly like thunder, waking up the headmaster and other supreme elders who were in seclusion. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "It's useless. No one can save you. I am a cultivator of the Holy Palace's secret realm. If you want to kill me, you must pay a price." He was strong in appearance but weak in heart, trying to stall for time. Go and reunite with your good disciple, Big Beard Chin. Yi Fan took a lotus step and chased after him lightly. I will fight you to the death. The supreme elder of the Qingxia sect roared. His face was ferocious, his hair stood up, and his eyes were cold. More than 10 weapons rushed out of the sea of reincarnation. And in the holy palace, a god in green armor flew out. He held a broadsword in his hand, and his whole body was covered in green iron clothes. He was several meters tall, and with one step, he cracked the ground. The 3-meter-long broadsword was swung. Green gas surged and made a buzzing sound. Thousands of rays of light shot out like a rain of swords. This area was filled with divine splendor. More than 10 weapons, plus this god, sealed this area. Endless killing intent and dazzling light surged violently. In the distance, the disciples of the Qingxia sect shouted in unison. In their opinion, Yi Fan was completely submerged in it and would die without a doubt. However, they quickly closed their mouths. Boom! Yi Fan held the Grand Sun seal in his hand. A vigorous sun slowly rose. It was incomparably huge and pressed down on the sky. Yes, a red sun like the boundless sea filled the sky. It was vigorous and grand, and the fiery red brilliance burned everything. The god in the green iron clothes was almost burned to ashes in an instant, and the dozens of weapons were burned into gas in an instant, no longer existing. Yifan held the grand sun seal in his hand, and a huge red sun appeared above his head. It was like a mountain, pressing down on the sky. Its power was monstrous, and everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down. "Ah!" The supreme elder of the Qingxia sect screamed. After losing the god born from the holy palace, he was seriously injured. He fled for his life, trying to survive. Yifan lightly shook the grand sun seal, and 9 golden crows rushed out of the vigorous red sun. Their whole bodies were shining, as if they were cast from gold. Each of them had 3 legs, and they fluttered their wings and cried. Plop! Not far away, many disciples of the Qingxia sect were forced to kneel by this supreme power, and they could no longer stand. The 9 3-legged golden crows turned into 9 golden rays and rushed over. Although the supreme elder of the Qingxia sect had rushed out for hundreds of feet, he was still silently burned and instantly turned into black ashes. "Ah!" Screams sounded one after another. Wherever the 9 golden crows passed, no one could resist them. They were all destroyed by the golden fire and turned into dust. This was an extremely terrifying power, with an unparalleled sense of oppression. It was not until Yifan released the grand sun seal that the huge red sun and the 9 golden crows slowly disappeared. Farther away, many disciples of the Qingxia sect collapsed and fell to the ground. They couldn't resist such supreme power, and it directly shocked them to their bones. This was one of the secrets of the 9 secrets, the ultimate attack technique, the incomparable battle saint technique. Every time they comprehended it, it would evolve into a kind of killing technique, ever-changing and endless. Outside, all the disciples of the Qingxia sect were trembling with fear. That handsome young man was simply a demon king. That unparalleled terrifying power was enough to shock their bodies and minds, and there was no need to fight at all. Long roars sounded one after another. The supreme elder of the Qingxia sect and the headmaster were all alarmed, and they all came out and quickly rushed over. Shadows flashed, and 10 people landed one after another, surrounding Yifan. 10 strong cultivators from the holy palace. "It seems that I can go all out today." Yifan was calm and there was not a trace of shock on his face. Chapter 208. Qingxia sect had 18 green mountains, each of which was shrouded in mist, flowing springs, and waterfalls, making everything hazy. Under the green peaks, the streams gurgled and meandered past. The vegetation was blooming, and a faint green glow overflowed. Yifan stood among the green mountains and water, feeling the nature. He was not nervous at all in the face of the top 10 powerhouses. "Is it you who wants me to move to a new place and establish a sect here?" The headmaster of Qingxia sect had jet black hair, a long beard, and eyes like lightning. He looked to be about 40 years old. His vitality was particularly vigorous, like a furnace. "Yes, I have the same intention. This place is beautiful, just what I want." Yifan stood in front of the pool. The water was sparkling, and a tall figure was reflected in the water. "You are so young, but you are so arrogant. Seeing that Qingxia is beautiful, you want to take it for yourself. Is this what your master taught you?" Next to him, a supreme elder scolded coldly. Yifan smiled and said, "Are you trying to reason with me? Those dead source diggers, who should they complain to? Should they hate the bandits, or should they gnash their teeth at you? What I am doing, isn't it what you have been doing? Since you think I am arrogant, why do it to others? Compared to you, what I am doing is really insignificant." A dignified sect, no matter big or small, represents a kind of inheritance, but you support the bandits, plunder everywhere, and burn and kill the innocent. You are simply the cancer and the source of evil here. Don't spout nonsense. Another grand elder scolded. Yifan laughed coldly and said, I have already come to your door, and there is no one else here. You don't need to pretend to cover up. In my opinion, your face is not as clean as the dust on the ground. The development of a sect always needs some tough means, otherwise it will be difficult to grow. The headmaster of Qingsha sect said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly, and then his face gradually sank. He said, what a dignified reason, and what a righteous tone. It might be a little extreme, but it won't hurt the foundation of this place. The headmaster of the Green Dawn sect did not turn hostile. Instead, he calmly replied. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He was afraid that Yi Fan was the successor of some great force. Is it just perhaps too extreme? Yi Fan promptly turned around and pointed at Dumbo nearby, saying, he used to have an elder sister who was young, beautiful, elegant, and had a happy family. In the end, you all supported your disciples to become roving bandits, doing beastly things, making a young lady die in humiliation, shrouding this family in sorrow. Not far away, Lei Bo grabbed his hair and squatted on the ground in pain. Your disciples are unscrupulous, abducting source seekers from every village. But if anyone disobeys, they beat and kick them, not even sparing an old man in his 60s or 70s, wanting to beat him to death. It's just an isolated incident. Individual incidents. Yi Fan shook his head and said, there are only a few dozen families in a stone stronghold, but a young girl was humiliated, an old man was almost beaten to death, and several people were killed. How many tragedies do you think there will be within a 500-mile radius? Are you still cultivators? Did you establish this sect just to burn, kill, and plunder? Brother Yi, you have to avenge my sister. Dumbo cried in the distance. Fifth Master Zhang was beaten, but he still survived. Wang Shu was also emotional as he said, but 3 of my childhood friends with Dumbo were beaten to death. What else do you have to say? Yi Fan stared at these people. Only when we become stronger can we maintain the stability of this area. Once the time is up, all the bandits will naturally disappear. A very old Grand Supreme Elder of the Green Dawn sect spoke. Don't you feel guilty saying these things? Yi Fan swept his gaze across them and said, I feel that only by killing all of you would we be able to eliminate all future troubles and restore peace to this area. How arrogant. Do you really think you can destroy our sect by yourself? An irascible Grand Supreme Elder frowned. Which sect's heir are you? Someone shouted. This was their biggest concern. If he was a disciple of some major force, killing him here would probably cause a great disaster. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. You don't have to be afraid. Yi Fan walked lightly towards the Green Dawn sect's chieftain. The many Grand Supreme Elders of the Green Dawn sect looked at each other, their faces showing killing intent. One of them said, kill him. This is the only way. The Green Dawn sect's chieftain's face darkened. He yelled at the disciples in the distance, seal the mountain gate. We must not let these 3 escape. They could already tell that Yi Fan was at the same level as them. Even if his combat ability was amazing, it was impossible for him to resist the encirclement of 10 people at the same time. Even the great sage might not have been able to do it when he was young. We wanted to spare your life, but since you don't want to give yourself a way out, don't blame us for being ruthless and killing you here. No matter where you come from, we can only kill you as an itinerant cultivator. These people laughed coldly. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Yi Fan here, not giving him a chance to live. After listening to you, I have a clear conscience. The Green Dawn sect will henceforth become history and will never exist again. Yi Fan's clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood by the pool. The flowers and grass around him were fragrant, making him look pure and untainted. There was no killing intent, but it made people's hearts palpitate. In the distance, the disciples of Cyan Glow Academy were terrified and retreated at lightning speed. They couldn't forget the scene not long ago. This was a young demon king. He looked delicate and harmless, but when he attacked, his power was terrifying and incomparable. Kill him, don't let him leave. 10 cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace attacked at the same time. Even though they were only gods, the 10 of them working together was terrifying enough. They took out their weapons and joined them together, attacking Yi Fan at the same time. Only now did Yi Fan understand the terror of the Holy Ji Palace cultivators. Their weapons were powered by gods, and their power was many times greater. For example, the leader of the Green Dawn sect took out a copper lamp. His heart's divine treasure turned into a sun, sinking into the copper lamp. The two became one, illuminating the sky. It was like a sky lantern, flying over from beyond the world, hanging in the air, scattering down streak after streak of flames, burning towards Yi Fan. The scorching heat even evaporated a waterfall nearby, water vapor misty, as if it was a celestial realm. Boom! Yi Fan waved his fist and hit the copper lamp. His combat power was like a wave, sweeping up the broken clouds and dispelling the mist between the green peaks, revealing the clear sky. His golden fist cut through the air like an ancient chariot rolling through the sky, causing the sky to tremble. This kind of powerful divine power was like a raging ocean, making the leader of the Green Dawn sect and the Great Elder change their expressions. This was simply too terrifying. Such a young man, at such a young age, had such powerful combat power. If he wasn't a rare genius, then he was an elite disciple cultivated by a holy land. We've already fought, there's no way to end this peacefully. Take him down. Whether to refine or kill him, we'll decide after we figure out his background. These people were afraid. The weapons of the 10 great cultivators joined together, blocking Yi Fan's golden fist. Flames raged, lightning split the sky, and the sonorous sound rang through the sky. This man is too strong, we must get rid of him. The leader of the Green Dawn sect was in awe. He was deeply worried. If Yi Fan was allowed to grow, in just 1 or 2 years, they would have no chance. A great elder let out a clear roar, spitting out a black light from his mouth. He formed a seal with both hands and slapped out 81 black lotuses, escorting the black light towards Yi Fan. Seeing this, the others also made their moves, attacking forward. Black lotus burns the soul, slay the form and destroy the soul, the great elder shouted. 81 black lotuses bloomed, and the black petals intertwined with the black light in the middle, turning into a heavenly ghost, rushing towards Yi Fan. This was a powerful secret technique. It wanted to split Yi Fan's soul. It could devour the divine power, tear the protective light curtain, and directly affect the origin of people's consciousness. It's just the light of a firefly. Yi Fan was not afraid. He shouted softly, his hands moved, and the 9 secret killing techniques were displayed again. The boundless ocean. Behind him, there appeared a vast ocean. The seawater was completely golden, rolling up thousands of waves. As he blasted out his fist, the golden ocean turned into a dragon in the air. As Yi Fan punched, it soared and rushed forward. This was an earth-shattering killing intent, with unimaginable attack power. The dragon rose from the sea, and the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The entire Green Dawn sect could hear it. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. 81 black lotuses were shattered by the golden dragon fist. As for the human-shaped heavenly ghost in the middle, it was torn apart and crushed into powder. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan rushed forward, not wanting to let go of the opponent. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's attack power was too strong, and the others could not stop it. The Great Elder at the front was completely locked on. He rushed over at once. The dragon rose from the sea, soaring into the sky, rolling up the wind and clouds, like a god descending to the world. Poof! Yi Fan punched out, shattering the Great Elder's body inch by inch, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. A powerful Grand Elder was killed by him with a single punch. The other 9 people were extremely shocked. Such a killing technique made their hearts tremble. Just now, the Great Elder was used as the blade, rushing to the front, and they were the blade. Although it was not the joint force of 10 people, it was almost the same. The opponent actually directly shattered the blade, killing the Great Elder cleanly and neatly, which made everyone's heart palpitate. In the distance, the disciples of the Green Dawn sect were even more terrified. 10 great cultivators joined forces to kill one person, but a Great Elder was killed instead. "Which Holy Land's heir are you?" the Green Dawn sect's headmaster asked in a deep voice. "Can't non-Holy Land's heir have this kind of strength?" The sea behind Yifan disappeared, and he was like a white cloud, leisurely walking forward, elegant and agile. "Let's refine him." The 9 great cultivators, the gods of the Holy Ji Palace, all rushed out, and 18 figures formed an inescapable net, sealing Yifan in it. However, Yifan looked calm and at ease. His left hand formed a moon seal, and his right hand formed a sun seal, as if he was pushing the sun and the moon forward. Yes, a terrifying scene happened. A bright moon as big as a millstone slowly rotated in front of his left hand, and a sun as big as a millstone slowly rotated in front of his right hand. Supreme coercion filled the air, and heaven and man were one. He was like a god, pushing the sun and the moon forward. Even though they hid far away, the disciples of the Green Dawn sect couldn't help but tremble. Such an attack's secret technique was unheard of, and they had never seen it before. A powerful killing intent shrouded them, making them feel a chill from the bones. This kind of combat power is too terrifying. The great elders of the Green Dawn sect changed their expressions, and they struggled to fight against Yifan. Even the great sage lords were only like this when they were young. Is he really a young holy lord? Otherwise, how can he have such combat power? If he is not the heir of a holy land, then his potential is even more terrifying. Is it the legendary divine body? Yifan formed a moon seal with his left hand, and a sun seal with his right hand, pushing the millstone-sized bright moon and sun, crushing the sky, shaking the sky, and unstoppable. Chapter 209. Yifan's left hand formed a moon imprint, right hand forming a sun imprint. He stood in the air, truly like a deity. How could it be like this? The 9 great experts were suppressed to a disadvantage even after joining hands. They all felt endless fatigue. Illuminate the divine universe. Green Dawn sect master shouted. The copper lamp in his hand left his hand and flew out, stopping in midair. The copper lamp flickered, fiery light reaching into the heavens. The wick actually formed the shape of a human. A person with disheveled hair swayed about, releasing heaven overflowing flames. I'll borrow everyone's divine force to refine this fiend. Green Dawn sect master roared. On the side, the 8 supreme elders all nodded. Every single one of them shot out a streak of dazzling radiance, pouring it into the copper lamp. Green Dawn sect master also exerted force. 9 streaks of fire dragons rushed into the heavens, connecting with the copper lamp, flickering with brilliance. Inside the copper lamp, the human-shaped wick received nourishment. It crazily expanded, releasing waves of roars. Large amounts of flames surged out, sweeping towards Yifan. The illumination of the divine universe was like a demonic sun suspended in the sky, full of destructive fluctuations. Yifan's right hand formed a sun imprint, producing a millstone-sized heavenly sun. It was overflowing with vitality, exuberant and full of vigorous energy. Pang! His right hand formed a sun imprint, lightly shaking it. The millstone-sized heavenly sun collided with the copper lamp's flames in the sky. The flames surged, releasing Pi Li Pala sounds. Hong! Yifan's right hand pushed the heavenly sun, shattering the copper lamp. It immediately crushed over. That human-shaped wick released a mournful cry, forever returning to nothingness. Green Dawn sect master's weapon was destroyed. The other 8 Supreme Elders were also affected, all of them backing up. Hong Long Long. Yi Fan's left hand formed a moon imprint. The millstone-sized moon already turned, crushing towards the 9 of them. This was a murderous attack, tyrannical and domineering. He suppressed the 9 of them with his own strength. It was like an unstoppable flood. The 9 of them quickly backed up, as if they were facing the charge of a magnificent army. Their bodies trembled, their faces pale. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan formed a sun-moon imprint, chasing after Green Dawn's sect master. How fast was his speed? Who could stop him? His entire body shone, accompanied by the sun and moon, pure and holy like an immortal. Dust moved far away, long clothes fluttering about. He immediately arrived. The sun-moon great seal was full of vigor. It had the power to suppress mountains and rivers as it pressed down. Green Cloud sect master roared. At this moment of life and death, his body began to burn, illuminating all directions. The deity born from his Tao palace rushed forward and blocked the sun and moon seal, dying in his place. Yi Fan's hand formed a great imprint. It descended with incomparable might, and nothing could stop it. That deity was immediately turned into dust. The other 8 Supreme Elders came to the rescue, and in the end, they managed to save Qing Xia sect master's body. His face was snow white, and his body was trembling. His vitality was injured. In the distance, the disciples of Azure Glow Academy were terrified. What kind of power was this? Yi Fan held the sun-moon seal in his hand, and with one strike, he nearly killed their sect master. Impossible. What kind of secret technique is this? One person is suppressing the 9 of us, and he doesn't seem to be exhausted at all. When the great sage lord was young, I don't think he had such power either. What kind of background does he have? His constitution is very special, and he has endless divine power. Is it really a divine body? The most terrifying thing is that kind of secret technique. It is ever-changing, and I seem to have heard of it. All kinds of great killing techniques are incomparable. Green Cloud sect master and the 8 Supreme Elders revealed expressions of shock. They quickly exchanged a few words. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan had already rushed over. His might surged over, pushing the sun and moon forward. His clothes fluttered about, and his appearance was delicate and handsome. However, he suppressed the 9 great experts like an immortal king. The 9 of them didn't dare to separate at all. If their power was scattered even a bit, all 9 of them would die. This kind of powerful pressure made them feel a chill in their hearts. 8 deities, 9 true bodies, together formed an inescapable net. They were everywhere, but they couldn't trap Yi Fan. On the contrary, more weapons shattered. They were bitterly holding on. I can't hold on any longer. A Supreme Elder screamed, and the skin all over his body was cracking. Yi Fan chose this as a breakthrough point. The great killing technique only attacked him. Like a sharp heavenly sword, it was invincible. It shattered his weapon and then slapped forward. The god will he formed bore the brunt of the attack and died in his place. The Supreme Elder himself didn't manage to escape either and was killed by Yi Fan's shockwave. The moonlight was like water. The millstone-sized moon emitted milky white light. The sun was dazzling, strong and dazzling, flowing with golden divine splendor. Yi Fan held the sun and moon seal in his hand. He stood high in the sky like a divine king, as if he was the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although he had an otherworldly temperament, he was even more frightening. His attack power was too strong. So many cultivators of the same realm joined forces, but there was no way to stop him. It was like porcelain colliding with a boulder. In the distance, the faces of the disciples of the Qingxia sect were ashen. They felt that they couldn't compete with this young demon king at all. Yi Fan's heart was empty. He felt his own strength. The 9 secrets had shocked him too much. His great offensive technique was invincible. He even had the thought of fighting with Yaoguang Saintess and the others, but he resisted the impulse. He was still far from the Holy Land's heirs. If he touched the edge of the 3rd secret realm, he might be able to compete with the saints. Once he entered the 3rd secret realm, the 4 extremities, he could only rely on comprehension. At that time, whether it was source or herbs, they would be useless. He could only understand himself and improve. With Yi Fan's physique, the secret realms of the Holy Ji Palace were very important to him. His body was like a bottomless pit. If he had enough source, he could have infinite divine power and quickly increase his strength. However, the source he needed was an astronomical number. The 5 realms of the Holy Ji Palace were stacked 10 times each time. In the end, the amount needed was so great that even the Holy Lands couldn't bear it. At that moment, the cultivators of the Qingxia sect wanted to escape. They had long been afraid, but they were afraid that Yi Fan would defeat them one by one, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Fan coldly snorted and pressed forward, locking onto one of them. "Everyone, lend me a hand," the Qingxia sect supreme elder shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple and gold gourd. It quickly enlarged, and then he sent his divine will into it, becoming one with the gourd that was born with the body of the way. Bells, pagodas, gourds, and other weapons were born with the aura of the way. They were very difficult to refine, but once they succeeded, they would have great power. The purple and gold gourd was as big as a mountain. It crashed forward, and the other 7 people helped at the same time. They shot out beams of divine light, activating the artifact together to suppress Yi Fan. Yi Fan still held the seal of sun and moon. He didn't change his form. His hands pushed the sun and moon like 2 spinning millstones. Light shone on his body, making him look like an immortal king patrolling the sky. Boom! Still far away, the mouth of the gourd suddenly opened, overflowing purple mist. It then formed a huge whirlpool, sucking in Yi Fan like a whale sucking in water. "Good!" the others shouted. They all worked hard, activating their divine power to refine the gourd. "It is worthy of being the strongest treasure of my Qingxia sect. Hurry up and refine it. Don't let him rush out." The headmaster of the Qingxia sect and the 7 supreme elders worked together to refine it. The purple and gold gourd shone brilliantly, and its whole body was filled with purple mist, covering the sky. However, at this time, a heart-palpitating aura filled the air, making people's hearts palpitate. The purple and gold gourd shook violently. A beam of divine light rushed out, and a large hole appeared on it. It was forcefully broken by someone with brute force. Yi Fan's left hand held the moon, and his right hand pushed the sun. He was like a demon lord coming into being. His murderous aura rushed into the sky as he fiercely attacked. Gotcha! The purple and gold gourd quickly cracked, starting from the mouth of the gourd and then spreading downwards. Pitter-patter, it was like a dilapidated ancient palace that had stood for many years had collapsed. Rubble fell to the ground, and the fragments of the gourd flew everywhere. Boom! Yi Fan's hand formed the sun-moon seal. It continuously vibrated, and everywhere it passed, everything turned into flying ashes. This extraordinary purple gourd was shattered into pieces by him in the blink of an eye. Bang! The master of the purple and gold gourd was crushed by the sun and moon. He let out a weak scream, and his body and soul were destroyed. Boom! At the same time, Yi Fan formed a seal, shaking out the sun and moon. The 2 discs caught up to the 2 supreme elders, wrapping around them. The 2 of them were silently annihilated. In the blink of an eye, 3 supreme elders were killed, and the rest were all subdued. How can there be such a terrifying attack power? This is beyond common sense. When the great sage lords were young, they definitely did not have this kind of combat strength. At this age, at this realm, he should not have this kind of strength. He can actually suppress so many of us at the same level. There is no reason at all. If he becomes a supreme being, could it be that he can fight several holy lords alone? I think of another person. The Qingxia sect's face was snow white as he said, such a person has appeared in the northern region. You mean, the person with the highest attack power in the northern region for the past 5,000 years, Jiang Taishu. This is universally acknowledged. Although he disappeared for 4,000 years, and many amazing people have appeared since then, he has always been regarded as the person with the highest attack power in the northern region for the past 5,000 years, and no one can surpass him. Divine King Jiang Taishu's name shook the world. 4,000 years ago, he was invincible and unparalleled in the northern region. In terms of attack power, he was indisputably ranked first. Divine King Jiang Taishu's name shook the world. 4,000 years ago, he was invincible in the northern region. In terms of attack power, he was indisputably ranked first. He is a divine king who has reached the advanced level. I heard that he has mastered supreme secret skills. Naturally, he is the #1 attacker in the northern region for the past 5,000 years. The Qingxia sect's leader and supreme elder broke out in a cold sweat. They felt that Yifan's attack power was comparable to that of Divine King Jiang when he was young. That's right. This boy is very similar to Jiang Taishu. When he was young, his achievements were similar. Could he be the second Divine King? Could it be that they were facing a young Divine King who was gifted in attack power? Jiang Taishu's fame was too great. Although he had disappeared for 4,000 years, he had left endless legends in the northern region. Even the strength of his attack power at each age had been passed down. This boy's attack power is actually comparable to that of Divine King Jiang of the same age. Could it be that the name of the #1 attacker will be changed in the future? The Qingxia sect's leader and supreme elder quickly exchanged a few words. They were all in awe. They knew that they had provoked an extraordinary person. Although he was just a teenager, they could already see his extraordinary future. Yifan heard their whispers and saw their fear. He had never thought of being #1 in attack power. After all, he had been chased all the way here. Now, he could not even see the light of day. You know a lot. Then I can't let you go. I need to silently improve my strength here. If I let you spread the news, won't I become the public enemy of those saintesses and sons? #1 in attack power. How impressive. Let's go. When they vaguely guessed at Yifan's constitution, as well as deducing that he cultivated an unmatched great killing technique, these people became completely terrified, long losing all will to fight. They rushed in all directions, wishing to escape. At this moment, dignity and face were not important. Only survival was the most real thing. If he was really a young divine king, even if there were twice as many people, they still had no chance of winning. In the distance, the disciples of the Qingxia sect saw the headmaster and supreme elder fleeing for their lives. They suddenly panicked and all fled. Unfortunately, this place has been sealed by me. None of you can escape. Yifan stretched out his arms and danced with the wind. Phoenix feathers appeared, shining around his arms. A pair of colorful wings appeared, and a 5-colored divine light shot up to the sky. He was like a phoenix flapping its wings. A pair of divine wings rushed out and slashed forward, shredding 2 supreme elders on the spot. Next, he pinched a seal and raised it to the sky. An ancient mountain appeared above his head, majestic and majestic. There were birds and beasts on it, as well as towering ancient trees. He pinched a seal with his right hand and pressed it forward. The great mountain was like a seal, shaking down. With a boom, the headmaster of the Qingxia sect in front of him turned into flying ash. Chapter 210. Qingxia sect was originally filled with fresh grass, many rivers, and deep pools. It was elegant and tranquil. However, at this moment, the sky was filled with shouts of killing. The green grass was dyed red, the petals were stained with blood, and the trees were blooming red. Corpses fell one after another. No one knew how many people had died. Yifan really turned into a young devil, killing in all directions. Corpses fell under his feet one after another. Not only did the headmaster of Qingxia turn into ashes, but the last two elders were also turned into dust by him. At this moment, he was killing the others. He was furious in his heart. For the so-called development of Qingxia sect, their means were temporarily extreme, but the evil deeds they committed were outrageous. They were unscrupulous and treated human life as grass. For the source, their hands were stained with blood, and they committed evil deeds one after another. In dozens of villages, young girls were raped, source seekers were killed, and many hot-blooded youths who resisted were sentenced to death. Qingxia sect not only supported more than a dozen bandits, but they also personally took action from time to time, causing countless bloody cases. They were the source of local evil. Everything started with them. In order to open up the source mine, they forcibly demolished more than a dozen stone villages. One village resisted slightly, and half of the villagers were killed. It was bloody and violent. Of course, all of this was done by the bandits, but they were the ones who gave the order. Spare me. More than a dozen young Qingxia disciples fell to the ground, kneeling there, kowtowing constantly, and begging bitterly. From between Yifan's eyebrows, a powerful divine sense emerged and swept through their sea of knowledge. What he saw was still blood, so he was not soft-hearted and fiercely attacked. Pu, flowers of blood bloomed. It was beautiful and shocking. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen corpses. In the distance, everyone was trembling and fleeing. Some people had already realized that they could not escape at all. They roared and rushed forward desperately. Yifan looked calm as if he was taking a walk in the courtyard. He was light and elegant, but he was ruthless. Every time he pointed a finger, there would be a few fresh lives that would leave this world forever. Puff, 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 he walked calmly, ending lives like harvesting weeds. On both sides of the road, there were countless corpses, and blood dyed the fragrant grass red. This kind of scene caused one's heart to palpitate, and even Wang Shu and Lei Bo felt a chill. Yifan was as ethereal as an immortal. His feet didn't touch the ground as he moved. Flowers of blood bloomed and corpses littered the ground. He didn't seem to be stained by a single leaf as he moved through the corpses. There wasn't a single trace of blood on him. He was clearly killing people, but there was a kind of beauty to it. There was an otherworldly aura, as if he was demonstrating a kind of art. The art of killing was like the floating clouds and flowing water, like the horns of an antelope. It was very natural, beautiful, and almost pleasing to the eye. Demon. The demon king from hell. The people of Qingxia sect completely collapsed. At this moment, they were like lambs on the chopping block, waiting for their unchangeable fate, to be slaughtered. Death was not scary. It was far less torturous than this process. It was a torment that could drive one insane. Don't kill me, I didn't do anything evil, it has nothing to do with me. Crying shouts could be heard from time to time. Yifan didn't care about anything else. He only looked at the facts. His divine sense swept across, but those who had committed a murder case were all decapitated. He moved forward calmly like this. It was unknown how many people he had killed, but the road was dyed red. Little brother Yi, don't kill. Wang Shu and Lei Bo stepped forward. They were about to vomit their gallbladder. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Although this kind of killing method made people feel beautiful, after all, it was a life. They couldn't bear to see heads constantly rolling down. You have killed too many people, more than 100. Little brother Yi, didn't you want to establish a sect? You have almost killed them all. Yi Fan stopped and looked back. Along the way, there were corpses one after another. The scarlet spots made the ancient bluestone steps dark red. No one could escape. He had blocked the Qingxia sect with 108 big flags, and these people had no way to break it. I don't dare to use these people, and I can't use them. I must get rid of evil. Yi Fan shook his head. In the distance, the people of the Qingxia sect were almost desperate after hearing such words. The headmaster and the supreme elder had committed evil deeds, let alone them. Most of the people present had become bandits and personally participated in evil deeds. Their backgrounds were very dirty. Fight with him, everyone together, we can't just sit and wait for death. Even if we die, we must be happy. We can't let him slaughter us like dogs. Many people were used to seeing death, and they were somewhat hot-blooded. They roared, shouted, and rushed forward. There was no suspense in the result. No matter how much they roared, they couldn't change anything. Screams and curses were endless. The Qingxia sect was in chaos. It wasn't until half an hour later that peace was completely restored. The blood mist slowly dissipated, and there were only dead bodies on the ground. Yi Fan killed a total of 217 people, almost completely destroying the Qingxia sect. From ordinary disciples to elders, this place became a blood-stained land. The grass, the stone steps, the pool, and the flower garden were all dyed red. Wang Shu and Dumbo kept vomiting. Such a bloody scene made them frightened. These were not pigs or sheep, they were people. It was not a big deal, but in the face of hundreds of corpses, a normal person would be frightened. Only 23 people were left alive. They did not do evil deeds, but deep in their hearts, they rejected this kind of behavior of the Qingxia sect. Yi Fan did not make things difficult for them. In addition, he also released 3 old men from the stone prison in the back mountain. They were the elders of the Qingxia sect. Because they also opposed supporting the bandits, they were suppressed here. The Qingxia sect was eliminated. In the end, only 26 people survived. The rest were all killed by Yi Fan decisively and resolutely. Bury everyone, bury all their sins. Yi Fan instructed the surviving 26 people, then he walked towards the main peak in large strides. Qingxia sect's treasury was opened. The colorful light was like a dense fog, the radiance was so bright that people could not open their eyes. On the jade shelves, there were pieces of source energy, from date stones to fists. Although there was no rare source energy, they were all considered pure. Half a square meter, weighing 1,600 to 700 kilograms. It was much more than his estimation. This was all because of the Qingxia sect's plundering. Oh heavens, so many source energy, how many mines do we need to dig? Lei Bo cried out in shock. Wang Shu's eyes were not enough, he touched one piece and then another. All kinds of source energy shone in different colors. They were sparkling and sparkling, they were the most precious materials in Northern Domain. Half a square meter, bright light shone in all directions, they were translucent and bewitching. You too, take some too. Now that you are on the path of cultivation, you need it every day. Yi Fan told them to take the source energy. Next, Yi Fan took out the pristine jade bottle and stored the remaining half of the square meter. This was enough for him to break through to the second realm of Dao Palace. No wonder so many people become bandits, this is really stimulating. Yi Fan sighed. Conquering a small sect had such a huge harvest, it was simply crazy. Even he was moved and wanted to conquer another sect. Right now, his battle strength was already extraordinary. If he could reach the second realm of Dao Palace, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In the treasury, other than a large amount of source energy, there were also many weapons and some secret manuals. Yi Fan took them all out. Below the Qingxia sect's main peak, 3 waterfalls poured down, it was a spectacular and beautiful scene. The water mist formed into rainbows, and the surroundings were filled with strange flowers and plants. The remaining 26 people were very nervous, they did not know what their fates would be. Slap! The best manual of Qingxia sect was thrown in front of them, and the weapons refined by the Dao Palace cultivators were also thrown to the ground. These all belong to you. No need to doubt or worry. Qingxia sect was once occupied by a group of bandits, they wreaked havoc everywhere. I exterminated them and left behind the true inheritors. From hell to heaven, happiness came so quickly. These people could not believe it. They were just worried about their lives just now, but now they could obtain treasures and secret techniques. Really? One of them raised his head and asked, trembling. Of course. Yi Fan smiled and said, take care of yourselves. Once you become stronger, you will undoubtedly become elders of Qingxia sect. Everyone had been killed. If these people were left behind, they would naturally become sect elders, the ones in charge. Little brother Yi. Lei Bo wanted to say something. I forgot to introduce you. These two are the mining order's headmaster and deputy headmaster. We might need your help in the future. Yi Fan pushed Wang Shu and Lei Bo forward. We're headmasters. We're establishing a sect. The two were dizzy. Mining order. The survivors of Qingxia sect looked at each other. This name was too unsophisticated. They could tell it was for mining. Just as you all have guessed, our sect stands aloof from worldly affairs. We only search for the source of the mountains and rivers. We might need your help in the future. Yi Fan did not want to become the master of this sect. He only wanted to control it. Otherwise, he would definitely have a rebellious mentality. According to the Book of Origin, when searching for the source, a lot of people were needed to lock the veins of the mountains and rivers. These were the miners he had decided on. If you have any orders, we will not dare to disobey. These people were glad. Not only did they survive, but they would also become the true masters of Qingxia sect. This was beyond their expectations. In essence, these people were not bad people. They were against evil and had a clean background. Otherwise, they would not have been kept by Yi Fan. You'd better seal the mountain and train quietly. After saying this, Yi Fan floated away with Wang Shu and Lei Bo. Brother Yi, are we really going to establish a sect? Wang Shu kept asking along the way. This name is too unpleasant. Dumbo mumbled. How is it unpleasant? The mining order, as the name suggests, is an unparalleled sect. Yi Fan chuckled. Didn't you say you were going to establish a sect in Qingxia sect? Why are you leaving? Both of them were confused. My main goal is to get rid of the tumor in this place. As for the Qingxia sect, we naturally have to hold it firmly in our hands. Yi Fan smiled. These were the miners he had decided on, but he could not directly announce it. Otherwise, even if these people were obedient on the surface, they would rebel behind his back. He needed to influence them subtly. At this moment, these people would definitely be happy to become the masters of Qingxia sect. Slowly, everything would fall into place. Yi Fan had already regarded this sect as his own territory. He would not allow others to encroach on it. Soon, he would go there to train. In the following 3 days, Yi Fan used lightning-fast methods to annihilate all 17 groups of bandits within a circumference of 500 miles, killing them all. When Yi Fan returned to the Qingxia sect and was about to use the origin he had obtained to go into seclusion, he learned that there were people spying on them from time to time. People from the mythical Fire Order, the Sunset Sect, the mysterious Moon Cave, and the Seven Stars Pavilion have been spying on us recently. The remaining 3 elders of Qingxia sect looked worried. The other 23 young disciples were also very uneasy. It's fine. As long as they don't cross the line, just ignore them. If you guys are in trouble, I will naturally help. After all, I've lent you a green peak. Yi Fan smiled. He wanted to live in seclusion at the back of the mountain, so the people of Qingshi's sect naturally did not dare to refuse. At first, they thought about it, but now they had to ask for Yi Fan's help. The disciples of the mysterious moon cave have come to visit the sect. We seek an audience with the chief of Qingshi's sect. The voice traveled from outside the mountain to the 18 main peaks. Not long after, a disciple of Qingshi's sect came in with a young man in his 20s. He walked up the stone steps and glanced around. There was a trace of a smile on his face. You are just a disciple of the mysterious moon cave, but you are making noise at the mountain gate, disturbing our peaceful cultivation, and arrogantly saying that you want to see the chief of Qingshi's sect. Even if your elders came in person, they would not dare to do this. I am Li Yuran, the 9th disciple of the mysterious moon cave. I am ordered by my master to visit. Li Yuran looked around. He saw some bloodstains beside the pool and on the stone steps. The smile on the corner of his mouth became wider. What's the matter? The elders of Qingshi's sect asked with a sullen face. I heard that there is a change in Qingshi's sect. The mysterious moon cave wants to help. Soon, there will be strong people coming here. Li Yuran replied. How dare you? Do you want to attack our Qingshi's sect? The 3 elders were furious. We don't dare. Our mysterious moon cave's leader is a close friend of your sect leader. If Qingshi's sect is in trouble, our mysterious moon cave will naturally come to support you and help you get through this crisis. Li Yuran deduced the actual situation of Qingshi's sect and became even more casual, showing a faint smile on his face. Mysterious moon cave wants to take advantage of our misfortune. Qingshi's sect only had 26 people left, and they were all furious. No, we are sincerely here to help. Li Yuran opened the folding fan in his hand and spoke frankly with assurance. My master and Qingshi's sect's chief had already discussed a long time ago. They wanted to combine the 2 sects and make them flourish together. Since the conversation had already reached this point, the purpose of the mysterious moon cavern was as clear as day. You. Qingshi's sect's people were furious. Your tone is not small. Yi Fan walked out and said, there is no harm in combining the 2 sections. Go back and tell your cave master to prepare half a square yuan. He can join Qingshi's sect at any time. Making him a vice sect leader is not a problem. Who are you? Li Yuran closed his folding fan and stopped smiling, saying in a deep voice, young lad, this is not the place for you to speak. I am talking to your elder, move to the side. Qingshi's sect was already Yi Fan's territory, how could he allow others to encroach on it? He naturally could not tolerate people trying to take advantage of him halfway. Are you talking to me? He walked down the bluestone ancient stairs, his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. This is Qingshi's sect, I can say anything I want, who do you think you are? Mysterious Moon Cave's disciple dares to be so arrogant here, where do you think this is, daring to be so arrogant? I am representing Mysterious Moon Cave, you are just a young disciple, you naturally have no qualifications to speak to me. Li Yuran opened his folding fan and looked at the mountains and rivers, not putting anyone in his eyes. Scram, tell your sect leader to prepare half a square yuan for me, otherwise I will do as he wishes and prepare to combine the sects. Yi Fan sneered, his long sleeves fluttered as he lightly waved them, like moving clouds in flowing water, elegant and graceful. Slap! Li Yuran was sent flying for hundreds of feet before landing on the ground in a sorry state. You, how dare you be so rude to my mysterious moon cave? Bam! Yi Fan waved his long sleeves again, Li Yuran's mouth and nose spurted blood, his face swelled up like he was slapped. At the same time, his whole body was sent flying as if struck by lightning. Good, 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 this time your Qingxia sect is really going to be annihilated. Li Yuran's face was ashen. Boasting shamelessly, Who do you think you are? Quickly scram and tell your sect leader to come and see me. Yifan did not move from his spot, waving his sleeves continuously. Li Yuran's body shook intensely, his face was swollen and his teeth were loose. He was directly sent flying out of Qingshi's sect, falling into a pool far away. Chapter 211. At the foot of the main peak of Qingxia, green water lingered, full of vitality. Maple trees swayed, covered with pure white flowers, and the fragrance wafted. A light breeze blew through the maple trees, and petals rustled down and danced in the air, sparkling like snowflakes. The fragrance was even stronger. The stream flowed, passing through the maple trees, carrying the fragrant petals to the distance. The flowers were fragrant, and the birds were singing. The scenery was picturesque. Near the main peak of Qingxia, it was beautiful and natural, but the 3 elders and 23 disciples in the forest still looked worried. Yifan stood quietly in the maple trees. Sparkling petals danced in the air, and the maple orchid surrounded him, fragrant and refreshing. Being here, he felt closer to the empty state of Tao. After a long time, he turned around and said, "If what you said is true, there will be some trouble." The mysterious moon cave also supported some roving bandits, but they were more secretive. In terms of scale and strength, it was similar to the Qingxia sect. The only thing that made Yifan afraid was that they actually had a supreme sect master who was still in this world. 10 years ago, when the old sect master of the mysterious moon cave went into seclusion, there were already 3 gods in his Taoist palace. It had a certain reputation in this area, and it was very intimidating for a sect of the size of the Qingxia sect. Yifan's physique was special, and his combat strength was amazing. Among the cultivators of the same level, he could be called a top figure. However, he was still a little inexperienced when facing such an old monster. The difference in strength between different realms was very big. Just like climbing the heaven ladder, the step up was immortal, and the step down was mortal, which absolutely suppressed the cultivators of the lower realms. Yifan's talent was amazing, and he could fight against more than 10 cultivators of the same realm. It could be said that it was quite amazing. If he reached the realm of the descendants of the Holy Land, it meant that he could fight against several saints alone. If it was spread out, it would definitely shock one side. Even if he was a mortal against an immortal, he still had a chance of winning. With his current terrifying attack power, he was not afraid to fight against a figure with 2 gods in the Taoist palace. Yes, a cultivator of the lower realms also had a chance of winning against an immortal on the heaven ladder. However, that supreme sect master already possessed 3 deities 10 years ago. Attacking with 2 levels of cultivation was just too risky. There was almost no chance of victory. No matter how talented one was, if there was a huge gap between their realms, it would be like crossing a natural chasm. It was impossible for one to go against the flow and slay an immortal. Most importantly, 10 years had passed. If the old headmaster did not improve at all, it would be unjustifiable. Against such a veteran character, the best choice was to retreat. It would be too difficult to kill him. The people of Azure Cloud's sect were all worried. If the mysterious moon cave was determined to exterminate them, perhaps even this young demon king would not be able to stop them. The mythical fires sect, the sunset sect, the mystic moon cave, and the 7-star pavilion were all eyeing them covetously. Now, the Azure Dawn sect was indeed in a worrying situation. Don't worry, you don't have to worry. I'll make a trip to Mystic Moon and come back to make a decision. Yifan wanted to figure out the real situation. If possible, he wanted to use a special battle technique to directly kill the old hierarch. The mysterious moon cave was 900 miles away from the Azure Cloud sect. It was also located in an oasis. There were many ancient caves and creeks here. Compared to the elegance of the Azure Cloud sect, there was a special mysterious atmosphere here. Yifan landed on the ground dozens of miles away. Crackling sounds came from his body, and his appearance changed greatly. At this moment, his body was bloated. Compared with his original delicate appearance, he had changed a lot. He used the heaven and earth changing technique recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven to change his appearance. He pulled out a Taoist robe and put it on. His face was glowing. Boundless celestial being, I am Duanda. Yifan gestured for a while and felt that it was a good imitation. At the same time, in an unknown place far away in the sky, the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda stood up from a ruin and sneezed. He said to himself, "Which bastard is scolding me?" Yifan slowly came to the mysterious moon cave. There were many ravines here, streams flowed for a long time, ancient trees covered the sun, and immortal vines formed a bridge between the cliffs, forming a path. Fat Taoist, stop. Who are you and what are you doing here? A young disciple at the mountain gate asked. Boundless celestial being, I have long heard of the great name of the mysterious moon cave. I came here to discuss Tao with your hierarch. Yifan flicked his horsetail whisk and chanted a Taoist name. He looked a bit like a master. When the disciple guarding the mountain gate heard this, he was really stunned. This Taoist wanted to discuss Tao with the hierarch. He must not be an ordinary person. They did not dare to offend him and quickly reported inside. Yifan had cultivated the heaven and earth changing technique to a certain realm. If there was anything he was worried about, it would be his temperament and charm. He always felt that it was not perfect enough. It was because of this that he was not in a hurry to go to the Jasper Lake. Not long after, an elder of the mysterious moon cave came out to welcome him and said, "Which Taoist has come to visit the mysterious moon cave?" This humble Taoist is Duanda, Taoist name Boundless. I am a wandering cultivator without roots. Boundless. How bold. The elder of the mysterious moon cave cursed and thought, what kind of lousy Taoist name is this? Why does it sound so unscrupulous? I wonder what Taoist has to say. The elder asked again. I have long heard of the marvels of the mysterious moon's secret technique. I wish to discuss it with the experts here. At this point, Yifan chanted a Taoist name. Taoist, please come in. The elder of the mysterious moon cave was really intimidated. He politely invited him into the mountain gate and explained, the hierarch has important matters to attend to and is unable to leave. He asked me to properly entertain Taoist. The elder led Yifan into the depths of the mysterious moon cave. There were many cliffs and vines crawled all over them. There were many ancient caves, giving off a different feeling. Yifan was a little surprised. He felt that this place was very unusual. He couldn't describe the feeling, but it didn't feel like a normal place. Between a stone mountain and a clear spring, there were also towering ancient trees. Yifan was invited into a pavilion and sat across from the elder. A boy served fragrant tea. After talking for a while, Yifan realized that he couldn't even see the hierarch, let alone the old hierarch. There was no way to catch him off guard and kill him. This humble Taoist has a pure heart and pursues the great Tao. I saw that this mountain is extraordinary and contains spiritual beauty, so I came to take a look. Is your hierarch really unable to split himself? Oh, I wonder what Taoist saw. The elder asked with a smile. I observed this place. I could vaguely sense dragon energy swirling around the ancient cave. It seems like a sage had lived here before. Yifan was full of nonsense. Who knew that the elder suddenly stood up and said, You. Taoist is indeed extraordinary. Did you really think I was praising you? Yifan inwardly curled his lips, but when he focused his mind and released a powerful divine sense, he was dazed. His words came true, he wasn't wrong. His divine will took form and swept past the ancient cave, the cliff, the immortal vines and the ancient trees. He really did see something extraordinary. In this area, there were many stone inscriptions on Duomo Cliff and many historical sites. What shocked him the most was that there really was a faint mist swirling around. Normal people couldn't see it at all. Only those with extraordinary divine will could feel it. It was shaped like a dragon. Which sage lived here before? Yifan asked in shock. There is no name, only an ancient cave with a few words carved on it. Unfortunately, there was no great Tao passed down. Yifan didn't say anything and concentrated his divine will to carefully observe. This place was hazy, and the more he looked, the more extraordinary it was. His divine will took form and was released. Even though he tried to conceal it, this elder still felt a bit of pressure. Daoist, this way please. The mysterious moon cave elder led the way, bringing Yifan to a secluded area. Not a blade of grass grew here, and rocky cliffs stood in great numbers. It was extremely desolate, and there wasn't anything at all. However, it was precisely this type of withered land that gave people the feeling of endless years. This elder couldn't feel anything, but Yifan keenly captured a trace of an extraordinary charm. Wuxi was endless, and it made one feel doubt. In the past, a few great sects passed by and sensed that a sage once lived here. They came to investigate, but they didn't find anything. This place isn't some secret place, so I wonder what Daoist saw. The mysterious moon cave elder explained. Mysterious moon established a sect here. Did you discover anything special? Yifan asked. He felt that this place was definitely not ordinary. I didn't find anything. In fact, the Supreme Elder of the Jade Pool passed by and stayed here for many years, but he didn't find anything. He thought that there was indeed an ancient sage living here, but he didn't pass down any techniques. Yifan's heart immediately went cold. Even the people from the Holy Land couldn't find anything. This proved that there was no great Tao left here. In front of him, there was a broken stone mountain, and there was an ancient cave there. Time was like water, and the void was like a sound. It was as if it was flowing out from there. Is the Tao boundless and ignorant? Is the heart unrestrained and unrestrained? And is there nothing wrong with things? Beside the ancient cave, on the cliff, there were only these 3 sentences. The writing was almost obliterated, and it was unknown just how long it had been here. Yifan's heart trembled. He knew that he had come to the Holy Land, to the Divine Land. This place was too important to him. He didn't discover any secret techniques, and he didn't sense any great Tao either. Everything was because of these words. These 3 lines were too familiar. He could never forget that this was the handwriting of the great Emperor Wuxi. He had seen it in the Purple Mountain. The stone book was more than 10 meters long, and on it were clearly engraved 3 big words, Wuxi scripture. The handwriting was exactly the same as these. No wonder this place was extraordinary. There was a mysterious aura circulating. It turned out that a great emperor had lived here. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but the traces he left behind were still not extinguished. There was a faint immortal fog, which made people feel the supreme power of the great emperor of ancient times. This place must be taken down. Yifan secretly decided that this place was very important to him. The mysterious moon cave was the same as the Qingxi sect. They both supported roving bandits and plundered the surroundings. He wouldn't feel guilty. Taking down such a sect was equivalent to getting rid of a pest for the people. This poor Daoist actually came here for another matter. I was ordered by my master to come and discuss with your honorable headmaster. Yifan didn't stay in the ancient cave for long. After returning to the pavilion, he said these words. Your master is. The mysterious moon cave's elder was shocked. My master is staying in Qingxi sect. He hopes to live in harmony with the mysterious moon cave. Yifan said this and concentrated on engraving the word harmony on the stone table. Then, he got up and bid farewell. Like a falling leaf, he disappeared outside the mountain in the blink of an eye. He couldn't even see the mysterious moon sect's leader, not to mention killing the old sect leader. Right now, he could only stall for time so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. He decided to go into closed-door cultivation after returning and refine that half-yuan. He needed time to advance to the second level of Dao Palace. About 7 minutes later, the mysterious Moon Cave's leader arrived at the pavilion. After seeing the word harmony, he frowned and said, "This Daoist is not to be underestimated. I am not his match, but he actually has a master. This, unless the supreme sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation." In the mysterious Moon Cave's trip, Yi Fan's gains were great. Great Emperor Wu Shi's ruins were very important to him. At the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? Seeing Wu Shi's path becomes empty. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 212. The Emperor Jade in Yi Fan's hand was a little warm. He carefully put it away and looked back at Mystic Moon Cavern before disappearing into the horizon. He returned to Qingxia and found that he couldn't go into seclusion even if he wanted to. The Fire Sect, Sunset Gate, and Seven-Star Pavilion couldn't hold back and seemed ready to attack at any time. He had just taken down Qingxia and these sects wanted to pick the fruits of his labor, robbing him midway. This made him feel quite displeased. "The Fire Sect has come to visit," a Qingxia disciple transmitted. "Fight them out." Yi Fan didn't wait for the three elders to say anything and directly ordered. "It's the eldest disciple of the Fire Sect. Do we fight them out?" The disciples looked at the three Qingxia elders, troubled. "What's so great about the eldest disciple of the Fire Sect? If we chase them out, we won't see them." Yi Fan waved his hand. "That isn't very good." The three Qingxia elders got up and patiently explained, "The Fire Sect is very strong, no weaker than Mystic Moon Cavern. Don't tell me they also have an old monster like the highest sect leader." Yi Fan looked at the three. One of the elders smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, they have two old monsters. They were already at the third level of the Holy Ji Palace 8 years ago. And it's not just one. Two of them jumped out at once." Yi Fan was speechless. He had just stabilized Mystic Moon Cavern and now the Fire Sect had come. The eldest disciple of the Fire Sect, Du Qingquan, requests an audience. A leisurely voice came from the mountain gate and reached the main peak of Qingxia. "They really think we are weak. They dared to stand outside the mountain gate and disturb the peace of Qingxia." The three elders were angry. For a sect, this was a very rude action. First it was Li Yuran, and then it was Du Qingquan. Such a transmission was really looking down on Qingxia. They have already seen the truth and are no longer afraid. Yi Fan sneered and then revealed a look of surprise. "The sects around you are all so ambitious. With a powerhouse at the third level of the Holy Ji Palace holding down the fort, I really don't know how you survived. Qingxia also has such a powerhouse." "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. A few months ago, he went berserk and passed away. An elder smiled helplessly. "So in this way, if I came a step earlier, then I might have perished." Yi Fan rubbed his chin as he'd slightly underestimated Qingxia. The eldest disciple of the Li Fire sect leader, Du Qingquan, requests an audience. The leisurely voice rang out again, this time, it was clearly nearer. "Let him in." Yi Fan sneered. He then stood up and said, "I'm going to call a friend." A moment later, he appeared in the guise of the heartless Taoist Duanda. The three elders of the Green Dawn sect looked at each other in dismay. They opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but no words came out. Not long after, the eldest disciple of the Leaf Fire sect arrived at the foot of the Green Cloud main peak. He didn't descend the stairs but flew straight up. This was also a form of contempt. If the sect was strong enough, the mountain bearers wouldn't dare to casually fly within the sect. When he arrived at the main peak, Du Qingquan didn't give the courtesy of a junior. He clasped his hands in a very perfunctory manner and said, "Greetings, seniors. My master has asked me to deliver a letter to your sect leader. The sect leader is in seclusion. You can leave the letter and we will deliver it," the elder of the Green Dawn sect said in a low voice. "That won't do. This is a matter of great importance. My master has repeatedly told me that I must personally deliver it to the sect leader." Du Qingquan shook his head. "Isn't it the same if we deliver it? This is the Green Dawn sect and the sect leader is in seclusion. Do you think he would come out just for you?" An elder of the Green Dawn sect said with a sullen face. He felt very unhappy. Du Qingquan's face revealed a trace of arrogance. He said, "This is the sect leader's letter. Naturally, the sect leader has to personally receive it. No one else can." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Fan sneered. He stretched out a large hand that turned into a millstone and slammed it down. Bang! This was a very heavy blow. With one slap, Du Qingquan's entire body was slammed to the ground. Many of the bones in his body were broken. "Who are you? How dare you attack me? You should know that I am here on behalf of the Leaf Fire sect. Are you trying to start a war between two sects?" Du Qingquan's mouth was bleeding. He climbed up with difficulty. His arrogance was somewhat restrained, but he still seemed very confident. "I am Duande." Yi Fan reported his name. "Where are you from? Why did you attack me for no reason?" Du Qingquan stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his eyebrows. He was the eldest disciple of the Leaf Fire sect. He was proud and arrogant. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Go back and tell your sect leader that my master is staying in the Green Dawn sect. I don't want small fries to come and annoy me. If you haven't cultivated to the third secret realm, for extremities, don't come and die." Yi Fan swung his palm again. The millstone-sized palm covered Du Qingquan again and slammed him down the main peak of the Green Dawn sect. He used the 9 secret offensive sacred technique and left a very special injury on Du Qingquan's body. If Du Qingquan were to investigate, he would definitely be shocked. "Daoist Duan, you." The elder of the Azure Mist sect was truly speechless. This person was even more fearless than the young Devil King. He had even sent the eldest disciple of the mythical fire sect flying. "Don't worry. The more you lower your voice, the more they will attack." Yi Fan sneered. "I am sure that after seeing Du Qingquan's injury, they will not dare to attack." Reporting to the elders. "The disciples of the Seven Stars Pavilion and the Sunset sect are asking for an audience. Let them in." Yi Fan waved his hand. "Master, you can't be thinking of." The 3 elders of the Green Dawn sect asked in a low voice. Sure enough, it was just as they expected. Yi Fan called those 2 over and directly gave them a round of slaps, beating them until they wailed like ghosts and howled like gods. He slapped them until their bones were broken and their tendons snapped, and then he chased them out of the green mist. The disciples of the Green Dawn sect looked at each other. Which Taoist temple did this master come from? Wasn't he too fierce? If I don't beat them up, I won't be able to vent my anger. Do they really think they are the Holy Sun? Running to me and telling me what to do. It is good enough that I left them alive. Master, you are too direct. This will cause a big mess. The 3 elders were frightened. It was to solve the problem that I beat them up. Yi Fan had no other choice. He could only do this. Otherwise, if he showed weakness, he was sure that the Green Dawn sect would be destroyed immediately. Others pretended to be pigs to eat tigers, but he had no choice but to pretend to be a tiger to eat pigs. He had to show that he was strong enough and bring up a non-existent master to temporarily intimidate the other party. "I am going to ask some friends for help. I will be away for half a month. I believe they will not dare to attack during this time. Yifan decided to find a place to go into seclusion. Master, if you leave like this. The people of the Green Dawn sect were a little dumbfounded. It's fine. Don't worry. I will go to those 3 sects and suppress them. On that day, Yifan left again. He went to the Mythical Fire sect, the 7 Stars Pavilion, and the Sunset sect. He was very high profile, as if he was the successor of a holy land. Of course, he did not dare to go in. He only strolled around the mountain gate. He did not want to take risks. It would be troublesome if he was blocked by those old monsters. Even so, the 3 sects were shocked. They felt that the Green Dawn sect might really have a cultivator from the 3rd secret realm. Otherwise, this unscrupulous Taoist would not dare to do this. Before Yifan went into seclusion, he went to Flat Rock City. He needed to understand the situation of the Jade Lake Holy Maiden so that he would not miss her. He was surprised to find out that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden went to many cities. It was very likely that she would return to the Jade Lake soon. Why are things happening at the same time? Yifan was a little helpless. If he went into seclusion, he might miss this opportunity. After asking around, some people said that this was a rumor. In fact, it was very likely that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden would go to the Origin Ancient Mine. What is she going to do outside the Origin Ancient Mine? Which news is true? Yifan could not be sure. Looks like I have to go there myself. He did not want to miss this opportunity no matter what. It was the safest to be invited by the Jade Lake Holy Maiden because he was good at identifying stones. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to be exposed if he sneaked in. Yifan was as fast as lightning. After a few days, he arrived at an ancient city called Kunyan. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had already reached this place. Kunyan City was located in a barren land. The oasis here was not big, but there were many legends. The locals all believed that there was an ancient deity protecting them. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had already stopped here for more than half a month. This puzzled people. They did not know what was so attractive about Kunyan City. Now, his followers had reached an extremely shocking level. Many young geniuses followed him, and more of them followed him. It had to be said that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's charm was too great. The Jiang family, Ji family, and Alcade Kingdom all had young disciples following her. There were even princes from the Central Plains. Bulsh *T. I heard that the Central Plains has no holy lands, but there are dynasties that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Those who are bestowed the title of princes are all extraordinary people. Why would they come from the Central Plains to the eastern barren northern region for a woman? Yifan shook his head. He did not believe it. He was already inside Kunyan City. The cultivator who said this glanced at him and said, "Fat Daoist, you are too out of touch with the news." How so? It is absolutely true. Even though the princes did not come from the Central Plains, they are close. They should have appeared in the northern region's holy city, but because of the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, they came here. Yifan touched his chin. Did the Jade Lake Holy Maiden really have this kind of charm? How beautiful was she? He could not understand why the holy sons of the great sages' land and the princes of dynasties that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years followed her. Isn't she just a woman? He mumbled. Fat Daoist, you are a monk. It is hard for you to understand. However, if you see the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's true appearance, you will probably return to secular life. I am not that unbearable. Even if the goddess of the ninth heaven descends, I will only treat her as a normal woman. I will not worship her. This Daoist has a point. Isn't she just a holy maiden? When I am in a good mood, I will take her as my concubine, a bearded young man said. Yifan could tell that this bearded man was definitely a bandit. He looked too much like a bandit. He was probably the descendant of a bandit. The people at the side all ran away with a hula sound, leaving only Big Beard and Yifan. Daoist, I like your words. How about we find a place to have a drink? The bearded young man invited. Being called Daoist, Yifan could only nod. Who asked him to disguise himself as Duanda? The two of them went to a restaurant and ordered some dishes. The bearded man said, let's eat first. I will have friends coming later. Let them order more. The bearded young man was very forthright. He clinked glasses with Yifan and drank 18 bowls of strong liquor. Great. He wiped away the alcohol on the corner of his mouth and laughed. Are you a Daoist? Why are you not afraid of pork knuckles or roasted lamb? You really are a Daoist who drinks and eats meat. By the way, I have not asked for your name. I am Duanda. My Daoist name is Wuliang, Yifan answered. I am indeed fated with you. Not only do I feel like I have seen you before, but even your name sounds familiar. The bearded young man had a leopard's head and round eyes. He was tall and burly. He laughed and said his name, I am Wu Zhongtian. Yifan was moved. Wasn't the fifth bandit in the north region called Wu Dao? This great man with a bandit's aura might really be a descendant of that bandit. The fourth bandit was the Green Flood Dragon King, a famous expert of the demon race. The seventh bandit was Tu Tian, who possessed the weapon of the great ancient emperor. Wu Dao was ranked fifth. He was in between the two. His supernatural power was extremely high. His descendants must be super powerful. In fact, Yifan already felt that the other party was unfathomable. He had a bold and heroic personality. He was a person worth befriending. As expected, Yifan's guess was confirmed after a short while. Tu Fei entered the restaurant. Behind him were a few valiant young men. They had met at the Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square in Flat Rock City. They were all descendants of the great bandits. This was a gathering of small bandits. None of them were easy to deal with. They were not much weaker than the Saint children. Hey, who is this Daoist grandpa? How come I have never seen him before? One of them asked. Tu Fei gulped down a mouthful of wine and asked, Brother Zhongtian, who is this Daoist grandpa? Introduce him. Obviously, Wu Zhongtian had a certain prestige among these people. After gulping down a big bowl of wine, he introduced, I just got to know this Daoist grandpa. I feel like I have met him before. It must be fate. His name is Duanda, and his Daoist name is Immeasurable. Yeah, the name sounds familiar to me too, Tu Fei muttered. Yifan felt strange. How could this wicked Daoist have such a wide circle of friends? Not only was he doing well in the south region, but he could also travel through the void. Could it be that he had connections in the north region? If that was the case, it would be too unusual. It should be known that it was too difficult to travel such a long distance. The space gates were controlled by the Holy Lands. Brother Zhongtian, the more I think about the name Duanda, the more familiar it sounds. I remember you cursed him 8 or 9 years ago. Next to him, a descendant of a great bandit mumbled. Wu Zhongtian seemed to remember something. He rolled his eyes, gazing at Yifan. He said angrily, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Holy **T, turns out it's you. Do we know each other? Yifan felt the situation wasn't good. Before he could make the wicked Daoist a scapegoat, he had to make the wicked Daoist a scapegoat first. Although I've never seen you in person, I've seen your portrait. If I burn your bones, I can recognize your ashes. Wu Zhongtian was flustered and exasperated. He shouted and asked his people to surround Yifan. He pointed at him, his fingers shivering. Holy **T, you bastard Daoist. You have guts. You even dare to rob my great-grandfather's grave. My grandfather said that if he caught you, he would imprison you in the absolute beginning ancient mine. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. This wicked Daoist was a bastard. How could he dare to provoke anyone? He even dared to rob the grave of the fifth great bandit. It was like provoking a thief's ancestor. I say, everyone, this has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan complained. This was a huge scapegoat and he definitely couldn't take it. He cursed Duanda inwardly. He was too lacking in morals. Wu Zhongtian was enraged. He thought they knew each other. He thought it was fate, so he treated this bastard to a feast and a bowl of wine. He didn't think that they had a grudge. He slammed the table. I say, you wicked Daoist, you're too wicked. Even though Zhongtian's ancestor is an almighty expert, you shouldn't just rob randomly. If this spreads out, how will Grandpa Wu Dao, the fifth great bandit, feel? Tu Fei squinted, adding oil to the fire. At the end of the world, in an unknown historical site, the fat Daoist Duanda sneezed 3 times. He cursed, who's cursing me? Don't let this Daoist know. Otherwise, I won't let you off. At this moment, Yi Fan was speechless. This wicked Daoist had committed so many sins. Seeing a group of small bandits wanting to skin him alive, he hurried to explain, I'm not Duanda. I have an old debt to settle with him. He had to show his real body. If he delayed any longer, he would be torn apart by these bandits. Genius brother. I say, are you real or fake? In our line of work, when did we have such an all-rounder like you? Chapter 213. You think I won't recognize you if you change your appearance? If I peel off your skin, I will recognize your bones. Wu Zhongtian was tall and sturdy. His beard shivered, making him look like a male lion. Light shot out from his eyes. Tu Fei circled around Yi Fan twice, laughing. I also think you look like that evil Taoist. Don't be fooled by your change of appearance. I'm sure it's just a camouflage. Unless you show me the proof. Yi Fan flung his loose Daoist robe and said, Brother Tu, you are purposely making things difficult for me. Others might not be able to recognize me, but you should be able to. The two of us have met before at the Alcade mine. This man does have some tricks. His appearance changed in just a blink of an eye. At first glance, I know he's a habitual criminal. He's prepared to do bad things, screamed a descendant of a great bandit. Tu Fei laughed evilly. It's simple. You take out the dress of the Jade Lake Saintess and show it to us. It's enough to prove it. You. Aren't you mean? You don't have anything to lose. Yao Shi is the one who should be mad. Too bad she's not here. Tu Fei grinned, talking to the bandits around. You guys don't believe me. You think that Yao Shi is an arrogant woman who doesn't belong to this world. Today, I will show you. Really? You mean he's not Duanda? The other bandits didn't believe him. Yi Fan didn't have any bad habits. He took that dress to enrage Yao Shi at the critical moment to save his life. He didn't take it out. His bones cracked as he turned into Tu Tian, the 7th bandit. Tu Fei, don't be naughty. Tu Fei, I hashtag at yen yen hashtag. The other descendants gawked and dropped their jaws. Then, they laughed crazily, pounding the table. Hey, we can't do that. Little brother Yi, change back. Tu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. Now, do you believe that I'm not Duanda? Yes. I knew you weren't Duanda, said Tu Fei gloomily. The other young bandits knew that the one in front of them wasn't an evil Taoist. They laughed unceasingly. Wu Zhongtian also sat back down and stared at Yi Fan. You really burned a grand elder of the Ji clan to death. I was just lucky. In the surroundings, these great bandit descendants were extremely well informed. They had long heard of this, and when they heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. I say, little brother Yi, did you really take away one of Yaoshi's clothes? Another bandit asked. This. How do I say this? I accidentally obtained one. As soon as he said this, the people in the restaurant immediately howled. Their eyes shone with green light, and they were all extremely excited. The other people in the restaurant had long since fled in fright. Everyone had already vaguely guessed that these were the descendants of the 13 great bandits, so they all fled without a trace. Heavens, Yaoshi is so pure and holy, yet there's no justice in this world. I say, little brother Yi, you really hurt my heart. Why are you sad? I'm happy. She and that saint's son had chased me in two fei for 3,000 miles. Now, we can vent our anger. Some hot-blooded bandits banged the table and howled unceasingly. I say, little brother Yi, sell that dress to me. I'll give you 100 pounds of source. I'm going to show it. If I don't make that arrogant little girl vomit blood, I won't be able to swallow it. A bandit tried to get close to Yi Fan, giving him a big bowl of wine. I'll give you 500 pounds of source. I want to sell that dress in the sacred city, said another bandit. Why do you want to sell it in the sacred city? Just sell that bra to that prince from the center territory. We'll take advantage of him. If that's the case, it's hard to vent our anger. We should auction the Saintess bra in the Northern Territory and invite all the young talents. We can even send invitations to some bad elders. This group of small bandits was getting worse and worse. From their attitude, they wanted to beat Yaoshi so badly that she would never be able to rise again. Guys, you guys are too mean. How could you come up with such an idea? Yi Fan was in a daze. These people were really a bunch of bastards. The Saintess and son of Yaoguang are too hateful. Not long ago, they teamed up with many strong cultivators to attack us. They almost killed us. Of course, we have to teach them a good lesson. Don't hurt me. Yi Fan knew he couldn't compare to them. These people all had a grandfather called Niu-Shi-San. Even if they got into trouble, they would have people to support them. If he dared to auction Yaoshi's bra, the Yaoguang's sacred land would kill him at all costs. What are you afraid of? You'll be with us in the future. You think you'll be afraid of that little girl? If I'm with you guys, who can give me an ancient scripture to cultivate? Who can provide me with 1 million pounds of source? Yi Fan murmured. Little brother Yi, you're too greedy. There are only a few ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. 1 million pounds of source. Can you ask those sacred grounds if they can afford it? Come, let me introduce them. Wu Zhongtian introduced the people present. This man is called Lu Ko. Wu Zhongtian pointed at a wild-looking young man. He was the grandson of the sixth bandit, Lu Feng. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. This name was too strange. Weren't they roving bandits? They could be compared to Tu Fei. This is Li Heishui. Wu Zhongtian pointed at a dark-skinned young man with a strong body. He was the grandson of the eighth bandit, Li Heng. This name was also strange. Heishui, it sounded like a bad black water. Shi Yan didn't know if those bandits had discussed this before. Tu Fei was indignant. I know what you're thinking. We don't have a solution. Those old men sat together and made some jokes. Then our names were decided. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. It was his bad luck to have such a grandfather. He's called Jiang Huiren. Wu Zhongtian pointed at another young man. He was the eldest grandson of the ninth bandit, Jiang Yi. He came from the remote antiquity family, the Jiang family. Of course, this branch of his had rebelled a long time ago. They had become the famous bandits. That year, they had shocked people so much that their jaws dropped. Yifan felt that this name was passable. It was still considered normal. Unexpectedly, people around him laughed. Jiang Huiran was upset. He poured himself a big bowl of wine and drank it all. His grandfather is noble and virtuous. He doesn't want to follow the crowd. He decided to give him a meaningful name. Jiang Huiran is a bad guy, right? He's a bad guy, explained Tu Fei. Yifan was speechless. How could it be like this? Tu Fei, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiran, Li Heishui. When these four names were linked together, Shi Yan had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he had to hold it in. These names were too artistic. Speaking of this, only Wu Zhongtian's name was acceptable. However, his aura and appearance were the same as the other four. At first glance, Shi Yan knew he wasn't a good person. If he went out for a walk, he could silence the streets instantly. Little brother Yi, do you have any plan? Asked Wu Zhongtian. Tu Fei said, why did you come to Kunyan Ancient City? This place is remote and poor. Besides the occasional evil spirits, there's nothing special here. I want to know something. Does the Jade Lake Saintess want to return to her sect? Asked Yifan. Li Heishui howled like a wolf. You're a beast. You've just taken the Yaoguang Saintess bra and now you want to snatch the Jade Lake's fairies. I say, little brother Yi, you should have some conscience. You're too much. Do you want to capture all the Eastern Baron Saintesses? You shouldn't be greedy. You should be satisfied with the Yaoguang Saintess, shouted Lu Kou. Pervert Yi, no matter what, you're one of us. You shouldn't cross the line. Do you want to cut off the future of your brothers? Tu Fei grumbled. Jiang Huiran was calmer. We can't be like Yifan. You guys forgot some. In fact, I don't only want to capture the Eastern Baron Saintesses but also the pearls of the remote antiquity families. I also want to capture the princesses of the immortal dynasties that have existed for more than 100,000 years. I want to build a big harem. You're a beast. 1 hour later, they had eaten and drank to their heart's content. They walked out of the restaurant while talking and laughing. Yifan's body cracked, and he turned into the seventh bandit, Tu Tian. Tu Fei was irritated. We're friends. If you take advantage of me again, I'll be angry with you. Yifan thought for a while and felt that it was too risky to pretend to be an evil Daoist. This bastard had done many bad things. If he turned into Tu Tian's appearance, he might become a scapegoat for him for no reason. Eventually, his joints cracked, and his body changed. He turned into a Daoist wearing a fluttering feather robe. His face was like jade, and he looked like an immortal. He looked like an otherworldly being. Kunyan Ancient City had a long history. The stone slabs on the streets were dented. It was hard to tell how old it was. People in this city believed in the immemorial gods. They thought that there was a god guarding this place. The Jade Lake Saintess had stayed here for half a month. People thought it was related to this place. They walked toward the Jade Lake Immortal Stone Square. These small bandits were not easy to deal with. Wherever they went, it would not be peaceful. Yifan knew that these people were plotting something. It was very likely that they would poke a huge hole in the ground. However, he was not worried. He was not afraid of being marked down when he walked out in his current appearance. The Jade Lake Saintess is about to leave this city, Wu Zhongtian said. I really want to kill the Alcade Saint as soon as possible. Li Heishui was furious. That guy is too strong. Once he uses the sacred light technique, he is almost invincible among his peers. Even the divine body might not be able to suppress him. We can only make him vomit blood first. If we want to kill him, we have to let the old guys do it. Even though the Jasper Lake Immortal Stone Square was within the city, it was elegant and tranquil. Ancient trees, fallen leaves fluttered in the wind, flowing water gurgled, a small bridge lay horizontally, and stones were arranged in picturesque disorder. Since it was the last few days, the Jade Lake Saintess was about to leave. Thus, there were many people in the immortal stone square. However, no one was shouting. They were all discussing in a low voice. The Alcade Saint is going with the Jade Lake Saintess. It seems like they are going to the absolute beginning ancient mine. Tu Fei's eyes sparkled. Little brother Yi, I'm begging you. Sell me that bra. I really want to sell it here, said Li Heishui through his gritted teeth. Yao Shi's beautiful black hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was so beautiful that it could suffocate people. She was as bright as the moon. Standing in front of them, she looked like a misty cloud. Her long dress dragged on the ground, outlining her graceful body. The Alcade Saint's son was also in front of them. He was like a proud sun with a gold halo moving around his body. Each of his moves attracted people's attention. He was like the Son of God. Li Heishui and Tu Fei had to suffer a lot under their hands. They were almost killed. They had to escape from death's door. The Alcade Saint's son is really intimidating. When he uses the sacred light technique, no technique can harm him. He's invincible, indeed. Tu Fei sighed. Even the strongest attacking technique can't work on him. Didn't we invite Zhong Tianji? We can subdue him, said Li Heishui coldly. I'm afraid I'm not his equal opponent. We're not here to kill him today. We're here to release the mist. Don't act rashly, warned Wu Zhongtian in a low voice. Don't worry. We won't look for trouble. Where did little brother Yi go? How come he disappeared? Asked Jiang Huiren. Beast. Beast. That kid is so young but he's a beast. Guys, look. He's aiming at the princess of the Xia dynasty in Central Plains. I didn't wrong him. He's going there, screamed Lu Ko. He shouldn't cause any trouble. The Xia dynasty has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It's unimaginably deep. A powerful prince is there too, muttered Li Heishui. In front of them was a young man. He was protected in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. The golden armor on his body radiated dazzling light. It was the prince of the Xia dynasty. He was handsome and heroic. Dragon chi twirled around him. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Yi Fan wasn't aiming at him. He was aiming at a girl next to him. She was dressed in white and looked pure. She had a special charm. Yi Fan wasn't moved. He was excited. Although this girl was pure and beautiful, the real reason he was attracted to her was that she was a nun. Of course, he wasn't interested in her. It was her identity that made him excited. He couldn't calm down. She was a follower of Buddhism. He wanted to ask her if Buddha was in this world. Chapter 2:14. Beast, beast. This kid didn't even let go of a nun. Li Heishui howled. That's a little nun. She's only 15 or 16 years old. What a beast. Tu Fei also widened his eyes. You can't be like Yi Fan. He's so young, but he dares to touch a nun. We're ashamed. Lu Ko watched without blinking. This kid doesn't care about meat or vegetables. That's the princess of the Xia dynasty. Jiang Huiren was speechless. Wu Zhongtian was a little worried. He walked forward, afraid that Yi Fan would cause a disaster. An immortal dynasty like that was even more terrifying than a holy land. That's the princess of the Xia dynasty. She was born with the Buddha flower and became a Buddhist. Though she's a nun, she's still the emperor's favorite daughter. This guy shouldn't mess around. The five of them walked forward, keeping a close eye on the area ahead. How could Yi Fan not be surprised? He had heard that there was Buddhism in the West Desert, and there were even monks in the Central Plains. He had wanted to find out. The Buddha came from the other side of the universe. He was a figure from 2,500 years ago. They came from the same place. He wanted to know if this Buddha was the one in the Tempest Temple and if he came from Earth. If he was, he would have one more hope. He wanted to know everything. If the Buddha was a sage who could cross the universe, then he would have hoped to return to his hometown. Even though he could fly in the sky and dig underground in this world, and he had great power, he would rather be a mortal and enjoy the warmth of his home than live like this. Sakyamuni, a figure from 2,000 years ago, had founded Buddhism. It was extremely prosperous and had a great influence on the later generations. In the past, Yi Fan only thought that he was an ancient person with great wisdom. He had never thought of him as a god. He thought that the so-called Buddha was just a state of mind, not a manifestation of divine power. He did not believe that anyone could use supernatural powers. However, when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin on Mount Tai and brought him to a mysterious world, everything he knew was overturned. He had to think of the wise ancient person as a god, a cultivator with endless power. This was a change in his thinking. He could not forget the ruins of the Tempest Temple on the ancient Firefly Flame. He really wanted to know where the Buddha had gone. There was Buddhism in this world, so it was very likely that the other party had come here. 2,500 years wasn't a long time for this world, where there were living people. But for the other side of the starry sky, it seemed extremely long. It could be traced back to the pre-Qin period. It was during that era that the Buddha attained enlightenment, but it was unknown what his true level of cultivation was. Yi Fan didn't know whether he came to this world through the star door left by the ancients, or whether he crossed the starry sky on his own. Yi Fan felt as if he was in a dream. On the other side of the starry sky, a character from 2,500 years ago should have already returned to dust, but he might be able to converse with him in the future. Who is it? Stop. In front of them, the princes and princesses of the Great Xia dynasty were surrounded by armored soldiers. All of them wore iron robes and were surrounded by divine splendor. Their battle prowess surged. These people were guarding the area strictly, and when they saw Yi Fan charging over, they naturally stopped him. I want to see that little nun. Yi Fan was a little excited, so his words were a little inappropriate. How dare you, do you want to offend the princess? The armored soldiers in iron robes blocked his way. Wrong, I mean, I want to see that little master, who is also your honorable princess. Yi Fan stopped and looked forward. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty of the Middle State had black hair like a waterfall, eyes like the stars, and an outstanding temperament. He was like the son of the god of heaven, extremely heroic. He wore a divine iron robe, and every movement he made was filled with the aura of an emperor that gathered into the shape of a dragon. He looked over, his dark eyes as deep as the ocean, and asked lightly, "What do you want?" Yi Fan said, "I see that your highness has an imposing aura and dragon aura around you, showing the dignity of an emperor. I couldn't help but come forward and want to see the true face of a dragon." The prince of the Great Xia dynasty smiled, "You sure know how to talk. Come forward and let me show you. This brat is really good at flattering people. He's obviously thinking about his sister." Li Heishui mumbled. The competition between the princes of the Great Xia dynasty of the Central State is fierce. Of course, he likes to hear such words, Lu Ko muttered. This brat is really... His eyes are on the nun's sister, but he talks about the emperor with dragon aura. He's not a good person. Tu Fei pouted. The armored soldier let Yi Fan pass. He came forward and said to the Great Xia dynasty's prince, "I see your highness. The celestial court is like the sun, and the earth pavilion is like the moon. You have a purple aura that reaches the sky, and you have the dragon aura in your eyes." You will ascend to the throne one day and become the emperor. Little Daoist, why are you here? Of course, the great Xia dynasty's prince wouldn't be moved by his words. At this moment, Yi Fan was studying the princess of the great Xia dynasty. She was really a little nun, around 15 or 16 years old. Her clothes were white like snow, and her black hair was long gone. She wore a white hat on her head. She was not old, but she was tall and slender. She had a natural grace, but she still looked a little immature and charming. This little nun was really pure and innocent. She was curiously looking at him with her big black eyes, which were full of spirit. Although she didn't have beautiful hair, her charm couldn't be reduced. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she looked pure and charming. She was a natural beauty, like a poem or a painting. Little master, you have the spirit inside you. You are born with a divine appearance. You have the root of wisdom. Your body is like a Buddha flower, and your heart is exquisite. You are the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva, Yi Fan said seriously. The little nun's big black eyes moved, sneaking glances at him. She didn't say anything, which made her look cute and delicate. Motherf asterisk cur. The more I look at this kid, the more I think he is a bootlicker. He is really good at tricking people. Even Wu Zhongtian, who was as calm as a lion, couldn't help but say that. This kid even dares to take off the Yaoguang Saintess bra. He's not a good guy. Li Heishui sighed and said, actually, I also want to go there and say something. Please don't let this little nun be tricked by this animal. On the other side, the Prince of Xia Kingdom's face darkened. He felt that this little Daoist was here for his sister. As an elder brother, it was hard for him to be happy. Yi Fan naturally noticed his expression. He recited a Daoist name and turned to face him. He said, Your Highness, your power has been formed. You have the power of a dragon. What you lack now is the cultivation of the royal aura. The Prince of Xia Kingdom said indifferently, Do you have any suggestions? He wanted to chase this Daoist away. He didn't want him to get close to his sister. When Yi Fan saw someone from Buddhism, he wouldn't leave no matter what. He couldn't calm down and was desperate to know if Sakyamuni was in this world. He said, I want to give your highness a scroll of the heavenly book. In the future, you will be able to rule over Xia Kingdom. You are a Daoist. What do you know about the power of the world? What do you know about the path of the royal aura? The guard leader saw that the prince was unhappy and wanted to chase Yi Fan away. How would I not know? There are 4 great powers in the universe, and the royal aura is one of them. Do you understand? Yi Fan asked. You. The guard leader was slightly angry. What are the 4 great powers? Asked the Xia Kingdom's prince. The Tao is big, the sky is big, the earth is big, and the royal aura is big, Yi Fan said calmly. However, his eyes were on the little nun. The Xia Kingdom's prince had just learned something. Looking at Shi Yan's face, he felt a little annoyed. He lowered his voice and asked, Are the 4 great powers related? The emperor is a human. Humans follow earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. I have a scroll of the heavenly book of the imperial path. It imitates everything from earth, and imitates everything from heaven. It can nurture the royal aura. You can use it as a reference. Beast, beast. To achieve your goal, you are so eloquent. You will do anything, muttered Li Heishui, who wasn't far from them. You're good at fooling people. Tu Fei pouted his lips. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense, Wu Zhongtian contemplated. I think you're here for the princess, the guard leader said coldly. You're wrong. I'm here for her highness. However. At this point, he slightly paused and said, I also have a few questions to ask little master. What do you want to ask? asked the Xia Kingdom's prince faintly. I want to ask the young master if Rolai is still in this world. Yi Fan gazed at the little nun, his face solemn. The beautiful little nun was a little flustered. She hid behind her brother, cocking her head and blinking her big eyes at him. As soon as he heard the word Rolai, the Xia Kingdom's prince changed his visage. He lowered his voice, I don't know what you're talking about. The word Rolai seemed to have a strange demonic power. Not only the Xia Kingdom's prince discolored, but also Yaoguang Saint's son, who wasn't far from them, walked toward them. He was as dazzling as the scorching sun. Gold light moved on his body, making him look like an immortal king descending to this world. Although he was standing in the sea of people, people could see that he was different from the others. Yi Fan could feel the change of their countenances. He was surprised. Did the word Rolai have some magical power? Yao Shi also walked over. She didn't know what Rolai meant, but she felt that something was wrong. She was like the rising sun, like the bright moon shining down, walking gracefully. At the same time, Yi Fan felt another gaze. It came from a pavilion in Jade Pool's celestial stone square. Their saintess was standing by the window, shrouded in mist. She was looking over here. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish. In an instant, all laws are the same. Once the scenery can't be hidden, it will be revealed naked. Yi Fan recited a Buddhist gatha. He looked at the beautiful little nun and said, May I ask if Sakyamuni is still here? The little nun's clothes were whiter than snow. She was as ethereal as a fairy. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she closed it in the end. The Xia Kingdom's prince was like a mountain at this moment. He released a dragon-shaped she pillar, and his divine clothes shone brilliantly. He was like a great emperor descending to the world. He stared coldly at Yi Fan and said, I only know about Buddhism. I've never heard of this name. Don't ask us. Was Sakyamuni a taboo? Yi Fan had this illusion. I suddenly realized that the source of the wonderful heart is like a cracked shell. There are 6 pleasures in the dream, but after realizing it, there is no saint. Yi Fan used a Buddhist gatha to test the little nun. In the end, he asked in a deep voice, Where is Buddha? There is Mount Meru in the West Desert. If you want to know, you can go find it. The Xia Kingdom's prince said coldly. When Yi Fan heard the words Mount Meru, he was shocked. Was it really Sakyamuni's place of enlightenment? I want to hear you talk about Rolai and Sakyamuni in detail. Yaoguang Saint said to Yi Fan. His smile was bright like the spring breeze and the morning glow. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that there was something wrong with the Buddhism in this world. Otherwise, why would the Xia Kingdom's prince and Yaoguang Saint be like this? Chapter 2:15. Great Xia was an immortal ancient dynasty that had flourished for hundreds of thousands of years. Great mountains collapsed, rivers dried up, and seas became mulberry fields. As time passed, everything changed. However, Great Xia was as prosperous as ever. Ever since the emperor of the primordial era created this immortal dynasty, it had never fallen. It recorded many changes in history and bore many secrets. No one could say for sure. Yi Fan thought of many things. What happened 2,000 years ago? Did Shakyamuni come to this world? What happened between him and the natives? Why did the great Xia prince's expression change? If there was a hidden story, one couldn't help but wonder. Great Xia definitely knew all of this. It was an immortal dynasty and should have records of all the major events that happened in this world. Saint Child Yaoguang smiled warmly. His teeth were sparkling and even his hair was emitting a golden light. He was very easygoing as he looked forward. Boundless celestial being. Yi Fan chanted and shook his head. I am a wandering cultivator that travels the world. I heard this by chance and was puzzled. That is why I asked. He didn't disguise himself as Duanda. At this moment, his figure was tall and his robes fluttered in the wind. His appearance was out of this world. Even though he was young, he had a bit of an immortal charm. You are too humble. Can you dispel my doubts? Where did Shakyamuni come from? What kind of existence is he? How much do you know about him? Saint Child Yaoguang smiled like a spring breeze. Shakyamuni came from the other side of the starry sky. How could Yi Fan say that? He said, I only know the name Rolai and don't know anything about his life. Saint Child, why don't you dispel my doubts? What is the origin of this Shakyamuni? Shakyamuni. Specks of light appeared in Saint Child Yaoguang's eyes. It was clear that these two words had a mysterious power that would cause him to have a different expression every time. One had to know that people like him and the great Xia prince wouldn't change their expressions even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. However, the name Rolai made them feel uneasy. I was asking you, but you are asking me in return. You really are watertight. Saint Child Yaoguang smiled warmly and then shook his head. I've only heard rumors and don't know the details. I hope that your highness will not be stingy in teaching me, boundless celestial being. Yi Fan's sleeves fluttered in the wind. This kid really thinks he's a Taoist priest. But he's quite a fraud, Lu Ko muttered to himself. It's all the nun's fault. Li Heishui concluded. Heavy taste. Jiang Huairen was even more concise. The Alcade Saint Child's eyes were deep, as if he could see through the sky of history and look into the eternal unknown. He said, this name has a demonic nature. More than 2,000 years ago, there seemed to be a sudden break in time and space. Everything about it no longer exists. I only know that it once existed. Yi Fan's smile was like the rosy dawn. He nodded to express his understanding, but his mind was filled with countless thoughts. His thoughts were extremely scattered. What did Tathagata do over 2,000 years ago? What kind of traces he left in this world? Were they still there now? All of this was a mystery, full of unknowns, making one want to get to the bottom of it. He urgently wanted to understand everything. This was too important to him. The other side of the starry sky, the starry door left by the ancients, and across endless galaxies, where was the destination of this journey? He had too many questions. Was the coffin pulled by the 9 dragons a coincidence, or was he repeating the path of the predecessors? Did Buddha also accidentally come to the other side of the starry sky? Tathagata most likely came to this world, but I don't know what terrible changes happened, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He turned to look at the Xia prince and realized that he was incomparably cold. Why was he like this? There must be a secret. Sakyamuni made him avoid mentioning it. Yaoguang Saint's son revealed a peaceful smile and turned to face the Prince of Great Xia. Your Highness, the dragon Qi is soaring, and as the son of Great Xia, you should have some understanding of Rolai. I wonder what exactly happened 2,000 years ago. Why did everything related to this person disappear into thin air? It's like he never appeared. I also don't know. There are saints in the world of Buddhism. If you want to know, you can ask them yourself. The Xia prince's expression was indifferent. At the side, Yao Shi was thinking. She had never heard of the word Tathagata. Obviously, the saint child knew more than her. After all, he was the future master of Alcade. This caused her heart to feel a bit disturbed. Yi Fan completely calmed down. It was harder to get information from the saint child than to climb to the heavens. He obviously wouldn't tell him the secret. As for the Xia prince, he couldn't count on him. He hadn't even asked and already had an expression of a giant thousands of miles away. He felt that he had to go to the western desert in the future and go to the legendary Mount Meru to understand the truth. Of course, before that, he could think of a way to understand a bit more from the pure little nun. Yi Fan turned his head and looked. It was really just a little nun. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her eyes were pure. Her big black eyes darted here and there. She was very timid. When he turned his head to look, she was hiding behind the Xia prince like a frightened rabbit. The Xia prince frowned. He loved his sister very much. As her brother, he didn't want to see a man like Yi Fan. He always felt that he was trying to seduce his sister. Boundless celestial being, I am a monk. I sweep the floor without harming the lives of ants. I cherish moths and cover the lantern with gauze. I don't have any mortal thoughts. Yi Fan looked serious, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. The Xia prince's face was expressionless, but he was very annoyed. The little nun in white covered her mouth and giggled. She glanced at him with her big black eyes. He's addicted to being a Taoist. I think he can compete with that wicked Taoist. Maybe he's another heartless Taoist. Lu Ko equated him with Duan Dequai. Have you heard of Sakyamuni? Tu Fei asked in a low voice. Never heard of it. Those baldies are too mysterious. If it wasn't for the people from the Central Plains coming to the Saint City and mentioning it, I wouldn't even know of such a sect. Li Heishui shook his head. I've heard of this sect, but I don't know much about it. Wu Zhongtian frowned. My grandpa talked about it. It seems that this sect is very powerful. There are some ancient Buddhas in the sect that are unfathomable. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Jiang Huiran shook his head. Yi Fan's heart was calm. He needed to find out more about Sakyamuni. His thoughts returned to the present. He took light steps and the Tao wind blew. He walked one round. He found that Yaoshi didn't feel anything. She didn't know him at all. So, my great art of changing heaven and earth has been cultivated to a certain level. She can't feel my breath. Yi Fan's steps were light, and he looked like an immortal. He floated to Yaoshi and said, Goddess, you are like a lotus flower coming out of the water. You are so beautiful. It's obvious that you have a celestial bone and a natural Taoist body. You are truly a weirdo in our Taoist sect. Yao Guang Saintess heard him and smiled faintly. She said, You are flattering me. Is there anything I can help you with? No, I am telling the truth. Yi Fan was very serious. He said, I can feel the breath of an ancient emperor on you. Your cultivation hasn't reached its peak yet, but you have such dense celestial energy. You are definitely not immortal. Yao Guang Saintess was surprised. There was a moon palace in between her brows. It was an ancient secret treasure. Its level was hard to determine, and almost no one knew about it. Could this Taoist have felt it? She said calmly, You sure know how to joke. I wonder which sect you are from. I am not from any sect, and I am just a wild crane. I came out this time to find an apprentice nephew, Yi Fan recited. I wonder who your apprentice nephew is. I might have heard of him. Yaoshi didn't believe Yi Fan and thought he was lying. Actually, I was going to ask you to find out more about my unruly apprentice nephew. After all, Yao Guang is a sacred ground of the East Barren territory. Yi Fan wanted to know more about the unscrupulous Taoist from these sacred grounds' heirs, so he said, his name is Duanda, and his Taoist name is Wuliang. The unscrupulous Taoist is your apprentice nephew. Yaoshi looked surprised. His behavior is improper, and he is called unscrupulous by others. May I ask how old you are, Taoist? Yaoshi asked. I have been cultivating for more than 300 years. Now that I think about it, I have wasted 318 years. Pfft. Not far from them, Li Heishui spat out some wine, and the broken gourd in his hand almost fell to the ground. He cursed, This brat is a beast. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as him. Maldorf *Ker, he took her bra, and now he is pretending to be a Taoist master, talking about Taoism. Tu Fei cursed him for giving himself away. Do you think the Yaoguang saintess will spit out blood if she knows the brat's real identity? Should we roar at her? Jiang Huiran smiled. Wu Zhongtian frowned and said, don't mess around. What is sanctimonious and what is a beast in human clothing? This is a living example. Lu Ko was indignant and muttered, what a beast. Not far from them, the Yaoguang saint's son and the Xia kingdom's prince were walking shoulder to shoulder toward the 9 strange stones in the celestial stone square. The Yaoguang saint's son was glowing. His fluttering hair had turned gold as if he was made of pure gold. He looked like the god of the sun descending to the mortal world, as splendid as the sun. Wu Zhongtian frowned and said, I feel like he's a heaven and earth furnace. His blood qi is as vigorous as the rolling sea. I'm afraid that the Yaoguang saint's son is not the strongest warrior of his generation. Li Heishui and the others discolored. They had invited Wu Zhongtian to help the Yaoguang saint's son. They didn't want him to give such an evaluation. Tu Fei sighed. When he uses the sacred light technique, it's unrivaled. His light can illuminate the entire universe. Everything is purified. It's the real invincible technique. No attacking technique can break it. Li Heishui looked worried. His sacred light is getting stronger. It's as scorching as the sun. I think even the god body can't break it. In this world, I think there's only one attacking technique that can subdue him. Unfortunately, it has been lost forever. You mean the battle saint technique of King God Jiang Taishu, the one with the highest attacking power in 5,000 years? Tu Fei frowned. Yes. Otherwise, the god body can't tear that kind of sacred light. Most likely, it can only be a draw. At his age, he has cultivated this supreme technique to this level. It's really terrifying, answered Li Heishui. Jiang Huiran kept silent. Jiang Taishu was his ancestor. Unfortunately, the #1 attacking technique had been lost. Perhaps there's another great attacking technique that can break this sacred light, said Wu Zhongtian deliberately. Is there anything else? The others were bewildered. You guys are confined to the Eastern Barren Territory. You've forgotten about the Central Plains. Wu Zhongtian glanced at the Prince of the Great Xia who was walking beside the Yaoguang Saint and said, the imperial draconic qi of the Great Xia is extremely domineering. It is said to be indestructible and unbreakable. I think it should be able to deal with the Yaoguang Saint. The Xia Prince's iron clothes sparkled dazzlingly. Dragon qi twirled around him. People could vaguely see 9 real dragons coiling around his body. The dragons' heads were held high on his shoulders. He looked so majestic. He looked like a heavenly emperor descending to the mortal world. I don't know which one is stronger, the imperial dragon qi or King God Jiang Saint technique. The people of the Central Plains have always been proud. However, the two have never fought face to face. Tu Fei felt regretful. It's the greatest regret of all time. I can't see the peak battle of the two great attacking techniques anymore. At this moment, the Yaoguang Saint's son and the Xia Prince were evaluating the stone materials. The 9 strange stones had been there for a long time. This was the first time they had touched them. At this moment, Yi Fan and Yao Shi were chatting happily. They also walked over. The other bandit sighed and kept muttering, what a beast in human clothing. Taoist priest, do you know about origin stones? Yao Shi asked. This humble Taoist's knowledge is mixed but not refined. I haven't accomplished anything, but I know a little about the Tao of origin. Yi Fan smiled. I think that Taoist priest is modest. Why don't you come forward and evaluate these 9 stones? Yao Shi smiled. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her black eyes were like the stars, her jade teeth flashed, and her lips were bright. She was beautiful. As soon as she said this, the Xia prince and the Yaoguang saint's son looked over with different expressions. The Xia prince didn't have a good impression of him. Perhaps this was a common problem as an elder brother. He was always afraid that the bad boy would have ideas about his little sister. The Yaoguang saint's son smiled calmly. He didn't look like anything. He had a special charm that attracted the gazes of most of the young female cultivators. The pretty nun was also sneaking glances at Yifan. She was full of curiosity. She looked completely innocent. All right then, this humble Taoist will show his incompetence. Yifan went forward but didn't reach out. He walked around the 9 stones twice. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in the Jade Palace not far away. The Jade Pool Fairy appeared and personally observed Yifan. However, she was shrouded by immortal clouds and no one could see her true appearance. She had been watching silently ever since Yifan said the words to Thagata and Sakyamuni. This was something Yifan didn't expect. Yifan circled around several times, patting the largest piece and flicking the smallest piece. He said indifferently, "These 2 pieces of stone, the inner one is sealed with Shinsho, the rest are all stubborn stones." Sneers came from all around. Boasting shamelessly. Does he really think he's the Yuan Taoist master? Is the Jade Pool's immortal stone so easy to confirm? I think he's talking nonsense. Based on my many years of experience in stone gambling, those 2 stones are definitely white stones. There's nothing inside. There are too many people who think they're infallible. There's no need to pay attention to them. It was no wonder. In the eyes of the crowd, Yifan didn't even carefully identify the 2 stones. He casually knocked them a few times and determined that the 2 stones contained spiritual beauty. It was indeed a little hard to believe. "Oh, are you so sure?" The Prince of Great Xia looked over and asked calmly. "My knowledge is limited." "It's just a random comment," Yifan said modestly. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head and said, "If I choose, one of the 2 stones will be the first choice and the other will be replaced." Everyone knew that he came for the Jade Pool Holy Maiden. He only commented today, so he was naturally well prepared. Yifan laughed and said, "How about I make a bet with your highness?" "Oh, what kind of bet?" The Prince of Great Xia asked. "If I can turn stone into gold, I just want to talk to this little master for a while." Yifan pointed at the little nun. The Prince of Great Xia was very interested at first, but after hearing this, he immediately turned around. He was very sick of it. The little nun wrinkled her nose and waved her little fist at Yifan. "Master, are you sure that these 2 stones have spiritual beauty in them?" Yaoguang Saint asked. "That's just my opinion." Yao Shi also came forward and said with a smile, "I think you're very knowledgeable." At this moment, what people didn't expect was that the Jade Pool Holy Maiden actually came in the air. She was like a fairy walking on the waves, light and elegant to the extreme. She brought with her a sparkling rain of sparkling flowers that sprinkled down. "Master, did you really choose these 2 stones?" Her voice was like the sound of nature, beautiful and pleasant to listen to. The surrounding people were all shocked. They never thought that the Jade Pool Holy Maiden would come in person. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 216. Boundless Celestial Being, I did choose these 2 stones because I didn't want to disturb the fairy. Yifan recited his Taoist name and greeted her with a Taoist greeting. The Jade Lake Fairy gracefully returned the greeting. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair flowed down like water ripples. It was soft and smooth, emitting a bit of luster. In her surroundings, a rain of flowers slowly descended. There were jade flowers, strange stamens, and jasper leaves. They were sparkling, translucent, and flickering as if they were carved from multicolored gems, yet they carried a fragrance similar to orchids and musk. Enveloped by the rain of flowers, she looked hazy and magnificent, stirring people's hearts. Her skin was like that of a newborn baby's, smooth and tender, red and translucent, sparkling and translucent. Her graceful figure caused people to gasp in admiration. Her slender waist wasn't flat and narrow, but was perfectly round and smooth. When she gently swayed, it was like the waist of a snake. Beauty was twisting, charming and gentle. Her slender legs were soft, straight, and light, like a masterpiece of God's painstaking efforts. As she swayed, her proud figure became peerless, making thousands of flowers lose their color. Her steps were graceful, and within the long dress that dragged on the ground, her jade feet were white like jade, faintly discernible. They didn't even reach her shoes, and her toes were sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless, with a bit of jade light flickering. Unfortunately, he only managed to catch a glimpse of it, and it was already hard for him to see it again. A halo of light emerged from beneath her feet, turning into immortal flowers, supporting her jade-like feet. Every step she took was graceful, beautiful to the extreme. The most regretful thing was that her appearance could not be seen clearly no matter how one looked at it. Immortal energy fluttered about, as if there was a layer of hazy veil covering her face. Even so, her celestial appearance was hidden, but her charm was endless. People couldn't help but sigh. In this boundless world of mortals, there was such a beautiful woman. This was Yifan's first time being so close to the Jade Lake Saintess. He couldn't help but take a deep breath as a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Of course, this small movement couldn't escape the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's eyes. She nimbly took a few steps back and said, "Daoist priest, do you have any basis for choosing these two pieces of stone?" The surrounding people were surprised. Could it be that the unreliable, young Taoist was right? Why did the Jade Lake Saintess come in person? It should be known that she rarely showed up. I'm just relying on my intuition. I can vaguely feel that these two stones have made my chi and blood fluctuate, making it hard for me to calm down. Yifan described a little of what Wang Shu and Dumbo felt. Even the Yaoguang Saintess couldn't recognize him, which proved that the heaven and earth-changing grand magic was close to success. He could show off in front of the Jade Lake Saintess, so he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed when he went to the Jade Lake in the future. Oh, there's actually such a thing. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden nodded, but she didn't comment much on it. Then, she looked at the Prince of the Xia Kingdom and said, "Your Highness, did you notice anything? Have you chosen the stone?" The Prince of the Xia Kingdom had an imposing appearance. 9 streams of dragon energy surrounded him, making him look like a deity descending to the mortal world. He nodded and said, "I've also chosen 2 pieces of stone." He pointed at the biggest stone, which weighed 2,000 kilograms, then patted the stone in front of him that weighed more than 50 kilograms. "Your Highness, you're born with a discerning eye. One of the stones has been confirmed to contain divine energy." The Jade Lake Saintess nodded with a smile. The Prince of the Xia Kingdom was very humble. He said, "I was just lucky. The Imperial Dragon energy that I cultivate can naturally sense some special sources. The Supreme Emperor Scripture is indeed one of the 4 most powerful ancient scriptures in the Central Prefecture. It is indeed unpredictable. However, Your Highness, you're also very talented. Otherwise, how could you comprehend the mysteries of the ancient scripture? As far as I know, not everyone can learn this scripture. Only peerless geniuses can learn it." The Jade Lake Saintess opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was pleasing to the ear. It was as if she was playing a beautiful piece of music. The surrounding people were all moved when they heard this. They started to discuss among themselves. The Supreme Emperor Scripture is the most famous ancient scripture in the Central Prefecture. Its power is unparalleled, earth-shattering, and unimaginable. It is known for its offensive power and is said to be able to break all techniques in the world. As one of the 4 great ancient scriptures in the Central Prefecture, it is naturally incomparable. It is a peerless secret scripture since ancient times. Only geniuses can cultivate it, and it has a very high requirement for talent. This prince of the Xia kingdom is unfathomable, and his true strength is unpredictable. I'm afraid that not many people in the same generation can compare to him. Through the discussions of the crowd, even those who didn't understand the ancient scripture understood how terrifying it was. A young man was still puzzled. He said, "Is the Supreme Emperor scripture really so mysterious and powerful? The Imperial Dragon energy can actually sense the source. This is too unbelievable." An old man, who was a stone gambler and also a cultivator, said, "If you knew the origin of the Supreme Emperor scripture, you wouldn't have such doubts. Its birth is very strange, and there are many legends about it." Is the origin of the Supreme Emperor scripture still very mysterious? That young man asked. In truth, the vast majority of the crowd didn't know. They were all looking at the old man, waiting for his explanation. Yi Fan wasn't an exception. He cultivated the battle saint art, a peerless secret art that possessed unfathomable combat prowess. At this moment, after hearing that the Supreme Emperor scripture was said to be able to break through all techniques, it naturally attracted his attention. He had a feeling that the great sovereign scripture was comparable to the battle saint art in terms of offense. It was likely that they would have to fight to see who was stronger in the future. This wasn't something that could be changed by his will. But for such a peerless secret art, there would definitely be a battle to determine which was the strongest. There's a saying that the Supreme Emperor scripture was unearthed from the ground, and is the most mysterious ancient scripture. The old man's words caused everyone to be startled. Isn't this too mystical? It's hard to believe. It's only normal for it to be able to sense some special origin stones. The Xia Empire has never admitted that it was taken from the origin stone. They say it was created by the first ancient emperor of the Xia Empire, another old man said. On the side, another elder said like this, "As for what kind of origins there are, outsiders cannot truly understand." At this moment, everyone looked at the Xia Empire's prince. He looked calm and didn't say anything. At this moment, the Yaoguang Saint had also chosen his stone and was talking to the Jade Lake Saint. The Yaoguang Saint and the Jade Lake Saint had been very close recently. They were going to the Origin Ancient Mine together to deliver a batch of mysterious stones. "I've received orders from my master. The 9 stones won't be on display anymore. This trip is over," the Jade Lake Saint suddenly announced. We haven't shown our skills yet. How can we end it so hastily?" Someone was dissatisfied. "That's right. We've come from so far away. How can we disappoint you?" Many people asked for an extension. The Jade Lake Saint's voice reverberated like a fairy's voice, clearly spreading to every corner. "Everyone has a chance to choose a stone and state your reasoning. If it's reasonable, the Jade Lake will reward you generously." Everybody felt relieved, walking forward. A Jade Lake disciple was in charge of recording their reasoning. Right at this moment, the Jade Lake Saint invited the Xia Empire's prince and the Yaoguang Saint to the other side. "Your Highness, Saint Sun, this way, please. There are some stones here. Please take a look. Your Highness, long time no see. How are you?" Two-Face smiled and greeted the Xia Empire's prince. Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiran were there. They had been invited to see the other stones. The Xia Empire's prince replied politely. Although the Yaoguang Saint was their archenemy, he still smiled like a spring breeze. He didn't want to fight in the Jade Lake's territory. Besides them, there were more than 30 other people. The Jade Lake Saint had visited many cities in the northern region. Many people had passed the test of the 9 stones. Some of them had followed her, and some of them would join the Jade Lake Holy Land in the near future. Some small bandits were invited, which surprised some people. However, after thinking about it, they understood. In the territories of the Great Sage, the Jade Lake had a good relationship with the others. They didn't want to compete with the world. Even the 13 great bandits had never robbed them. At this moment, Yi Fan was the most surprised. He hadn't thought that he wouldn't get an invitation after choosing the 2 stones. While he was still puzzled, Yaoshi smiled sweetly, walking toward him. "I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Jade Lake's younger sister. She asked you not to leave. She will invite you later." Yi Fan nodded, feeling relieved. He didn't expect that today would be the last time the Jade Lake Saint would show the 9 stones. If he missed it, he would lose his chance. Next to him, the little nun in white was looking at him curiously. Yi Fan smiled kindly. "Little master, I have 2 or 3 Buddhist artifacts here. I would like to invite you to take a look." Yi Fan took out a Vajra scepter. Although it was broken in half, it still looked simple and imposing. It was like a Buddha standing in the air with his fist clenched. Yao Shi, who was standing next to Yi Fan, was surprised. She felt that this artifact was extraordinary. Although it was damaged, she could still feel the residual Taoist rhyme. Obviously, it had an extraordinary origin. Not far away, the little nun in white widened her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. She even wanted to walk over. However, the guards next to her surrounded her. Apparently, they were ordered by the Xia dynasty's prince not to come over. "What is this?" Yao Guang Saintess asked. "I don't know what it is either. It seems to be an ancient Buddhist artifact. The Xia dynasty's princess will definitely be able to appraise it. Can you invite her over?" Yao Shi smiled and said, "You want me to kidnap the Xia dynasty's princess? You really have a good plan." As Yi Fan chatted with Yao Shi, he took out a complete ancient lamp and waved it at the little nun in white. The Xia dynasty's princess opened her eyes wide again. Her small mouth was slightly open. She whispered to the guard leader and seemed to want to come over. "What exactly is this?" Yao Guang Saintess was moved. Although the ancient lamp had been extinguished and was mottled with green rust, she felt an even more extraordinary aura. "Fairy, go and bring the Xia dynasty's princess over. She will definitely be able to recognize it. Maybe she will know the origin of these artifacts," Yi Fan said solemnly. "Maybe it will be related to Buddha and Sakyamuni." Sakyamuni. Yao Shi was shocked. She had too many questions in her heart. Today was the first time she had heard of Buddha. From the reactions of the Xia dynasty's prince and Yao Guang Saintess, it was obvious that this was an extraordinary and terrifying character. The history of more than 2,000 years ago was actually cut off and erased because of Buddha. After this speculation arose in her heart, she desperately wanted to know everything about it. Buddha, what kind of origin did he have to make an immortal prince of an ancient dynasty fear him? What was Sakyamuni's status in Buddhism? Yao Guang Saintess pondered for a while and then smiled. "It's not good to ask me to kidnap the Xia dynasty's princess. How about we go together? We can talk about it in detail." "Okay." Yi Fan couldn't ask for more. He held the Vajra scepter in his left hand and the bronze lamp in his right as he strode forward. In fact, he really wanted to take out the bronze plaque of the Great Thunderclap Temple, but he didn't dare to do so. This bronze plaque might not be a big deal in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Buddhism experts, it was no different from shocking heavenly thunder that could pierce through the sky. He believed that if the people of Buddhism had an understanding of this and could see the miraculous bronze plaque of the Great Thunderclap Temple, it would stir up endless waves. The Great Thunderclap Temple was the fundamental and important place in the legends of Buddhism. It was hard to imagine what kind of waves the appearance of such a bronze plaque would cause in Buddhism. "Stop." The guards of the Xia dynasty looked at Yi Fan as if they were guarding against a wolf. Yao Guang Saintess smiled sweetly and walked forward. It could be said that she was an outstanding beauty. She was like a jade tree blossoming with immortal flowers, like warm jade giving birth to warm clouds. The beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, outshine the moon and put flowers to shame, and cause the downfall of cities and countries would all be overshadowed in front of her. Sure enough, the charm of a peerless beauty was boundless. After whispering a few words to those guards, they were allowed to walk over. Of course, these guards still stared at Yi Fan, the unscrupulous Taoist, as if they were guarding against a thief. "Your Highness," Yi Fan greeted. The little nun in white didn't pay attention to him. Her big eyes rolled around and kept glancing at the treasured pestle in his hand. "Little nun sister, don't you want to take a closer look?" Yi Fan asked calmly with a smile. At the side, the leader of the guards and the others all glared angrily. "How can you say that? How dare you be so disrespectful to the princess?" These people couldn't help but be angry. They felt that Yi Fan was like a big bad wolf that had targeted a little white rabbit. Liar, it must be fake. At this moment, the little nun opened her mouth for the first time. Her voice was as pleasant as the song of an oriole. "I guarantee it's fake. This is a relic of Buddha." Yi Fan weighed the broken treasured pestle in his hand. "I want to take a look." The little nun in white didn't have much confidence and was a little embarrassed. Yi Fan handed it forward very casually as if he didn't care about the Vajra treasured pestle at all. "This is..." The little nun's beautiful eyes opened wide. She slightly stuttered, "There is really a strand of Buddha's aura." At the side, the beautiful eyes of Yaoguang Saintess flickered faintly, but the extraordinary splendor quickly disappeared. "Which Buddha are you talking about?" Yi Fan asked and very naturally took back the treasured pestle. "Of course it's the revered one of the world." The little nun gave him a look as if he was really ignorant. "Is the revered one of the world Buddha Gautama Buddha?" Yi Fan finally waited for this kind of opportunity, so he naturally had to ask in detail. "I don't know who Gautama Buddha is." Her big black eyes were very innocent and immature, making it hard to tell whether she was telling the truth or lying. "Your Buddha doesn't have a title or name. Buddha is you, Buddha is me. Buddha said that everything in the world has Buddha nature and can become Buddha. He doesn't have a special name." The little nun answered naively. "Ah." At this point, she suddenly cried out in surprise, "These Buddhist artifacts of yours have demonic nature. They are not true Buddhas." "What are you talking about?" Yi Fan raised the treasured pestle and the ancient lamp and said, "These are clearly filled with a pure and holy aura. How can there be demonic power?" "There clearly is." She reached out her small hand and held the two Buddhist artifacts. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed them. "These have the aura of a Buddhist trader. Even though his mana is profound and unparalleled, he is not a Buddha." Yi Fan sneered. According to the little nun, wasn't Tathagata a traitor of Buddhism? How could this be? "This is the aura left behind by Gautama Buddha, you can't be talking about him, right?" "Ah, the biggest traitor of Buddhism." The little nun looked like she was stung by a scorpion and quickly let go. "You don't even know who Gautama Buddha is, how do you know he is the biggest traitor?" "But I feel that this aura is the aura of a traitor." The little nun puffed up her cheeks angrily. "Very well, let me show you another good thing." Yi Fan put away the treasured pestle and the ancient lamp, took out the prayer beads strung with 6 Buddhist relics, and put them on his wrist. The little nun's eyes widened and she couldn't look away anymore. She grabbed Yi Fan's hand and didn't let go. "Your Highness, if you want to see it, just tell me. But I have a few questions that I want to ask you." In the distance, Li Heishui's eyes almost popped out. He sighed. As expected, he finally laid his hands on the nun. Beast, heavy taste, nun. Tu Fei rubbed his hands. "Hey, Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Huairan asked the Xia Kingdom's prince. At this moment, the Xia Kingdom's prince couldn't smile anymore. Even in front of the Jade Lake Saintess, he couldn't be happy. He had just left for a while, and that unscrupulous little Daoist stuck to her like a dog skin plaster. Daring to seduce the Xia Kingdom's prince's sister, it was really, he had never met such a Daoist before. Knowing that she was the princess of an eternal dynasty, he still dared to flirt with her. The Xia Kingdom's prince opened his mouth but found that he couldn't say anything. On the other side, the little nun in white was in high spirits. She grabbed Yi Fan's hand and turned it over and over to look at the prayer beads. This is... Why do I feel the aura of Buddha again? It's even thicker, as if the true body of Buddha is here. Quickly, take it off and let me see. Go on. You mentioned Tathagata just now, urged Yi Fan. More than 2,000 years ago, a person called Tathagata suddenly came to this world. I don't know what he did, but everything about him disappeared. The little nun tilted her head and thought for a while. If you take off the prayer beads, I will be able to remember everything. Yi Fan was delighted and said, okay. It's not the true Buddha. It's still the aura of a Buddhist trader. The little nun pouted unhappily and looked at the prayer beads. What did Sakyamuni do? Yi Fan asked. His magic power was monstrous and he opened Mount Meru. Chapter 2:17. After Tathagata established Mount Meru, he built a temple in the mountain. Although the little nun in white said that the beads were stained with the breath of the traitor, she still turned them over and over, wishing she could pull them out one by one and examine them carefully. What happened next? Yi Fan urged. What next? The little nun replied indifferently, but she was carefully fiddling with the beads. Naturally, what happened to Gautama Buddha afterwards? Yi Fan looked at her with a smile. Oh, you're talking about him. There was no next. The little nun pointed the beads at the sun and attentively looked at them. It was obvious that she didn't want to continue. How can there be no next? I say, little master, Buddha once said, don't talk nonsense, how can you not tell the truth? Everything I said is true. The little nun pouted and was very dissatisfied. She couldn't see through the mysteries of the beads no matter how hard she tried. In the end, she took out a bunch of jade flowers and knocked them back and forth. The fragrance assailed the nostrils and tiny rays of light shot out like prickles towards the beads. There was a faint flicker of fire within them. However, the 6 beads didn't change at all. No matter how the rays of light shot at them and how the sparks flickered, they just lay there motionlessly. Yi Fan quickly stopped her and said, What are you doing? Stop quickly. I want to cut it open and see, there seems to be something inside. The little nun persevered and shook the jade flowers. The blades of light danced and submerged the beads. Those are my beads. I didn't say it was mine. The little nun mumbled in reply and was still trying hard. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines and said, If it's not yours, you still want to cut it open. He quickly reached out and grabbed forward, wanting to retrieve the beads. Don't be so stingy, let me look at it a little longer. The little nun's white clothes fluttered. A hazy little world seemed to appear in her delicate palm and covered the beads. Yao Guang's saintess was surprised and said, This is the secret technique, heaven and earth palm. When Yi Fan's hand reached out, it sank into the miniature little world. He couldn't touch the rosary beads at all. He was always a little short, as if he could never catch it. He smiled and reached out to grab the little nun's wrist, wanting to grab her vital point. However, that hazy little world moved like a swimming dragon and appeared on her wrist, once again blocking his finger. Sorry for the offense. Yi Fan's palm and fingers changed, his 5 fingers forming imprints that took the shape of a dragon's head. 9 streaks of light shot out, every single one like a heavenly dragon, pouncing towards that small world. Ah, this is... The little nun was surprised. Yifan formed a hand seal, and 9 little heavenly dragons rushed out. They were too similar to the imperial draconic aura coiled around her brother's body, and could almost be mistaken for the real thing. Moreover, its power was extraordinarily great. It rushed into the illusory space in her palm and destroyed it. While she was distracted, she kept the rosary beads. What kind of secret technique is this? Yao Guang Saintess was at the side and saw everything clearly. She was very surprised. It was a killing technique of the 9 secrets, but Yifan used it like a master's knife on a small scale. He changed it between his palm and fingers, so it naturally had extraordinary power. It was difficult for outsiders to see it clearly. Let me see it again. The little nun in white implored. Tell me what happened to Rolai. Yifan smiled and held the rosary beads in his palm. I really don't know what happened after that because this name seems to have been erased from the historical records. I can't find anything about him anymore. The little nun in white had an honest expression on her face. I don't believe what you said. Yifan gently twirled the rosary beads and shook his head with a smile. The little nun in white puffed up her cheeks and stared at him with her big eyes. All right, I'll tell you everything. It's nothing anyway. Then tell me in detail. I'm all ears. From now on, there is no Rolai in Buddhism. The young princess of Great Xia said solemnly. What do you mean? Yifan asked in detail. This is the conclusion I came to after reading many Buddhist scriptures. I flipped through all kinds of ancient books and connected all the clues together. In fact, there is only one sentence. The little nun in white said very seriously. Little master, you're lying. Yifan shook his head. I dare to swear to the revered one of the world that everything I said is true. This is the conclusion I came to after reading hundreds of Buddhist books. Moreover, I've asked others about it. The Almighty of Buddhism also shook his head and sighed. From now on, there is no Rolai in Buddhism. The little nun had a look of, you have to believe me, on her face. From now on, there is no Rolai in Buddhism. Yifan touched his chin. This sentence could lead to endless thoughts. What actually happened? Rolai was no longer the original Rolai, or Buddhism was no longer the original Buddhism. Who was the one at Mount Meru now? Yao Guang Saintess was also thinking. She knew even less, but she gradually touched a vague outline from all kinds of clues. Let me take a look at the prayer beads. The little nun in white stretched out her small hand. Yifan fiddled with the prayer beads and said, your brother's expression changed when he heard of Rolai. Even he knows some secrets, how can you not know? What can he know? It's just that the clan elder warned us not to mention this name. The little nun curled her lips. Why did he warn us like this? Yao Guang Saintess asked. How would I know? The little nun in white tilted her head and said, I've flipped through all kinds of ancient books in the imperial court and also came to the same conclusion. From now on, there is no Sakyamuni in this world. From now on, there is no Sakyamuni in this world. Yifan had many speculations in his heart, but it was difficult to prove any of them. Your Highness. The guards not far away hurriedly bowed. The Prince of Great Xia had black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were like that of a tiger's. His iron clothes were shining and 9 dragons coiled around his body. He strode with his head held high, giving off the aura of a monarch. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised and his tiger's eyes shot out divine light. He was very dissatisfied with these guards. Your Highness, please calm down. It was Her Highness who told us not to get close. The guard leader hurriedly explained. Yao she greets Your Highness. Yao Guang Saintess' smile could topple a city. The Prince of Great Xia replied politely and didn't put on any airs as one of the successors of an immortal dynasty. He said, Fairy is like the bright moon in the sky. If you can make friends with my royal sister, it will be a blessing. Yifan didn't receive such good treatment. The more the prince looked at him, the more annoyed he became. He frowned and really wanted to kick him away from the little nun in white. Boundless celestial being, this poor Taoist came to deliver the imperial heavenly book. Since your highness doesn't want to accept it, then I'll go find another fated person. This poor Taoist is leaving. Yifan walked away. Hey, hey, hey. Taoist, can you show me the prayer beads again? The little nun in white called out softly. The great Xia prince didn't say anything. He just glanced at his sister. The pure and elegant little nun muttered and didn't say anything else. Yaoguang Saintess also wanted to leave. She floated away and chased after Yifan. She said, Taoist, this way please. Okay. Yifan understood that Yaoshi was just here to pass on the message because the Saintess had invited him. After passing through a rock garden and a small stone bridge over a spring, the two of them arrived at a quiet courtyard. This place was paved with cobblestones and there was a bamboo forest. There was a stone table in the forest with 4 stone stools placed beside it. It was quiet and peaceful. Jade Lake Saintess was performing the way of tea. Her hands were light and nimble. Every movement she made had a natural Tao. She completely blended into the scenery and the faint fragrance of tea wafted over with the wind. Jade Lake's fairy's tea skills are the same as her zither skills. They are close to the Tao realm but she never shows them. This is really rare. It is obvious that she treats you as an important guest. Yaoshi's body swayed. Her skin was as white as jade and sparkled. She turned around and smiled. This kind of beauty naturally made Yifan think of the battle between the two of them. Her celestial body was almost completely naked. It was a beautiful scene. Taoist, have you really cultivated for 300 years? Yaoshi smiled. I'm ashamed. I've lived in vain for more than 300 years, but I've accomplished nothing. Yifan chanted. Yaoshi pursed her lips and smiled. Her hair danced in the wind and she said, I think you have a young heart. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He was just distracted for a moment and she felt something was wrong. She was very sharp and he had to be careful to not give himself away. Fairy is such a peerless beauty. Even a 1,000-year-old elder would have to face her calmly. It is normal for me to be distracted. The two came to the bamboo forest. The Jade Lake Saint's movements were gentle. Her slender fingers traced a beautiful path, giving people a visual enjoyment. The various tea sets on the table seemed to come to life. The fragrance of tea permeated the air. Taoist, please have some tea. The saint's sweet voice was heard. She picked up the teacup and handed it over. Yifan thanked her and asked, what do you need me for? Taoist, you are too polite. There is indeed something I need your help with, the saint said softly. Jade Lake has a long history and stands at the top of the clouds. What can't I solve? My ability is limited. I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, Yifan said calmly. I want to invite you to Jade Lake. What is it? There are some mysterious stones that are extraordinary. I want you to inspect them. The saint had only revealed this bit of information, but it was enough to shock Yifan. Those stones must have a shocking origin. Can't Jade Lake just cut them open? The saint shook her head and said, I can't cut them open before I figure it out. Yifan was even more certain that those stones were extraordinary. I'm afraid it will be a stone appreciation event, Yaoshi said with a smile. Indeed, many people will be invited to the Jade Lake. There will be many distinguished guests arriving, the Jade Lake Saintess replied. There was no doubt that it would be a grand event. Many extraordinary people would enter Jade Lake. It's a pity that I have something important to do. I can't be here for the time being, Yifan declined. It's okay. If you have something important to do, I can't force you. The Jade Lake Saintess took out a jade pendant and said, however, if you're free, you can take this pendant to any Jade Lake Celestial Stone Market in the northern region. They'll definitely guide you to the Jade Lake. Yifan quickly expressed his gratitude and said, it would be a great regret for me if I miss such a grand event. I will definitely pay a visit after I deal with the important matters. When Yifan left the bamboo forest, the people outside had already left. He didn't see Wu Zhongtian or Tu Fei, but he didn't look for them. He left the city directly. Outside Kunyan City, flames shot up to the sky. Even from a distance, one could feel the horrible energy. 10 miles outside the city, a great battle was going on. Many cultivators were flying there. Yao Guang Saint is indeed undefeatable. This is terrifying. Many people were discussing. Soon, Yifan found Wu Zhongtian and Li Heishui. They were all watching the battle. In front of him, in the center of a reddish-brown land, Yao Guang Saint stood alone. His whole body was emitting golden light. He was like a heaven and earth furnace, burning everything. His powerful energy made many people tremble. 2 motionless corpses were at his feet. They were both white-haired seniors. Meanwhile, in the sky, there were 3 elders currently roaring, rushing towards him. Unfortunately, the entire world was shrouded in holy light like a copper furnace refining the world. Nothing could break it. Yao Guang Saint stood there like a god. He was impervious to all techniques. He was like a lofty mountain, majestic and unmoving. He was like the bright sun, shining brilliantly. People couldn't look straight at him. Boom! He punched toward the sky. Divine light covered the sun and the firmament trembled. It had the power to swallow the world. One of the older generation experts who charged over was instantly torn to pieces. Another person shouted and swooped down. He took out a terrifying weapon that lit up the sky like a comet. It tore through the air and attacked Yao Guang Saint Child. His battle prowess surged, and his murderous intent soared to the sky. However, Yao Guang's holy light was truly unrivaled. It shook the mountains and rivers. The blazing light filled the sky. The heaven and earth bronze furnace created the world. The holy light overflowed and pierced through the clouds. The firmament was resplendent. Boom! The brilliant light filled the sky and burned endlessly. The sky was blinding. That terrifying weapon vaporized on the spot, and that senior expert evaporated in the blink of an eye. He was completely melted and disappeared without a trace. When the third person arrived, Yao Guang's body was flowing with golden radiance. His hair was golden like gold, dancing in the wind. His eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light as he lightly shouted. Kill! Bang! That expert in the sky was actually smashed into pieces on the spot. His corpse fell down and died immediately. This is too frightening. 5 experts have all cultivated to the 3rd secret realm, yet they were all killed. This Yao Guang's divine might is truly frightening. Terrifying. How daunting. At this realm, he is almost invincible among those at the same level. Yao Guang is indeed a genius of the present age. Even though the Ji family has a bright moon in the sky and the Jiang family has a divine body, I'm afraid they can't cover Yao Guang's unrivaled style. Even a divine body can't suppress such a character. At this moment, Yao Guang was truly like a god. His entire body was glowing and even his hair was no exception. It purified the entire heaven and earth. His chi and blood surged and boiled like magma, making others unable to get close. He was like a copper cauldron that could refine the entire world. I can't stand this aura. Some cultivators groaned. Their bodies were powerless as they retreated. His life force is too exuberant. It almost covers half the sky. His chi and blood are like blades. When they are released naturally, they can hurt the souls of others. Yao Guang was indeed like what they said. The blood in his body was like blades and rainbows, forcing everyone to retreat. Wu Zhongtian sighed and said, I am no match for him. Once the sacred light technique is used, I'm afraid he is truly invincible among those of the same generation. Such a technique is unparalleled in the world. If Divine King Jiang doesn't use his battle saint technique, there is no way he can compete with him. Invincible, overflowing holy light, melting the heaven and earth. I am the only one. He is much more terrifying than Yao Guang when he was young. Right now, the only one who can compete with him is the prince of the Xia kingdom who cultivates the Tai imperial scripture. Unfortunately, Divine King Jiang's attacking saint technique has disappeared forever. Chapter 2:18. If Divine King Jiang didn't use his battle saint technique, who could compete with him? Yao Guang's saint son was considered to have surpassed the young Yao Guang saint lord. In the current Eastern Barren territory, the Ji family and the Jiang family each had a god body. They were considered to be the strongest warriors in the next 3,000 to 4,000 years. Living in the same era with a god body was a tragedy to other cultivators. Even if you were a genius, you would be overshadowed by a divine king at great accomplishment. However, at this moment, outside of Kunyan City, many people had a strange feeling. Yao Guang's saint's son was an exception. No one in his generation could overshadow his light, not even the divine kings. 5 forefathers were lying under his feet. He had killed 5 great warriors in just a few moves. How elegant was this? It was really shocking. He was like a divine furnace in the heaven domain that could refine everything in this world. His essence chi was like a sea or a tide, surging up and covering half of the sky. Many people couldn't bear it. Their souls were hurt, their minds were hurt, and their souls were hurt. Any random movement from him would cause boundless holy light to soar into the sky. Just a slight lift of his hand would cause a blazing brilliance to engulf all 10 directions. He was like an immortal king looking down on the mortal world. The holy light he released naturally covered the entire sky. Little brother Yi, you're so proud of yourself. Li Heishui and the others saw Yi Fan, but they didn't come to greet him. They just sent him messages. What do I have to be proud of? Yi Fan didn't understand. You fake bull nose, don't try to fool us. I'm a little suspicious now. Are you that wicked Daoist? Why do I feel you're even worse than him? Li Heishui mumbled. I'm passionate and righteous. How can you slander me like this? Two-Face screamed. Little Yi, you're so wicked. You're so young, but your heart is darker than Li Heishui's. If Yaoshi finds out it's you, I can't imagine her face. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Li Heishui was discontented. How is my heart dark? I'm pure. Don't use this kid to defile me. Then, he rubbed his hands and said, I'm really looking forward to it. Little Yezi, you have to keep up the good work and continue to flirt with the Yaoguang Saintess. I want to see her expression when she finds out everything. Hee, the two of you are really worthless. Am I that bad? I just happened to be there, it was completely unintentional. Come on, you did it on purpose. Don't say any more. The more you explain, the more hypocritical you become. It's just that my brothers think highly of you. Jiang Huairen also transmitted his voice, you even dared to hold the hand of a little nun in front of the Prince of Great Xia. You have a bright future and you have courage. There is nothing that you won't dare to do in the future. You are indeed a genius in our profession. Now, you and Yaoguang Saintess have reunited. We have to try our best to make it work. Lu Ko smirked. What do you mean by that? Of course, you and her will hook up with each other. But don't be seduced by her beauty. You have to lurk and strike them at the right time. We will do our best to cooperate with you. I hope that the two of you will end up together. Yi Fan didn't avoid them. He boldly stood with the others. Of course, he didn't say anything. He just communicated with them discreetly. They looked like they knew each other, but they didn't give people the feeling that they were best friends. At the same time, Yi Fan warmly greeted the people around as if they were close friends. Don't worry. They won't find us. We've arranged it well. At most, people will think that we know each other, said Wu Zhongtian discreetly. Alright, let's go. Tu Fei said goodbye to Li Heishui and the others and then flew away. At this moment, Yaoguang's Saint Sun strode forward. With each step, a halo appeared. The halos under his feet connected with each other. Behind his head was a dazzling disk that shone everywhere, making him look like a god. Wu Zhongtian didn't leave immediately. He faced Yaoguang's Saint Sun from a distance. He didn't say anything and just shot up into the sky one last time. Yaoguang's Saint Sun smiled brightly and nodded. Then, he turned into a jet of sunglow, leaving a beam of gold sunlight in the sky as he dashed towards Kunyun City. The 9 secret killing holy technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't linger, flying towards the horizon before the crowd dispersed. The 9 secret techniques were the supreme secret techniques that represented the acme of each domain. As Yi Fan had mastered 2 of them, he had comprehended the endless power of Upanishads. He believed that when he swaggered around the world in the future, these 2 secret techniques would be his strong support. Yi Fan was satisfied with this trip to Kunyun City. He got the chance to enter the Jade Lake. Now, he was rushing towards the Qingxia sect as fast as lightning. The reason why he didn't enter the Jade Lake immediately was that he wanted to be absolutely safe. The sky and earth changing great technique could fool the descendants of the Holy Lands, but it couldn't escape the Saint Mother Yao Qi's immortal eyes. If he found something wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, he didn't have much time to waste. He needed to solve this problem immediately. It was urgent. The Qingxia sect was still the same. The mountains were green and the water was beautiful. The 18 peaks were covered in mist and clouds. The spring water hung high. The scenery was so beautiful. Yi Fan transformed into his real body and returned to the Qingxia sect. Seeing the young demon king come back, the others had complicated feelings. The fire cult, the sunset school, the 7-star pavilion, and the mysterious moon cave didn't attack us. Although they didn't attack us, some mysterious people often show up and covet our Qingxia, answered the elders of the Qingxia sect. Yi Fan sneered and said, you guys should leave the Qingxia sect. Come back after 20 days. I will solve all the problems then. We leave the Qingxia sect. The 3 elders were troubled. Leave. I'm afraid they have seen the real situation. They can't wait anymore. If we stay here, our sect will be destroyed. Yi Fan turned around and said, I'm not asking you guys to leave the Qingxia sect. I just want you to be patient and retreat. In fact, he could find Wu Zhongtian, Tu Fei, and the others to destroy the 4 sections. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to attract the attention of outsiders. These few little bandits were influential figures in the northern region. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching them? It would be troublesome if they managed to drag him out by following the clues. After sending everyone away, Yi Fan also left the Qingxia sect and went into seclusion. Half a square meter, 1,600 and 700 kilograms, was enough for Yi Fan to break through the first realm of the Dao Palace. He found a secret place hundreds of miles away from the Qingxia sect and created a cave in a stone mountain. For half a month, Yi Fan was in seclusion. The heavenly sun in his body, the heart divine treasure, became more and more fiery. It was like a lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. It gave birth to wisps of essence energy, but it still hadn't transformed into a god. This made him feel strange. He had already refined 1,000 kilograms of essence energy. How could there be no change? But during this process, he felt his body's strength. The heavenly sun in his body rose and fell slowly. The cycle repeated, and the innate essence burned fiercely. The nourishment from the acquired essence flowed into the divine treasure. It became more and more red and sparkling, as if it had become a real heavenly Sunday. Yifan's body rumbled. He saw the boundless sea, the rising and setting of the sun. He saw life and vitality. Endless vitality was being nurtured, and endless power of the Tao was flowing. Boom! It was like the sun in the sky. The heart divine treasure rose and settled in the void of the human body world. It was like a blazing sun in the sky. It reached its peak, and an endless aura spread out. Yifan knew clearly that he had broken through the first realm of the Tao Palace and crossed this hurdle. But his transformation was different from the others. He didn't transform into a god, and the heavenly sun was still hanging there. The heart divine treasure reached the peak, entering completion. Although no god appeared, Yifan wasn't disappointed. In fact, he didn't want another him to appear in his body. That was what he wanted the most. He didn't understand why no god appeared, but he could feel his own strength. He felt like he could shatter mountains and rivers with a stomp of his feet. I need this feeling. I don't need the so-called god. The heart divine treasure should be like this. Transform into the heavenly sun and be used by me. Streak after streak of raging flames rushed out from his body. That was innate essence, wrapped around by the Hotian essence flames, burning fiercely. It was as if Yifan had been reborn from the flames. All of his clothes were burned away, his skin sparkling and sparkling, full of mysterious power. Only after a long time did the essence fire disappear and hide in his body. In the world of his body, the fog was hazy. He walked into the next divine treasure, and it was like he was on the path to heaven. After successfully crossing that step, it was like the difference between a mortal and a celestial. The power of the second realm of the Tao Palace was many times stronger than the first realm. There was indeed an insurmountable gap. The heavenly sun shone in the sky, floating above his head and illuminating the path ahead. Soon, Yifan felt an incomparably sharp aura. He had found the divine treasure of the lungs, which belonged to the metal element in the 5 elements. The divine treasure of the lungs was connected to the spirit Qi god Tao. It covered the organs and was located at the highest position. It was known as the canopy and the head of the 5 organs. The essence of heaven and earth was the purest, and it breathed in and out the divine source of heaven and earth. It was the most important of the 5 great divine treasures. He felt a flourishing vitality. This divine treasure transported essence, qi, and spirit to be dispersed throughout the entire body, reaching the skin and hair outside to nourish the internal organs, limbs, bones, muscles, skin, and hair. Its effect was so great that it was unimaginable. There were still hundreds of kilograms of source in front of Yifan. He sat cross-legged and refined it continuously. The endless source qi was all absorbed into his body and into the canopy divine treasure. All qi belonged to the lungs. Every breath was connected to the heavens. This was the fundamental meaning recorded in various ancient scriptures. After successfully entering this realm, Yifan felt all the pores on his body open up. It was as if he was connected to heaven and earth. The speed at which he mobilized the essence of heaven and earth was many times faster. This is indeed a realm, a world. Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. According to this change, his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. The huge amount of essence of heaven and earth he mobilized would make a qualitative leap in his strength. On the 18th day, Yifan's essence surged. Dragon Qi coiled around his body and rushed out, just like the imperial dragon Qi of a prince of Great Xia. Bang! Yifan's body flickered with brilliance. He broke through the stone wall and rushed out of the cave abode. He took a step and reached the sky. Two sharp rays shot out from his eyes. His strength had greatly increased. Although the great art of heaven and earth transformation couldn't change the landscape, it could change his body to perfection. I can enter the Jade Lake Holy Land now. Yi Fan put on a Taoist robe and walked in the void. His sleeves fluttered as he used Crazy Ole's footwork. In almost a moment, he returned to Qingxia. The Green Mountains were still there. Unfortunately, many buildings had collapsed. All kinds of herbs had been pulled out. Even some stone walls had been dug away because of the mantras carved on them. In addition, Yi Fan also saw a few corpses. They were all disciples of Qingxia. They didn't run away and all died a violent death. The main peak of Qingxia was also cut off and transported away. Yi Fan knew that the main peak of Qingxia was engraved with the insights of the previous headmasters. It was a precious treasure for the 4 sections. How thorough! Yi Fan buried the corpses of the disciples of Qingxia. He then turned around and stood in front of the waterfall, letting the mist fill the air. Who are you, Taoist? How dare you come here to investigate? Li Yuran, the successor of the mysterious moon cave, waved his folding fan and walked out. On the other side, Du Qingquan, the eldest disciple of the mythical fire cult, also walked out. In addition, people from the 7 Stars Pavilion and the Sunset Sect also walked out. Yi Fan had already sensed them, but he didn't point them out. The successors of the 4 sects had all been slapped by him. Mythical Fire Cult, Sunset Sect, 7 Stars Pavilion, Mysterious Moon Cave, it's not easy to say that I'll let you go. He shook his head. Shameless boasting. Li Yuran sneered. Du Qingquan was also quite conceited. He said, you are also a Taoist. You must be jackals of the same lair as that fat Taoist. Don't leave today. They were full of confidence because they had already figured out the situation. Moreover, the supreme headmaster of the mysterious moon cave was sitting on the peak behind them. In addition, under another green mountain, the powerhouse of the mythical fire cult who had lived in seclusion for many years stood under a large waterfall. He let the water flow down and split in front of him, not a single drop touching him. Are you waiting here to kill me? Yi Fan glanced at the people present and revealed a cold smile. He said, it seems that I really have fate with great Emperor Wushi. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found his residence. What are you talking about? Who is great Emperor Wushi? The old man under the waterfall suddenly opened his eyes. You're born and raised in the northern region. Have you never heard of the legend of great Emperor Wushi? Yi Fan asked. He really wanted to understand some information from these people, even though he didn't have much hope. Are you stalling for time? Du Qingquan said sarcastically. He said, how can there be such a person in the northern region who dares to call himself a great emperor? How arrogant. Don't make up stories. I'm talking to your lord. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Fan glanced at him. You're just a young Taoist priest. How dare you talk to me like this? As the eldest disciple of the mythical fire sect, Du Qingquan was proud and arrogant. He was angry that he was looked down upon by a young Taoist priest in his teens. You're about to die, but you're still pretending to be crazy. Li Yuro waved his folding fan and walked forward. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and sent the 2 of them flying. He didn't even look at them. He looked directly at the old man under the waterfall and the supreme leader of the mysterious moon cave who was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. In the northern region, there was a great emperor in the Jiang family and an empress in the Jade Pool. But that was long before the Antiquity Age. It's been at least hundreds of thousands of years, or even 200,000 years. The old man from the mythical fire sect frowned. Great Emperor Wushi. Is there such a person? The supreme leader of the mysterious moon cave still had his eyes closed. He was sitting on a green stone at the peak of the mountain. Yifan smiled calmly and said, "Since you don't know, then forget it. I'll go and see for myself."